The sun was shining in a clear sky as Edith Regelhoff, dressed in a white wedding gown, walked down the aisle to the sound of church bells. The lavishly dressed bride, with a soft tulle veil draped over her shimmering hair, approached the groom and the priest. All eyes were fixed on the stunningly beautiful Edith, and those gazes were filled with malice, jealousy, contempt, and desire. The bride and groom looked flawless, their attire impeccable. This ducal wedding had to be perfect. As the priest droned on about the wonderful future awaiting the happy couple, Edith was lost in gloomy thoughts. The sorrowful bride told the priest in her mind that not a single one of his words would come true, for this marriage was destined to be a tragedy. Today, this sweet girl with ruby-like hair was to marry a man who despised her and would one day slit her throat. Memories swirled like a hurricane in the bride's mind. A petite, dark-haired woman encountered someone she knew. On a staircase landing, the tall, broad-shouldered man was yelling at the girl, demanding she give him everything and saying he was the reason she was still alive. The dark-haired woman protested, as this unwelcome visitor had already taken money from her many times. The man, dissatisfied with her response, gave her a hard shove. As she fell, the dark-haired woman realized the stairs were behind her and that they would be the last thing she would ever see. The girl accepted her meaningless end, but when a bright light flashed before her eyes, she rushed to a mirror. The reflection in the mirror looked incredible. A beautiful stranger was looking back at her. When a maid entered the room and addressed her as Lady Edith, she immediately understood that she had been transported into someone else's body. The girl with ruby-like hair sat in shock, realizing she had entered the body of a character from a novel she had read the previous night. In the novel's plot, the protagonist, Eliza Sinclair, the illegitimate daughter of a count, was often ridiculed and scorned by her father's legitimate family. One day, she met Duke and Duchess Ludwig, who offered her a place to live with them in the Duchy. There, however, Eliza Sinclair found herself caught between two rivals in love, who fiercely vied for her pure heart. A jealous girl in the novel, Edith Regelhoff, despised everything that was happening. This female character was foolish, wicked, and blinded by love and jealousy, constantly framing and harming Eliza. The red-haired villainess tried everything to get rid of the lovely Eliza Sinclair. Edith's father was the Count himself, so she never had to worry about money. But now, with a new soul in her body, there was a chance to turn the tables. The maid, Sophia, told her lady that her father was already in his study, so Lady Edith dashed over like a madwoman. She ran to the Count, thinking she could easily fix the mess from the novel and finally win her family's unconditional love. Lady Edith happily pushed open the study door, but her good mood vanished the moment she saw her father's angry face. The Count glared at his daughter, saying she was too slow and late again, failing to show up on time. Her father was confused as to why the red-haired girl had come to see him and ordered her to close the door on her way out. Stunned, Edith decided to dig into her memories and sort out the novel's plot to understand why he was so cold. It was like a splash of ice-cold water to the face as a dramatic scene suddenly flashed through her mind. Despite Lady Edith's pleas for her father's forgiveness, he had locked her in her room, only letting her out on special occasions. Her older brother came to visit her, telling her it was time to pay for her years of room and board. The man suggested she become a walking advertisement for the family, decked out in fancy dresses and jewelry. Back at home, Lady Edith once again became Count Regelhoff's precious doll, an object for anyone to humiliate and beat, even the servants. Her bruised and wounded face suddenly turned to see a petite, dark-haired figure standing before her. The heartbroken Lady Edith looked up sadly at the girl and asked if she could endure such a life. The dark-haired girl was so stunned she couldn't say a word. Lady Edith's imaginary meeting with her new soul was interrupted by Count Regelhoff's loud shout. He called his daughter's name, scolding her for being distracted and inattentive while they were discussing important matters. The Count sternly lectured his daughter, saying she absolutely could not mess up today and must not let the Ludwigs see even the smallest flaw. Lady Edith's face twisted at the mention of the deal her father had struck. If all went well, they could proceed to the next stage. Count Regelhoff, excited about the upcoming changes, ordered the servants to pack their bags while Lady Edith stood aside. The sad girl wondered why her family was like this and why Duke Ludwig and Count Regelhoff acted like rivals. Edith recalled that the rivalry between the two families began many years ago when their power was evenly matched. But everything changed after the Ludwig family made a great contribution during the war and received the title of Duke. To get his revenge, Count Regelhoff decided to marry off his daughter, as he believed the title was unfair and should have been his. Edith was dismayed, thinking about how her father was planning to use her to destroy the ducal family. But a second later, she calmed down, because after being reincarnated, she had become stronger and would not miss this chance to survive. As she stepped out of the carriage, Edith thought that in novels where the protagonist is reborn as the villain, the story always starts with some kind of crisis. When the girl saw Duke Ludwig's castle, she knew the most important thing was not to make the same mistakes as the original character. The Duke's estate looked magnificent, and the Count and his sons spoke of it with jealousy dripping from their words. Count Regelhoff believed that no matter how luxurious a castle was, it was meaningless if it was just empty and lonely inside. The servants greeted the Count's family at the estate gate and announced that the Duke and Duchess were waiting for them. In front of outsiders, Edith's father and brother's attitude toward her immediately changed, becoming affectionate and loving. Despite their strange behavior, Lady Edith decided not to dwell on it and played along with her father's pleasantries. The red-haired girl paid no mind to her relatives as she was busy calculating her plans for the ducal family. Count Regelhoff and his children were invited into the main banquet hall, where all the invited guests had gathered. The Count's daughter was stunned by the splendor of the banquet hall, where the novel's plot was about to unfold. Duke Axel Ludwig and Duchess Jessica Ludwig, two figures she had previously only imagined through written descriptions, were welcoming the arriving guests. The novel's male lead, Cliff, was sitting at the dining table. He was ridiculously handsome, especially with his golden eyes. The sweet, blonde girl must be Lady Eliza Sinclair, for she was so beautiful she looked like a goddess of spring. The arrogant fellow with the sharp gaze, high-bridged nose, and well-defined jawline was probably Lady Edith's future husband. The Count's daughter couldn't imagine falling in love with a man who looked so ruthless. But the longer she stared at her future husband, the more she understood why the Edith from the novel had been so obsessed with him. The red-haired girl realized she had been staring at the young master for too long, and her face flushed bright red. Edith Regelhoff decided to turn her gaze to the magnificent dining table, which was piled high with all sorts of food. She feasted continuously, excited to have entered this world of nobility, but her meal was interrupted. The Count placed a concerned hand on his daughter's shoulder and told everyone present that, as a loving father, he couldn't just let his heir go. The Duke and Duchess listened intently as the Count explained that he could only be at ease if 3 maids accompanied Lady Edith. Duchess Jessica Ludwig objected, as she believed their family also had excellent maids who were perfectly capable of providing proper service. But Count Regelhoff did not back down, asking the Duchess in return if she had brought no maids with her when she married. After that question, the tension in the banquet hall was so thick you could cut it with a knife. But Lady Edith felt she could defuse the situation. She explained her father's strange request as him just being worried and overprotective, telling the Duke and Duchess not to mind him. On the way home, the Count flew into a rage at his daughter, saying her words had only made things worse. Lady Edith tried to argue with her furious father, asking if he had seen the look on Duke Ludwig's face. She pointed out that she had noticed everyone stiffen because the Count's demand for maids was so obvious. The Count's daughter reminded him that the marriage was supposed to dispel any doubts and suspicions that the two families were rivals. Count Regelhoff wondered how on earth she planned to do that without the help of any servants. Lady Edith insisted she needed to go to the ducal household alone to win their favor, while her brother simply stared out the window. Considering Eliza, the Count decided to take a gamble and trust his daughter. Perhaps her being so submissive and obedient wouldn't arouse any suspicion. A week had passed since the Count decided to trust his daughter, and now she stood there, radiant in her wedding dress. Lady Edith had been walking on eggshells all week, but it was all worth it to avoid having to return home after the wedding. The priest suggested they exchange rings, and the bride turned her head to see two adorable children holding pillows with the jewelry. She was glowing with excitement and happiness. Then she glanced at her groom, Killian, but he did not share her joy. He looked like a thundercloud. Edith understood why her future husband was so gloomy, so she lowered her head and suggested they finish the ceremony quickly. Finally, the wedding ring was placed on the bride's finger, but she noticed Killian looking at her with disgust as he put it on. Lady Edith thought his aversion to a simple touch was like that of a kindergartner, but his next move left her completely shocked. Her husband quickly snatched the wedding band from the pillow and shoved it onto his own finger. For a moment, Lady Edith's heart stung at her cold husband's action. She looked sadly at her long-awaited ring. She quickly composed herself, thinking that even if there would be no love in this marriage, it wouldn't disrupt her own plans. A kind smile returned to Lady Edith's face as she bent down to thank the children for their help. The red-haired girl was calm and determined, but her indifference surprised and confused her husband. Killian's new wife thought to herself that she could finally live a stable life without fear of being beaten. The next morning, Lady Edith woke up in an excellent mood, stretching happily and looking forward to her new life of freedom. She was glad to be reborn in such a beautiful body, but was worried because she didn't know the original Edith's taste in clothes. As she admired herself in the mirror, she thought that the real Count's daughter would surely not have liked this wedding dress, with its low neckline and high heels. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. The red-haired girl turned and saw Lady Eliza. The visitor was blushing and hesitant to speak, but she steeled herself and said firmly that she had something important to say. Looking at Lady Eliza's face, the Count's daughter remembered a scene from the novel that took place after the wedding. Lady Eliza had come to the new wife's room in person to apologize for the groom's rude behavior, but her apology backfired, only enraging the young wife further, and all that anger was unleashed on Lady Eliza. The red-haired girl smiled as she immersed herself in the pleasant memory of the novel. Now, in the Count's daughter's body, she would be different from the character in the novel. She wouldn't get angry at the blonde girl, but would listen patiently. Eliza began to apologize again, pleading with her not to be angry with Killian, saying that although he seemed stern and cruel, he was actually a good person. The red-haired girl was moved by Eliza's words, and she looked her over, wondering how anyone could be angry with her. Edith couldn't take her eyes off this little cutie, a standard character in any romance novel, shimmering blonde hair and kind, innocent eyes. Trapped in her new body, she assured Lady Eliza not to worry, that she completely understood and wasn't angry with Killian. She said she could understand her husband's situation, as they were both trapped in an arranged marriage. Lady Eliza marveled at the wisdom and insight of Killian's wife, while the Count's daughter thought that as long as she remained friendly, everything would go according to plan. As the girls were sweetly complimenting each other, a maid's voice cut in, announcing that the towels had been delivered. Lady Eliza decided to leave the young wife's room, and the Count's daughter could finally relax, the post-wedding chaos over. The first thing the owner of this new body did was sink into a relaxing flower petal bath that the maids had prepared for her. Soaking in the tub, the reborn Edith thought about how pleasant it was to be the wife of a future duke, even without the internet. The girl fantasized about going to the theater, museums, operas, and balls, but this comfortable life had one major drawback: her husband. Without warning, as if appearing from a mist, Killian suddenly showed up and called the girl in the tub a shameless bride. The new wife was completely stunned to see her husband, because in the novel, he wasn't supposed to come to the bridal suite. Killian didn't understand her surprise, but she explained that she thought he wouldn't show up since he wasn't very happy about the wedding. The young man praised his wife for her quick wit and said he had no intention of pursuing his bride in any way. As they talked, Lady Edith stared at her husband, not understanding how a person could be so handsome on the outside and so rotten on the inside. Killian asked his wife if she intended to sleep in this room, and upon hearing an affirmative answer, he simply turned and left. The red-haired girl couldn't figure out why on earth Killian Ludwig had come and went back to her bath. Killian stormed out of the bridal suite and into the hall, where he heard a sweet voice call his name. He turned to see the lovely and gentle Lady Eliza, who asked if she had really seen him coming out of the bridal chamber. He nodded, saying that Lady Edith was dozing off in the bathtub, apparently just as excited about their wedding night as he was. Lady Eliza froze in complete confusion, stammering that Edith had promised to be kind and understanding. Killian smiled and walked over to the blonde beauty, gently ruffling her hair and chiding her for being too naive about people. Killian reminded her that his wife was the daughter of Count Regelhoff, and that family could never be trusted. The blonde girl said that the Count's daughter couldn't go back on her promise, which took Edith's husband by surprise. He asked her to explain this promise in detail, and Lady Eliza began to recount their conversation from earlier that day. The blonde girl explained that the Count's daughter had complimented her dress, which made Lady Eliza blush and feel a bit embarrassed. Killian said he wasn't at all surprised his wife would pay attention to someone else's dress, considering her own attire was so tacky and tasteless. Lady Eliza scolded her newlywed husband for saying such harsh and vicious things about his wife. The man retorted that it was the blonde girl who was being cruel by not understanding his feelings at all, a remark that unexpectedly touched Eliza. Suddenly someone called for Killian. It was Cliff, who said he hadn't expected to run into them so late. Lady Eliza's attention was immediately drawn to the handsome man with golden eyes who had just entered the hallway. The blonde girl cut off the Duke of Ludwig's son, much to his frustration, as he once again felt misunderstood. When morning came and the red-haired girl woke up, she was surprised by this new ability she possessed. She could now wake up on time and in a good mood, likely thanks to this young and healthy new body. This new ability allowed her to think clearly. She remembered that Killian was a supporting character who had a secret crush on Lady Eliza. Standing by the window, she thought that while she couldn't order her husband around, she might be able to win the favor of his parents. The Duke and Duchess had taken in Eliza, so if she behaved well, perhaps they would open their hearts to their daughter-in-law as well. Lady Edith felt she should start mending their relationship with a greeting, as their first meeting had been a complete disaster. The red-haired girl recalled the first rule of Every Reborn as the villainess novel, won the favor of all the characters. If the Count's daughter wanted to live in the Ludwig household, she needed to get on the good side of the Duke and Duchess. Their opinion mattered more than Killian's. Her goal was to live a peaceful and comfortable life, so winning over the Ludwigs was an absolute must. Lady Edith decided to pull the rope bell she had read about in books to summon a servant and dress herself as a proper daughter-in-law. Hearing the bell, a maid named Anna ran in, and Killian's wife ordered her to get her lady ready to go out. Then Lady Edith looked at her outfits and asked the maid to be honest about whether they looked too flashy and tacky. Anna confirmed her lady's fears, and Lady Edith imagined herself appearing before her in-laws in such clothes. Ashamed of her taste, the girl told Anna to take all the dresses to the workshop to remove the deep necklines and ridiculous decorations. When Anna immediately went to carry out the task, her lady was surprised because in the Regelhoff household, the maids wouldn't do anything without a direct order. While sorting through her wardrobe, Lady Edith glanced at the bed, wondering if she should leave the bloodstain, from the wedding night. But a second later, she dismissed the thought. Her husband would never tolerate her faking it. According to the original novel, Killian Ludwig would only give himself to one girl, Lady Eliza. Killian's new wife found it somewhat cute that her husband was both a great-looking guy and a virgin. She thought to herself how twisted it was that the author forced everyone to like this supporting character so much. Lady Edith remembered the time Killian appeared in the bathroom. She never figured out why he came, but she did enjoy seeing his handsome face. The red-haired girl's daydream was interrupted by her maid, who said her dress and hair were ready for her to go out, my lady. Lady Edith began to scold herself for having such thoughts, as she had already decided that Killian was completely irrelevant to her. The new daughter-in-law went to see the Duke and Duchess, wished them a good morning, and asked how they had slept. They were flattered by her visit, especially since she must have been exhausted after such a crazy day. Yet she still came to say good morning the next day. The Duchess kindly invited Lady Edith to sit on the soft sofa, and it was then that she realized the Ludwigs knew their son hadn't spent the night with his wife. Axel Ludwig said he knew the Count's daughter had a strict upbringing, but he was more interested in her ability to serve a noble family. Lady Edith was a bit flustered by her father-in-law's question, but she quickly replied that she knew how to handle the family budget and manage documents. The Duke eyed his daughter-in-law skeptically, and she guessed the man thought she was planning to steal or damage important documents. Killian's young wife said that managing the Duchy's estate probably had its own peculiarities, so she wouldn't refuse her father-in-law's advice. She decided to ease the tension in the conversation and promised to work hard at everything to earn the Ludwig family's trust. The Duchess nudged her husband with her elbow, telling him to stop speaking so harshly to their daughter-in-law, and suggested she start helping out in 2 weeks. Jessica Ludwig also asked Lady Edith to tell her immediately if she needed anything, and the girl replied that she wanted to get to know the castle better. The Duchess was about to say that her husband should be the one to show her around, but remembering that Killian was avoiding his wife, she said she would send someone for her. Lady Edith thanked her newfound relatives and hurried out of the room, as she could no longer bear the tight corset. She slammed the door shut and gasped for air when a fellow suddenly appeared, someone she only knew from book descriptions. It was Baron Reincarnated Filch, the Duke's secretary, with glasses and sandy-colored hair. This man was in charge of paperwork and had been assigned to show Lady Edith around. Seeing her struggling to breathe, Baron Reincarnated Filch asked if she was all right, but she insisted she was fine. The Duke's secretary asked if Lady Edith was ready for the tour now, saying he was very busy and it would be difficult to find time later. The sandy-haired man told her to follow him, and as Lady Edith hurried to keep up, she thought about how well the world of the book matched reality. The Duke's assistant first showed her the room where the family jewels were kept, which they could wear on special occasions. Then, Baron Reincarnated Filch led Killian's wife to the armory, explaining that the Duke and 2 other gentlemen would use the armor and weapons stored there. Next was the library, which housed some very valuable books, and the Baron mentioned that any family member could access it at any time. The Duke's assistant said the same rule applied to the Sistine Hall, then opened the doors to the lavish hall, leaving Killian's wife in awe. The room was bright and enormous, filled with sculptures, paintings, and all sorts of beautiful works of art. The Baron said the estate was very large and suggested ending the tour for the day in this room, but Lady Edith wanted to continue looking around. She thought how lucky she was to live in such a beautiful castle and thanked the Duke's secretary for showing her around. Miss Edith found the blonde man to be an excellent conversationalist with a pleasant voice, and time flew by in his company. Baron Reincarnated, embarrassed by the compliment, said he was only doing his duty and proposed continuing the tour of the rest of the estate the day after tomorrow. On the way back from the Sistine Hall, the Baron and Miss Edith passed the Grand Terrace, so he decided to tell her about it. The Duke's assistant told Killian's young wife that the Grand Terrace offered a magnificent view of the estate's inner courtyard. The blonde man said that His Grace the Duke enjoyed sitting here and chatting with his guests. The Duke's assistant squinted, staring for a long time, and noticed that at the other end of the terrace, the young master was talking with the beautiful Miss Eliza. The Baron was furious at young Master Killian's behavior. He couldn't believe the newlywed groom was so casually hitting on another woman. The ruby-haired girl also noticed the 2 people talking and tried to remember what Edith had done in this situation in the original story. The Count's daughter decided to turn a blind eye to the whole thing and not show that she was hurt, all to clean up the mess left by the villainous Edith. Killian's new wife continued the conversation about the terrace, saying that the view would be even more enchanting in late spring. Reincarnated was surprised by her positive attitude, especially after she had seen her husband with another woman. But Miss Edith still suggested they leave. After the tour, since the Baron was busy, the Duke summoned Baron Reincarnated to his office to ask for his opinion on Killian's wife. The Duke's aide said that Miss Edith was well-mannered and polite, and that she had grasped the layout of the estate incredibly quickly. Baron Reincarnated Filch added that he hadn't noticed anything strange about the new family member, but did mention what had happened on the Grand Terrace. The secretary's words made the Duke look up from his documents, and he asked the secretary to elaborate on the terrace incident. After hearing the whole story, Axel Ludwig was greatly annoyed and reminded the Baron that he had asked him to avoid any complaints. The Duke said that seeing her husband flirting with another girl on the morning after their wedding was a recipe for disaster. Axel Ludwig recalled trying to persuade his stubborn son to accept the marriage in order to prevent Count Regelhoff from siding with Grand Duke Lanston. The Duke had told his heir that the marriage would last for about a year, but his son replied not to expect much from the groom, as it was just a marriage in name only. Baron Reincarnated clarified that Miss Edith hadn't made a scene after seeing the incident on the terrace. She had simply left calmly, as if she hadn't seen a thing. This detail surprised Duke Ludwig and made him start to think that his daughter-in-law, the daughter of Count Regelhoff, had an unusual character. When Miss Edith finished her meal, the maid Anna began to clear the dirty dishes from the table, and the young lady almost couldn't stop herself from stepping forward to help. Killian's wife wanted to thank the maid for her work, told her to go rest and have some lunch. The maid was very surprised by the offer, but she obeyed her lady's command and left. Miss Edith sat there happily, pleased with herself. The woman who had transmigrated into the villainess's body realized she could relax, as her relationships with those around her were improving, and the story's protagonist was Miss Eliza. Eliza Sinclair was supposed to be the center of the story, as her life before joining the Ludwig family had not been so wonderful. The descendants of the Sinclair family constantly tormented the Count's illegitimate daughter, but one day, Eliza prevented the Duchess Ludwig from falling off her horse, and that's how the blonde girl met her new family, who were outraged by the terrible treatment the kind and innocent child had endured. The Duke and Duchess paid a large sum to buy the rights to little Eliza, but according to the novel's plot, the Sinclair family would come to regret it. Her family gave up Eliza, and she would eventually become connected to the ducal family. And at the end of the book, all the good people got their happy ending. Miss Edith sipped her tea, thinking that her character's fate wouldn't be very good, but the girl's real life hadn't been a fairy tale either. During her year at the company, the dark-haired girl's life was a mess, and her boss had abused his authority more than once. After seeing her boyfriend walk into a motel with another woman in his arms, she broke up with him via text message. Afterwards, she went home, thinking she would spend the rest of her life reading web novels, but it turned out to be the last day of her life. The girl wondered what happened after she died. Did they catch the killer? Were her parents sad? Miss Edith looked out the window, thinking that probably no one remembered her anymore. So in this new body, she would think only of herself. Through the window, she saw a huge tree under which Miss Eliza was sitting and reading a book. The Count's daughter thought it wouldn't hurt to make a friend. Just then, Miss Edith's husband appeared under the tree and asked the blonde girl what book she was reading. She said she was reading about the royal family. The blonde girl explained that she had no formal education, but was learning through books, hoping the Duke would soon learn something about her. Killian smiled at Miss Eliza and offered to help her study, which was a total side character move. Miss Edith watched all this, thinking that Cliff would have told Eliza to throw away the book and enjoy life with him. The ruby-haired girl wanted to stop eavesdropping and was about to walk away when she heard Miss Eliza ask about her. Miss Edith was curious what her husband would say, but Killian just said not to worry about his wife, that she was just a hostage. The young man explained that his wife only needed to stay in the castle for a short time and would then leave, much to Edith's disappointment. Meanwhile, at Sinclair Castle, the Count's youngest daughter was throwing a fit over the news that the heir to Duke Ludwig had married the daughter of Count Regelhoff. The Count's eldest son, Damien Sinclair, asked his sister, Layla Sinclair, what was upsetting her, and she said it was the news of that very wedding. Layla explained that she didn't understand why the daughter of Count Regelhoff, that nasty person, had such good luck to marry so well. Damien joked that maybe the Ludwigs had a hobby of collecting useless women, but his sister was in no mood for his humor. When the guy said he didn't think there was anything to be upset about, Layla realized her brother knew something, which was why he was so calm. The youngest daughter of Count Sinclair demanded to know everything he knew about the marriage, but her brother was in no hurry to reveal the secret. Damien Sinclair suggested they turn back time a few years to see the real reason for the marriage. The guy reminded her that Count Regelhoff owned the mines for iron ore, the raw material for making weapons. Layla didn't understand what her brother was getting at, and what this had to do with weapons. But Damien explained that power now depended on weapons. Her brother told his sister that Grand Duke Langston, who dreamed of becoming emperor, and the faction that supported the current emperor, were fighting for power. The Duchy of Ludwig, being part of the imperial faction, had to pull Count Regelhoff to their side so he wouldn't defect to Langston. Layla started yelling at her brother, saying he was just wasting her time, telling her a reason for the political marriage that everyone already knew. Damien replied that this was where it got interesting, because Duke Ludwig was sure he had tamed Count Regelhoff. But that wasn't the case. The guy told his sister a story about how he once visited Count Regelhoff's estate and accidentally witnessed a father scolding his daughter. The Count was yelling at Edith, who was pitifully begging for forgiveness. Then her father said that his daughter must obtain intelligence from the young Count Everton. The Count threatened not to give her dinner for a whole week, and Damien realized that Edith Regelhoff's arrogant villainous act was just a facade. Layla was stunned by her brother's words, saying she couldn't believe Count Regelhoff would use his own daughter to spy for information. Damien Sinclair suggested his sister watch and wait, so they could expose the Regelhoff family's secret when the time was right. The sun beat down on the land as the Baron showed Miss Edith the second exit to the Grand Terrace on the 7th and final day of the castle tour. Killian Ludwig's wife praised the beauty and grandeur of the estate, which had taken a whole week just to see everything. Miss Edith's only worry was that the tour was over, and she had lost the last thing that kept her busy. To give her something to do, Baron Renat told the girl she no longer had to worry about being idle, because the Duchess had arranged a job for her. Miss Edith was very excited by this news, as she was truly fed up with boredom, loneliness, and having nothing to do. The girl happily rushed into the courtyard and asked the Baron if she was right in thinking that the Duchess's office was the third door on the left on the first floor. After the Baron confirmed everything, Miss Edith thanked the young blonde man, saying she was a quick learner and remembered everything clearly. The Baron grumbled in reply that it had better be. After all, he had spent a whole week explaining the estate structure in detail. When Miss Edith excitedly bounced into the study, her mother-in-law and Miss Eliza welcomed her with open arms. Killian's wife rushed over to Eliza, thrilled to be working together, and asked her to show her, the newcomer, the ropes. Miss Eliza's eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed, both shy and honored to be trusted as a mentor. The Duchess interrupted their chatter, saying she was glad the girls were getting along well, and Miss Edith apologized for not greeting her mother-in-law right away. Jessica Ludwig smiled warmly, then asked Miss Eliza to help her daughter-in-law get familiar with the documents. As the girls began to sort the documents, the Duchess stood up from her desk and began to pace the room, seemingly waiting for someone. The ruby-haired girl asked Eliza what was happening, and the blonde girl replied that the Duchess was waiting for the seamstress. Finally, the seamstress the Duchess had summoned from the Rule Workshop arrived, and she suggested the girls put down their work and head to the living room. Miss Edith suddenly remembered a scene like this from the novel, but she couldn't recall the details, so she would have to play it by ear. Jessica Ludwig flipped through a dress catalog, realizing that the older she got, the more she stuck to the same old styles. The Duchess had an idea and asked the girls to recommend some options from the catalog. Edith saw this as a test and began to sweat nervously. The ruby-haired girl felt it was a trap, as the outcome was already decided, and Miss Eliza would win with ease. Edith tried to calm down and pull herself together, but she knew she stood no chance, as Eliza was the novel's heroine. Moreover, the blonde girl had a huge advantage. She had lived with the Duchess for years and must now know all her fashion preferences inside and out. While Miss Edith was lost in thought, the blonde girl had already made her choice. The dress was gorgeous, and the blue color would beautifully complement her fair skin and amber eyes. The Duchess loved the dress, and the seamstress also praised Miss Eliza's taste. It turned out the dress was from a new collection, made of silk favored by the royal family. The woman turned to her daughter-in-law, wanting her to show her choice, but the girl said no one could top Miss Eliza's choice. Jessica Ludwig insisted that her son's wife point out a dress she liked, but when she saw it, she was completely shocked. The Duchess said the dress was too extravagant, with unusual colors clashing boldly. Miss Edith explained that if the Duchess wanted to try something new in her wardrobe, such a garment would be useful. Jessica Ludwig said she knew the saying that older people need more splendid clothes, but this dress was too flashy for her. Miss Edith realized her mother-in-law didn't like the dress, but in the current situation, she hadn't expected to win it all. The ruby-haired girl wanted to gradually accumulate points so that one day she could defeat the protagonist. Edith said that Mother was beautiful and elegant and would look good in it. Her mother-in-law replied that she was flattered and trusted her daughter-in-law's taste. The Duchess said she would order 2 other dresses for herself, and she also wanted to pick out a few dresses for Miss Eliza, together with her daughter-in-law. The blonde girl protested that she already had enough clothes of her own, but no one listened. The Duchess and Miss Edith curiously flipped through the catalog, thinking a floral dress would be perfect for a tea party. The daughter-in-law pointed to a pink dress, assuring her mother that it would be perfect for Eliza, with her fair skin and rosy cheeks. The seamstress chimed in, suggesting a white empire waist dress with an aquamarine brooch to complete the look. Miss Eliza kept saying she didn't need anything, but no one listened. The Duchess ordered the seamstress to write down the order for the 5 dresses they had chosen. The Duchess suggested Miss Edith look at some new clothes too, but the girl said she was already tired of picking out dresses. Then, the ruby-haired girl turned to Madame Rule and asked if she did alterations. Receiving an affirmative answer, Miss Edith ordered a maid to bring the dresses. The dresses she wanted to alter. In a flash, a mountain of dresses was piled up in front of Madame Rule, and Miss Edith explained what she wanted to do with them. She wanted to remove all the rhinestones, sequins, and other decorations, and to raise every low-cut neckline. Strolling through the castle corridors, Miss Edith stretched contentedly, feeling she had had a rather fulfilling day. She had altered her dresses, improved her relationship with Duchess Ludwig, and calling her mother would make things even better. As the ruby-haired girl approached her room, she found Killian waiting for her at the door. My husband glanced at me and said that Miss Eliza was hosting a tea party on the terrace and had invited her friends. I thought to myself, no way. In the original story, the villainous Edith wouldn't be invited to a tea party. Killian told me to follow him, presumably because Miss Eliza had asked him to escort his wife to the terrace. I walked behind my husband, thinking that even from the back, he was handsome as hell, with that narrow waist and broad shoulders to die for. When Killian suddenly turned around, all I could think was, did he catch me checking him out? The Duke's son told me to watch my mouth and not say anything stupid, because Miss Eliza was family and more important than Miss Edith. Hearing this, I admit, was piercing, and Edith Regelhoff felt a tangible pain at those words. Killian looked surprised and asked me, "Can I really hurt you? You're a person, not a snake. You actually have feelings?" Miss Edith thought, wow, the Duke's son is being so polite today. He must be teaching me how to behave at this tea party. I felt like this guy was just trying to ruin my mood and make me look like a terrible person in front of his family. Miss Edith told Killian that he couldn't provoke the girl, only hurt her and destroy the neutral ground between them. The ruby-haired girl, offended, walked towards the grand terrace alone, leaving her completely bewildered husband behind. Miss Edith found the terrace without a guide, and Miss Eliza was happy to see her, thinking her sister-in-law was very familiar with the castle. Cliff confirmed that Killian's wife had adapted perfectly to castle life, but the guy was worried she was working too hard. Cliff suggested the newlyweds go on a trip. Edith saw right through him. He was waiting for his rival to leave so he could make a move on Eliza. Killian replied that he was too busy with work, but his younger brother could go on the trip as winter was over and the lands were perfect for inspection. Cliff wasn't fazed by this suggestion, praised his rival's idea, and suggested the blonde beauty accompany him on the trip. Miss Eliza was shocked by the proposal and didn't know what to say, and the golden-eyed guy reminded her of her dream to travel. Killian told him not to make the blonde girl uncomfortable, and Cliff pointed out that if he went alone, Eliza would be uncomfortable too. Edith thought that was true, because right now the three of them looked like two brothers and a sister, and if Cliff left, there would surely be bad rumors. Cliff suggested that rumors would start to brew, saying the two of them who stayed behind were secretly hooking up. Edith was impressed by the golden-eyed man's quick reaction and thought being the protagonist had gone to his head a bit. Then Cliff asked his sister-in-law what she thought about him leaving alone and the mess between her husband, and Miss Eliza. Everyone at the table became very awkward because he had just said it so bluntly for all to hear. Miss Edith thought that bringing up such a sensitive matter during tea was simply rude and uncultured, as if the ducal family had no manners. The ruby-haired girl glanced at her terrified husband, thinking she didn't expect love, but she wouldn't sell him out. Edith told the smug Cliff that she didn't care about the situation, which annoyed Killian's aggressive brother. The Count's daughter played dumb, pretending not to understand the question, and began to explain that inspecting the territory was the job of the Duke's heir. Killian's wife said she had no right to tell the Duke's son whether to go on a trip, but Cliff tried to say that wasn't the point. The girl ignored the guy's protests and continued to ramble on, saying that taking a companion could become a real burden. Killian's young wife said that Miss Eliza wasn't even Cliff's wife, so why should she endure a long carriage ride and feel burdened? The blonde girl liked Miss Edith's answer, but a second later, her satisfied expression turned to one of concern, and she began to speak to Cliff. Miss Edith was surprised by this rapid change of emotion, but she decided she had probably misread it and just imagined it. Miss Eliza asked Cliff in a sad tone if he was going on the inspection now, but the golden-eyed guy assured her it was just his sister-in-law talking. The Count's daughter looked at the smug guy, with amber eyes and knew she was looking at her main enemy. As night fell, Killian decided to take a walk on the grand terrace, but a memory of his young wife ruined the peaceful stroll. A fragment from the tea party flashed before his eyes, when Edith had met her brother-in-law's sarcastic words about her generosity and kindness with a sweet smile. Suddenly, Eliza, who was already getting ready for bed, peeked out onto the terrace and anxiously asked the guy what was wrong. Killian replied cheerfully that everything was fine, he just wanted to get some fresh air before bed, and said he had heard about Eliza's new dresses. Eliza explained it was all thanks to her mother, that the Duchess always ordered many clothes for her, which made her feel embarrassed. The guy told her not to feel embarrassed, that his mom just expressed her love that way, and that she had always been envious of families with daughters. Killian said the blonde beauty deserved the dresses as a thank you for taking care of the Duchess and spending a lot of time with her. The Duchess had a husband and 2 sons who were raised strictly like true knights, so it was no wonder his mom sometimes felt lonely. Miss Eliza nodded in understanding, saying that in that case, her mother would be even happier if she could buy clothes for her daughter-in-law. Killian was completely stunned when he found out his wife had refused new dresses and wanted to alter her old ones from before her marriage. The guy thought to himself that he could barely recognize his wife as the arrogant Edith Regelhoff, who would never wear the same dress twice. He was wrong to think his wife hated clothing stores, because Miss Edith had picked out clothes for her mother-in-law and Miss Eliza. Killian felt his wife was a total hypocrite. Her wedding dress had been tacky and gaudy, but now she only wore modest clothes. The guy remembered that Miss Edith, formerly known as a mean and vicious girl, had barely annoyed him, and her words sounded logical and intelligent. The young husband recalled that even in bad situations, his wife had always remained polite and elegant. Killian's head throbbed just thinking about it, but Miss Eliza insisted he was very wrong and that his wife wasn't up to anything in the workshop. The blonde girl couldn't believe the guy still couldn't stand his own wife. Killian retorted that he believed Edith Regelhoff was a lying viper who was just pretending to be good for now, but that she would eventually raise her head and bare her fangs. In the morning, the maid Anna mentioned that the lady's blush and perfume were running out and suggested calling a perfumer and a cosmetics merchant. Miss Edith was taken aback, but quickly realized this was bound to happen sooner or later. Replenishing her cosmetics would cost a fortune, but luckily, she had planned ahead and kept the jewels from her altered dresses. She remembered that in her previous life, she had also saved and hidden money, but never really spent it, especially on cosmetics. In the real world, she would often hide in the restroom to apply some old lipstick, but now she realized she had been doing it all wrong. In her past life, she used makeup to hide the fact that she was unloved, but now she had been reborn in the body of a noble woman who should pamper herself. Miss Edith told the maid to call the perfumer, thinking it was time to learn how to spend money and buy herself some luxuries. Soon, the ruby-haired girl's desk was filled with fancy vials of liquids in various colors and scents. Miss Edith and her maid watched as the perfumer sniffed a test strip soaked in her Ashley Rose perfume. The perfumer assured the lady that he could easily replicate the same amount of perfume as the original bottle and quoted a price. The girl was shocked when she heard the price. She calculated that the cost of the perfume was twice her monthly food allowance. After returning home, the maid Anna noticed her mistress's horrified expression and ventured to ask the perfumer about perfumes made from other roses. He said that the Titania rose perfume was popular, but its scent was long-lasting and too strong, unsuitable for a young lady. Lady Edith imagined the perfumer as a cosmetic shop clerk who chattered on, pushing his perfumes. The perfumer continued, saying he recommended the Tess Rose or Nathaniel Rose perfumes, whose scents would be richer and deeper than Ashley. When Edith heard the price for the recommended perfume in the same size bottle, she nearly fell out of her chair. It was double the previous price. Lady Edith remained calm and said she didn't want to change her usual scent so drastically. The maid felt sorry for her mistress. Anna knew Edith deserved better, so she rejoined the conversation with the perfumer. Anna suggested mixing Edith's usual Ashley Rose perfume with the new Nathaniel Rose, as the deep notes would be harmless for a married lady. The perfumer called it a good compromise, as the cost for the same volume would be the average price of the two perfumes. Lady Edith was pleased, but still haggled, hoping for a discount. The perfumer wouldn't budge. He wanted to make a profit too. Edith explained that she didn't want people gossiping about her spending after the wedding. In return, she promised to become a regular customer. The perfumer was moved by her frugality, said the Duke was lucky to have a daughter-in-law like her, and gave her a discount. After the perfumer left, Lady Edith sighed sadly, thinking too much money was spent in this world. She had only bought perfume, blush, and a brush, but inside, a greedy little frog was already crying in agony. Edith remembered that in her previous life, she couldn't afford anything, and her hands would tremble at the thought of spending money. The noblewoman thought she still seemed pathetic now, because she had money but was still reluctant to spend it. For someone who had barely scraped by on a meager salary and was often extorted by her own brother, any expense felt like a sin. Lady Edith stretched happily, thinking that soon she would be able to spend money lavishly, as if she were a spendthrift. The girl thought that some things in the world could be enjoyed for free, and it suddenly occurred to her that she should go see the Sistine Hall. As she strolled through the Sistine Hall, it felt as if she had booked an entire art museum for herself. Lady Edith studied the exhibits of all shapes and sizes, realizing that no perfume, however expensive, could compare to this beauty. She was struck by the grandeur of the sculptures and the stunning, photorealistic details in the paintings. What caught her eye the most was a Monet painting that perfectly captured the way light reflected. She sat on the floor of the Sistine Hall, thinking how lucky she was to be able to admire these masterpieces so closely after being reborn as Lady Edith. A man's voice startled her, and she turned to see her husband, who praised her unique way of appreciating art. She said she hadn't expected to run into anyone, and Killian mumbled that he just wanted to see the art in the estate. He couldn't resist a sarcastic remark, saying her father never cared for art, so she must be shocked that such a room even existed. She didn't take the bait and simply said she was surprised, then pointed to a painting of a warrior and his horse. Lady Edith said the painting was full of emotion, that the artist had captured the cruelty of war, and the man in the painting was tired of it all. Edith continued, saying that although the warrior was brave, he didn't want people to cheer for him, because there was nothing to celebrate about war, not even victory. Killian stared at her, sizing her up, then said the painting was about his grandfather's battle in the war against the Yannick kingdom. Lady Edith apologized for not knowing the story, and Killian asked what her real purpose was, since she had never cared for art before. Edith stood up and said that a person's taste can change with age. Then Killian pressed her on whether she had a favorite artist. She said she had only recently become interested in art, but he didn't believe she didn't know a single artist. Edith began to feel he was trying to annoy her again, and said she really didn't know any, because in her home county, art wasn't considered important. As they talked, they approached a painting of a small lamb and a little boy wrapped in a sheet. When Edith moved closer to look, she noticed the child resembled Killian. He explained that he had modeled for an artist friend of his father's when he was young. She didn't even raise an eyebrow at this, and just kept staring at the painting, while Killian pressed her on why she was looking so intently. Lady Edith finally tore her gaze from the canvas, and calmly said he looked a bit small back then, which sent Killian into a rage. He began to argue frantically that only his head was in the painting and the body belonged to someone else, but she just nodded indifferently. The guy wouldn't let it go, explaining that sons of nobles don't strip for painters, but she just said coolly that she understood completely. Killian got worked up, feeling offended, and stormed out of the Sistine Hall, yelling at Edith that it was impossible to discuss art with her. The girl shrugged, thinking he was overreacting. It was just a joke, and besides, he probably had more to show for himself now, didn't he? Lady Edith strolled through the floral conservatory, enjoying nature and the splendid weather, thinking how lucky she was to be reborn in this body. The noble life was leisurely, with almost every day being sunny with a cool summer breeze, and the air was fresh and clean. She had gotten used to this other world, where you barely had to work and had plenty of free time to enjoy life. In the Duchy, you could visit the Sistine Hall and the mansion every day and enjoy gourmet food at every meal. The red-haired girl thought that she didn't get along with all the characters from the book, but there were some she regarded with warmth and respect, like the maid Anna. Baron Raynon Filch walked into the orangery carrying a pile of scrolls, and was surprised to see Lady Edith, but she explained she was just taking a walk around the estate. Every morning, the red-haired girl would thank the blonde man for telling her about all the fun places in the mansion during her tour. Lady Edith boasted that she had been to the Sistine Hall several times. then fired off questions at the Baron about whether he was enjoying the weather and when he had last eaten. Ronan Filch said he was swamped with work, but would definitely come see Lady Edith later. The girl waved goodbye, and the Baron walked away. Afterwards, Ronan paused briefly and looked anxiously at Killian's wife, thinking that nothing was supposed to happen yet. Lady Edith walked through the woods toward a spot with a clear view of the training grounds, the real reason for her daily walks. She watched her husband, thinking to herself that he was in top form today, his sweat-drenched muscles glistening in the sun. The girl thought that even though she watched the training every day, she couldn't help but admire her husband's broad shoulders and well-defined chest. Lady Edith thought, yes, Killian's attitude and all that was annoying, but there was no denying he was ridiculously handsome, much better than Cliff. That main character's build was the generic bulky type, but her husband's physique was more attractive, looking real and athletic. Edith felt it was time to stop gawking and that she had to leave if she didn't want to be late. Just then, Killian looked up and broke into a wide grin, and Edith's heart sank. Her husband had completely discovered her secret spot. The shirtless guy waved at Eliza, and Edith sighed in disappointment, realizing she didn't even know her husband could smile like that. Later, Edith was buried in paperwork, realizing she'd never thought she'd become the type of woman to be infatuated with a man. She defended herself, thinking she had never seen such a handsome man before. In her past life, Edith had been too infatuated with her husband to focus on work, and now she needed to concentrate, especially because these were documents about weapons and armor. Information about the family's armaments caught her eye, and she thought that if they were giving her such important documents, they must trust her now. Suddenly, Lady Eliza appeared and asked the red-haired girl what she was doing. The answer stunned the blonde beauty. My sister-in-law said she was organizing the data from the documents into a spreadsheet, but the blonde beauty had no idea what Edith was talking about. Then, the ruby like her realized this world had no concept of spreadsheets and began to explain, despite her surprise that they didn't know. Lady Edith told the blonde beauty that spreadsheets were great because the information was easier to understand, but Eliza was not impressed with the explanation. She said people wouldn't be able to understand anything from a spreadsheet. The Duchess noticed the girls talking and began to praise Eliza profusely for how well she was helping Edith. Eliza beamed at her mother-in-law's praise, but Edith felt the whole situation was completely unfair, as she was the one who explained the concept to Eliza, not the other way around. She felt this book world was no different from her real life in her past life, where she had also encountered colleagues who threw her under the bus at work. Immersed in those old emotions, Edith gathered her courage and spoke to her mother-in-law, asking for her opinion on the spreadsheet. Naturally, the Duchess had no idea what it was. The sister-in-law began to tell her mother-in-law about the structure of a spreadsheet, where the most important information was recorded concisely and was easy to understand. While explaining, Edith glanced at Eliza, standing alone to the side, thinking she had just messed up and thrown the blonde beauty under the bus as well. The ruby like her thought that on one hand, Lady Eliza had forced her hand, but on the other, she had promised herself to abandon the villainous role. Her mother-in-law kept thanking her daughter-in-law, praising this way of organizing important materials. The Duchess announced that from this day on, they would use this new, simple method to handle all the paperwork. The Duchess asked Edith to create charts for all the documents she was working on so that anyone could review and learn from them. His wife was surprised by the request, which meant a lot of work, but she was still happy they liked the idea. Lady Eliza just watched with sadness and resentment. A little later, Killian came in to visit his mother. The Duchess decided to show off the new grid system his wife had come up with, and Eliza decided to stay and watch. Killian looked over the paperwork with the charts, unable to believe that Edith Regelhoff had come up with this. This thing was actually good. The Duke's son praised the innovative method, saying it was clear and easy for most people to understand, but he still found a flaw. The guy explained that in this streamlined format, it would be easier to sneak secret information about the Duchy's business out of the castle. The Duchess understood his point and told her son to be a little nicer to his wife, as she couldn't choose this marriage of convenience either. The mother and son's conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Baron Renaud Filch was at the door. The blond man apologized for the intrusion, saying he didn't know the Duke's son was here and that he could come back later. The Duchess asked him to stay and showed him Edith's method for recording document data. As his mother turned her attention to the Duke's aide, Killian watched with a frown. Killian approached Eliza and asked for her opinion on his wife's work. Eliza agreed with his mother, saying she admired her sister-in-law. The girl was very smart and capable and a fast learner. She added that Killian's wife was well-educated, which helped her in her work, something Eliza couldn't boast about. Sometimes, the blonde beauty felt that she only got to work with the Duchess because she had been by her side for a long time, as Eliza didn't even have a degree. The young man thought that if even Eliza was jealous of Lady Edith, then his wife's mental abilities must be extraordinary. He recalled her insights in the Sistine Hall and grew suspicious, realizing his wife's intelligence had nothing to do with her education. The vulgar and foolish Edith Regelhoff didn't match the woman he knew, and Killian realized she was just extremely well prepared. One morning, just as dawn was breaking, Killian knocked on Lady Edith's door. She wasn't expecting him at all. Realizing she was only in her nightgown and dressing gown, Edith wished she had already gotten dressed. She began to guess what he was here for so early. Killian's wife guessed that he had either caught her watching him on his walk, or Lady Eliza was still angry about the spreadsheet incident. The red-haired girl let him in and said sarcastically, "Are you here so early because you missed me?" She secretly hoped he would say yes, but he just said he knew she was eager and wanted to get straight to the point. She thought that every time she saw her smug husband, she could barely resist making a joke because she could never be forgiven. Lady Edith knew a lecture was coming, so she tried to stall for time, mentioning how nice the weather was outside. Killian's wife mentioned that the wind was still a bit chilly, but it would probably warm up once the sun came out. He listened patiently, but when the red-haired girl reached for the window handle to get some fresh air, her husband's patience ran out. He moved behind Edith, standing close, and slammed the window shut, saying, "These are very basic protest tactics." "You know," Killian whispered in his wife's ear that he had seen right through her. The guy said that the Edith Regelhoff, famous for loving to shop for clothes, would never have left that shop empty-handed. Edith thought that she hadn't ordered anything because she wanted to shed the image of that wasteful, pretentious girl. She didn't understand how Killian could twist this into a reason to hate her, but she realized it was just the tip of the iceberg of his resentment. He told her to just say what she had to say and stop hiding things. At that moment, Edith's anger ignited like a match, and she shoved him away. She yelled that he didn't know her at all, and that his suspicions were nonsense. If she didn't like the first shop, she would have found another one and ordered dress there. Edith said emotionally that it was obvious Killian was just looking for excuses to hate her and convince himself it was her fault. She screamed that she had seen through it all at the wedding, that not a day went by that he didn't blame her to make himself feel better. She went on, saying he was acting like a coward, but it was time to realize and accept that he wasn't the only victim in this mess. The young man just stared dumbfounded at her outburst. Then he smirked and said he wasn't buying her emotional breakdown. Killian pointed out that the marriage was based entirely on blackmail and threats against the Duchy, but Edith countered that she was not personally responsible. But he said that Edith was from the Regelhoff family, so she couldn't be much different from her relatives. The girl was stunned, realizing that to everyone, both inside and outside the castle, she would always be a member of that notoriously corrupt family. Edith sadly told her husband that he didn't know her at all. Then Killian paused, calmed down a bit, and decided to leave. Before leaving, the husband told his wife that he heard his mother-in-law praising her work, so he advised Edith not to be sneaky or do anything suspicious. After the conversation, Edith crouched down, hugged her knees, and cried like a wounded child, thinking this wasn't the first time this had happened to her. Wiping away her tears, she thought that she no longer wanted to stay here for the sake of luxury. She wanted to come up with an escape plan as soon as possible. Killian returned to his room to find himself feeling nauseous and dizzy. Perhaps it was because of the rose scent that filled his wife's room. The young man tried to analyze his recent conversation with his wife, but his head was splitting and he didn't know what to think anymore. He had always seen her as the spitting image of her father, the cunning and despicable Count Regelhoff. But this morning Edith hadn't even mentioned his name. The image of Edith sadly and calmly saying he didn't know her kept replaying in Killian's mind, and the guy just couldn't figure out what she meant. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice called out to him. It was Eliza, who asked anxiously how he was feeling, saying he looked pale. Eliza placed her hand on Killian's forehead, and he caught a whiff of violets, thinking that this blonde girl was like a wildflower, vibrant and unpretentious. The blonde beauty said he didn't have a fever, and he finally realized what was making him feel sick. He had been inhaling that obnoxious rose perfume. Killian thought that Edith was just pretending to be a decent girl, but she was actually a spy and a traitor sent by Count Regelhoff. The young man put his arm around Eliza and said that he had just encountered a cunning and pathetic girl today, which was why he had started to feel unwell. The blonde beauty advised the Duke's son not to speak so harshly of Lady Edith. Later that day, the maid Anna entered her mistress's room and asked if she had any tasks, while a sad Lady Edith stood by the window, lost in memories. In her past life, when she was sad, she would buy a large Americano and wander aimlessly through the city. Lady Edith asked Anna if she could go for a walk with her, and the maid answered in the affirmative, offering to inform the Duchess. The girl stepped out of the estate with her maid for the first time, and she was terrified because she knew nothing about the area around the castle. When Anna asked where they were going and why, Lady Edith panicked a little, but she managed to say that she had never walked to the main street alone. The mistress said she was counting on her maid for help in this regard, and Anna was delighted to be of service to her lady. The maid told Lady Edith to first think about what she wanted to do, and then they could choose a direction and a place to go. Anna thought for a moment and began to rattle off a list of possible places for their walk. The maid mentioned that La Belle Marie Street had some great jewelry shops, a top-tier tailor, and a dessert cafe. Anna told her about Darcy Street, which had theaters, museums, art galleries, reputable banks, and the most famous pastry shop. The maid told the story of the Parado pastry shop, where a line formed before it even opened, with everyone eager to taste its sweets. Lady Edith praised Anna for being so knowledgeable and asked her to point out a good jeweler, as it was always good to know a reliable place. Anna rattled off 3 jewelry stores she could vouch for, and Lady Edith was surprised she knew so much. The girl thought that her maid was basically tailor-made for the author, a walking encyclopedia to explain all the little details of the world. Standing at the estate gate, Anna reminded her mistress that they hadn't decided where to go, so Edith suggested La Belle Marie Street. Lady Edith and her maid walked out of the jewelry store with a large sum of cash, earned from selling the gems they had removed while altering her clothes. Anna noted that despite being small, the gems sold for a high price and suggested they head to Darcy Street. To the bank. After leaving the bank, Lady Edith threw her hands up in excitement, shouting that she had finally finished all her errands. She had been a bit worried about how banks worked here, but opening an account was much easier than she had imagined. Lady Edith told Anna that having money outside the castle made her feel much calmer, because who knew if they would be kicked out of the duchy. She apologized for spending almost the entire outing running errands, and told her maid to pick a restaurant with good food. As Lady Edith cut into her fried fish with spicy sauce, she thought that with financial security, she could finally chase her dreams. With her future escape plan in mind, she asked Anna about the travel options for commoners without a private carriage. The maid said that such people either rented a carriage or, if they couldn't afford a passenger seat, paid for space in a train's cargo hold. Anna told her mistress that the freight wagon was like a covered wagon, super crowded and bumpy because they pack people in like sardines. The maid explained that if you caught the train at the South Gate, you could get to the local town, but affordable housing was never guaranteed. Anna mentioned that people sometimes had to live in flea-infested stables, then wiped her mouth with a tissue, finishing her delicious meal. Lady Edith guessed that Anna was a spy for the Ludwig family and would be happy to report her escape plans, so she decided to end the conversation. The girl thanked her maid for the walk and for helping with the errands, saying her mood had indeed improved. To answer her remaining questions, Lady Edith had to spend several days in the library, reading books on various topics. She wondered if she could really handle it, even after reading a pile of books about this new venture. Her thoughts were interrupted by a maid who appeared at the door and announced that the Duchess was looking for her because the jeweler had arrived. Edith was shocked to hear these words, as in the novel's plot. This meant the beginning of the chapter of Lady Edith's humiliation. So in the novel, Edith's defeat against Eliza began with the seasonal visit of the jeweler from Opalry to the estate. Almost the entire ducal family was lounging in the drawing room, with all eyes focused on the blonde beauty. Lady Eliza began to feel awkward because Lady Edith was just standing off to the side. The blonde beauty told everyone to wait a moment, looked at her ruby necklace, and suggested it would look good on Edith. But Edith was not appreciative, saying she didn't like the ruby necklace at all because it looked plain. The red-haired girl guessed that Eliza was trying to belittle her, implying that the drab piece of jewelry was just right for her. Eliza claimed she didn't mean it that way, but Edith told her not to worry, as she could always hear the sting in the arrogant girl's words. She also casually mentioned that she actually preferred the other jewelry. Eliza was in the middle of choosing when the male lead, Cliff, bought every piece of jewelry his sister had looked at, leaving only the plain necklace for Edith. Edith collapsed onto the living room sofa, thinking that today's trip to the jewelry store had to be better than this. The scene in the book was just like this. As it was written in the book, everyone in the family, except for the Duke, was chatting animatedly, mostly about jewelry, but Killian's wife didn't join in. Edith felt incredibly lonely and noticed that today was even stranger than usual. The Duchess was outright ignoring her, even though she usually appreciated Edith's advice. She glanced at her husband, remembering she hadn't wanted to come, as it had been super awkward being around him since that incident. As Miss Eliza was declining, Killian was about to buy her another ridiculously expensive piece of jewelry, but then he pointed to a ruby necklace and called out to Edith. The girl with ruby-colored hair stared at the necklace, stunned by its beauty. Eliza told Edith to try it on. She reached for it, but another hand pushed hers aside. Edith looked up to see Killian, who was about to take the necklace himself. He grabbed the necklace and told his wife to turn around. Killian's face was full of reluctance, as if he were forcing himself to play the gentleman. Edith was very confused by his sudden attentiveness, but soon figured it was probably because his mother was present. Everyone looked at Edith in awe, so she decided to play along. She pretended to be a doting wife and asked Killian what he thought of the necklace. He was caught off guard by her sudden gentleness and said it looked decent and told the jeweler to ring it up. Lady Edith smiled, a genuine smile. It was the first gift from her husband. She jokingly thought about how much money she could get for selling the gem. The gift made Killian a good husband, so agreeing with envy, Cliff promised to buy all the other jewelry for his sister. The Duchess retorted that her son wouldn't leave anything for his sister-in-law, but the girl said one necklace was enough. Lady Edith had a sudden realization that even if she were cornered, she would never sell the necklace her husband gave her. That evening, the girls sat by the fireplace, sorting through the mail, tossing invitations into the fire, and wondering if the old Edith would have attended parties. Among the various letters, Edith found an envelope with a Regelhoff family crest. She immediately picked up the letter and decided to read it carefully. Edith read her father's letter word for word, but its contents sent a great shock through her. Count Regelhoff wrote that a long time had passed. The girl had gotten used to life in the ducal household, and it was time for her to do her part. In the letter, her father said he had heard his daughter was handling the duchy's documents with her mother-in-law. The Count wrote that he was very interested in information about the Ludwig family's armor and weapons, and that Edith was obligated to steal it or pass it on in summary form. She thought that if the Count knew she had access to the documents, then the Regelhoffs must have a spy among the castle's servants. The letter infuriated her, so she decided to write back and counterattack, saying she had been in the duchy long enough to know how wonderful it was. Edith wrote that anyone who dared to destabilize the duchy had better be prepared to lose their entire family. In the letter, she tried to explain to her father that noble titles were entirely at the emperor's discretion and that he shouldn't hate the Ludwig family. She pointed out that the emperor and the princess were in a good position, their power was secure, and the Grand Duke of Leonstein had no chance of ascending the throne. Edith concluded by advising her father to abandon his treasonous thoughts, start cooperating with Duke Ludwig, and acknowledge his patronage. Killian's wife finished the letter and breathed a sigh of relief, having finally gotten everything off her chest. Edith felt the proverb out of the frying pan and into the fire perfectly summed up her current situation. She knew Count Regelhoff probably wouldn't give up his ambitions, but she felt it was no longer her problem. As a married woman, Edith was satisfied with what she had done, but she had no idea that Duke Ludwig was about to tell her she had shamed her father and disgraced her family's honor. A few days later, Edith was in the Duke's study, being questioned about whether she had leaked Ludwig family documents. She denied it, so Duke Ludwig demanded she swear on her father's honor to prove she was telling the truth. Lady Edith fearlessly swore on Count Regelhoff's honor, and then on her own honor and life. The Duke's sons and his assistant, Renat Filch, were at the desk. Renat told the Duke's daughter-in-law that she had just shamed her father and disgraced her family's honor. Edith asked in confusion what he was talking about. The Duke then had Baron Renat show her some documents. She understood that it was the Baron who had handed over the documents she had been working on. The Duke confirmed this, saying the documents were worthless. The Duke said he had Rhinon prepare the documents and give them to Edith, and shortly after, Count Regelhoff sold the items described in them. The Count's actions confirmed the leak and Edith's guilt. Baron Renal looked at her, his eyes filled with fear and concern. With a serious expression, Edith declared she didn't understand the accusation. She was just doing her job and hadn't given anything to anyone. Cliff watched his brother's wife's reaction with schadenfreude, while his father said sternly that he was surprised she was trying so desperately to prove her innocence. Edith didn't stop fighting for justice, asking the expressionless Duke if she was the only one who had seen the documents. The Duke's secretary had seen them, the servant who cleaned the office had seen them, and eventually the Duchess and Miss Eliza had also helped organize them. Then, the Duke addressed his daughter-in-law as Edith Regelhoff and asked how she dared to accuse members of the Ludwig family. The words stung her. She realized this was how it developed in the original story. After the wedding, the main villain was addressed by her maiden name, not Ludwig. Edith lost her composure and shouted, asking what Miss Eliza's last name was, but the Duke sternly told her to watch her words. The red-haired girl sharply repeated her question, demanding to know if the Duchess and Miss Eliza were also involved in the information leak. From a moment she started handling the documents, Edith knew she would be the one to blame if anything suspicious happened. To prove her innocence completely, Edith mentioned the forged documents and said the Ludwig family had never trusted her anyway. The girl figured it out. It was a trap. They had given her the job specifically, but never intended to give her any truly important documents. The Duke wanted to provoke Count Regelhoff and decided to use his daughter-in-law, setting up a situation to lure him into treason. The Duke and Edith's husband were impressed by her quick thinking, but she just wanted to figure out once and for all who had leaked the data. She couldn't understand how the information had fallen into Count Regelhoff's hands, as she had already told him she wouldn't be his accomplice. Edith felt that Renat had set her up, which was bad, but he wasn't evil enough to leak data to a rival. It was also impossible for Miss Eliza to have passed the information to an outsider. Edith concluded that Count Regelhoff had spies in the castle, and they were the ones who stole the information. The Count's daughter couldn't figure out why they needed a sham marriage then. In the original novel, the villainous Edith did leak Ludwig family documents, and a steady stream of information flowed to Count Regelhoff. But in the book's plot, the Ludwig family fed the Count false information, so they easily and harmlessly played him for a fool. In the novel, the character of Edith had a probation period, but she violated the rules, was exposed and severely punished, becoming an outcast from then on. The Count's daughter realized that no matter how hard she tried to correct the villainess's mistakes and change the course of key events, the book's story was still repeating itself. Edith regretfully realized she couldn't change the novel's direction, and now she would hit rock bottom until she finally died at her husband's hands. Tears streamed from her eyes, but she tried to pull herself together in front of Duke Ludwig and the young lords, reminding them of the oath she had sworn on her honor and her life. The Duke's daughter-in-law calmly requested that if the Duke was so sure of her guilt, he should cut her throat. Killian hated that she said that. Even Cliff leaned toward his father and asked him to conduct another investigation first. But the Duke didn't even blink. The man with golden eyes suggested locking her up first, but the Duke just gave her a probation period. Hearing about the probation period, she fell into complete despair, thinking it was all exactly like the novel. The Duke was about to have the Baron escorted to her room, but Killian intervened, grabbing his wife's hand and dragging her out of the study. Edith tried to resist and stop him, but he just snarled at her to keep up. Everyone present watched it all happen, shocked that a husband could harbor so much hatred for his wife simply because she was suspected of treason. Killian dragged her into the hallway and asked sharply if she was insane to ask the Duke to execute her like that. The Duke's son told his wife that his father's wartime nickname was the Headsman, and that he had sent troops and prisoners to their deaths without hesitation. Killian's wife was surprised he was so worked up about her asking to have her throat cut, but Killian said he just wanted justice. The husband said that justice must be served. If Edith was guilty, she deserved to be punished, but if she was innocent, she would be fine. Edith pointed out that the ducal family had never trusted their daughter-in-law, so she had no reason to believe in their so-called high morals. She sneered that everyone in this family already saw her as a criminal, then walked back to her room with the swagger of a master. Edith leaned against the table and explained that her life or death depended on the Duke. He had provided the forged documents and said her father had used them. The girl looked at her confused husband and told him that if the Ludwig family conducted an investigation, she would be finished. The Count's daughter sighed and said sadly that all she could do now was sit here like a good girl and await her sentence. Killian swore on his honor, promising a fair investigation without bias or discrimination. Her husband explained that he would make sure the evidence against her wasn't the whole story. The young lord promised to keep Edith informed as the investigation progressed, updating her with any important information. Flattered by her husband's words, she thanked him, then gave a sly smile and asked a pointed question that caught him off guard. Edith reminded Killian of his promise to remain objective and then asked him how he would handle it if Eliza were also a suspect. The next day, a line of Her Highness's royal guards stood at attention in the square near the Imperial Palace, waiting for a carriage. Baron Filch and Cliff stepped out of the carriage, and as Cliff gallantly helped Miss Eliza down, a voice suddenly called out to the blonde. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the cobblestones as a girl with short hair and a tight-fitting suit approached. It was Princess Catherine Iberia. She exclaimed excitedly how much she had missed the blonde beauty, how happy she was to see her, and said that she became fun and friendly when she was with her. Her Highness Princess Catherine was the current emperor's sister and his only blood relative. Princess Catherine had staunchly refused to wear dresses, and even at formal events, she appeared in breeches. Her Highness was the only noble in the empire with short hair, and her behavior was just as shocking. She was the most selfish and spoiled princess in the empire's history. The servants had nicknamed Her Highness the Palace Terrorist. When all three guests had disembarked and greeted Her Highness, she protested that they should just call her by her name. Her Highness leaned close to the blonde bombshell and asked if her feelings had faded during their time apart. Cliff told the princess to stop embarrassing Eliza, at which point Catherine realized how casually her ex now spoke to her. Catherine told the guests not to worry. She was just joking, but the Duke's son said it was hard to tell if she was joking or insulting people. As the princess and her guests walked into the castle, the girl asked where Killian was and why he hadn't come along. Miss Eliza explained that her brother was married and so couldn't leave his wife. Cliff interjected that their marriage was hardly a marriage at all. The young lord sneered that it would be more accurate to call it a political union with the county of Regelhoff. The princess asked her guests if they had come just to speak ill of the Regelhoffs and the Langstons. Cliff confirmed her suspicions and said that things were proceeding smoothly because Edith Regelhoff was dumber than he had expected. Catherine rolled her eyes impatiently, and Cliff grinned as he knew the princess couldn't stand political talk. Catherine pulled Miss Eliza away from the young lord's company, saying she had plans to spend time with the blonde. Just then, the imperial secretary entered the hall and announced that the emperor was available and ready to receive his guests. The princess said it was perfect timing for Cliff to discuss political news with him. She said her goodbyes and asked him to send her regards to the Duke and Duchess. The young lord watched Catherine lead Eliza away, promising to show her the horses in the stables, and remembered what had happened yesterday. Cliff ran into his brother in the hallway and asked if everything was all right, but Killian just snapped at him to get lost, saying he had a splitting headache. Cliff asked if Killian wanted to go to the Imperial Palace with him if he was in a bad mood, which really annoyed his brother. Killian screamed and lunged at his brother, demanding to know why he was going now, saying it was too early to report the investigation to the emperor. The young man with golden eyes replied that their father had sent him. He tried to argue that the investigation wasn't over, but then shut his mouth. A little girl was crying softly in her hospital bed when a quiet, childish voice suddenly asked if it hurt. She sat up and saw her roommate, EDA, by the bed, and the crying girl guessed her whimpering had woken her up. EDA said it was okay because she cried off in two, then asked if the girl was crying because she was about to die. The little girl confirmed her roommate's guess, saying she should have killed herself a long time ago because she caused too much trouble. She explained that her parents were suffering because of her illness, and her brother was constantly fighting with them because of it. It turned out the brother was a potential bone marrow donor, but he was afraid of the surgery and refused to help his sister. He actually wished she would die sooner. The little girl concluded that she would rather die immediately to save her family the trouble. Ada sat back, propping herself up on her wrists, looking more relaxed. Ada smiled and replied that life doesn't always go as you wish, and said she was jealous that her roommate had a relative who was a bone marrow match. EDA decided to share her own dream and explained that the thing she wanted most was to live to be 20. The roommate described her dream in detail, saying that at 20, she would tie her long hair into a ponytail and wear makeup. Ada imagined a beautiful 20-year-old girl walking outside, strolling through crowds, and watching their lives unfold. The roommate admitted she wasn't afraid of any hardship now. She could handle anything as long as she had the chance to do all those things. The little girl looked at her in awe. Now, whenever she faced difficulties, that scene would replay in her mind. Edith woke up in tears, scared out of her wits, and began to think about the true value of life. Ed had been afraid of dying in the hospital. After all, the red-haired Edith remembered that Ed had disappeared from the hospital as soon as she got the bone marrow, without even saying goodbye. That whole incident taught Edith a lesson she would never forget. As long as she was alive, she could handle anything and get through any hardship. Later that day, she realized that changing her perspective brought a whole new feeling to her life. Even the probation period was no big deal. Edith thought happily that the probation was supposed to be a punishment, but for an introvert, being confined to her room was like a gift from heaven. The Count's daughter was planning to use this time alone to focus on herself and her hobbies, but her husband's appearance ruined everything. Killian wanted to have lunch together, but said nothing at the table. Edith thought he just didn't want to talk in front of the maids. Killian's wife realized she was wrong, because even when the servants left the room, leaving the couple alone, the guy still said nothing. The girl spoke first, asking the young man the reason for his unexpected visit. Killian mumbled that he didn't have time to talk and continued to chew in silence, dipping his biscuit in his soup. Edith was angered by this response, told the Lord to hurry up and say it, and began to wonder what on earth she liked about her husband. The girl couldn't stand her husband's coldness and arrogance, but he was oblivious to how complicated he was. Lady Edith thought Killian probably believed he was a heartthrob with a great body and a handsome face, so he thought he could be forgiven for anything. She flashed back to reading a forum post about marrying someone for their looks, and then felt ashamed for having such a thought. Edith remembered them discussing how long such a marriage could last, because arguments would stop as soon as the wife looked at her husband's face. Killian's wife decided to push those thoughts aside and start eating, as the food looked too delicious. She happily gobbled up everything on her plate, while the young lord just stared at her. Her husband said the investigation was now focused on finding the source of the information leak, and noted that Eliza was also a suspect. His wife feigned interest and continued to stuff food into her mouth without stopping. The guy was surprised she didn't choke. He turned back to Edith and told her not to worry, because Miss Eliza wasn't the only one they were investigating. The girl looked confused, smiled, and said she wasn't worried at all because she knew she was innocent. Edith said the soup was excellent, but unfortunately, she had finished it all. There was still bread, though, so Killian pushed his bowl of soup toward her. The young lord said it was an extra portion made especially for her, and wished her a pleasant meal. After lunch, the girl returned to her room, lay on her bed, and contemplated the emptiness she felt at that moment. In her previous life, she had many hobbies, like reading web novels or doing origami, so Edith could spend her free time on things she enjoyed. The girl sadly realized that none of those things existed in this novel world. She asked her maid, Anna, what ladies did on days like this. Anna said embroidery and painting were common hobbies for ladies here, adding that the more active nobles enjoyed horseback riding. Lady Edith imagined herself embroidering and thought there was no way she could be good with a needle and thread. The girl remembered being in the art club in her past life, where she drew a puppy that the teacher mistook for an elephant. Edith decided that taking up painting again was a bad idea and thought about horseback riding, but realized she was afraid of horses. Killian's wife smiled shyly and asked Anna to rack her brain for some other leisure activities. The maid remembered that embroidering dresses and dressing wooden dolls were currently in fashion. It was a popular hobby among noble children, and parents invested heavily in it because it helped develop sewing skills. Edith thought it was just like how children in the real world were obsessed with dressing up Barbie dolls. She could never afford one when she was a child. Anna told her that the wooden dolls were either made by parents or bought from artisan shops that carved them. Edith was curious about the price of the dolls, so she took out her wallet and gave Anna enough money to buy a doll, fabric, and a sewing kit. The red-haired girl handed the bills to Anna and told her to keep the change after her purchases. as an extra bonus. The maid was surprised by this kind gesture, saying she didn't need a reward and that it was her job to serve the lady. Edith realized that the maid Anna and Baron Renat were the only two people who were nice to her, even when there was nothing in it for them. The lady insisted that Anna take the money, explaining that it wasn't enough to be considered a bribe and thus offend the maid's pride. Lady Edith told the maid to accept it as a gift of thanks and not to refuse, or the lady would be upset. Edith spent the whole evening engrossed in her new hobby. It started out well enough, but she could never quite get the hang of sewing clothes for the doll. While waiting for the maid during the day, she had imagined herself sewing relaxedly, but it turned out to be much harder than she thought. As usual, Anna had prepared everything diligently. She had shopped for a long time, then went to a tailor's shop and ordered patterns in several different styles. The dolls were bought in a set, with both male and female figures. The maid said to just ask if she needed anything else. The red-haired girl noticed the maid was being nicer to her, but she still looked sad. Sewing the dress was harder than she had imagined, but Lady Edith told herself it was just a hobby and didn't have to be perfect. Edith thought that was the point of a hobby, for people to waste time and money for fun and relaxation. The girl wondered how, in her past life, she had never considered taking a break without worrying about wasting time and justifying the expense. Edith looked at the dolls, thinking it was as if she had been reborn into someone else's perfect world and was only now truly beginning to live. She examined her work, feeling that while the exterior looked fine, the inside was a complete mess. Edith decided to kiss the dolls to celebrate the successful completion of her day's lesson, then began to think about what to do next. She placed the dolls on the table, sizing them up, and thought that while she was still in the mood, she might as well try embroidery. Suddenly, the door was thrown open, and Killian burst in, shouting that a document in Edith's handwriting had been discovered during the investigation. Meanwhile, at Sinclair Castle, a brother and sister were chatting about the latest gossip over tea. Layla sneered at the news that Edith Regelhoff had been placed under a travel ban after her marriage. Damien asked his sister if she had heard the rumor about the new bride stealing the Duke's documents. He guessed that Edith must be in a hurry, as her father was planning to attack the Duchy within a year. Damien told his sister he had suspected the Count's daughter from the start, for her to dare steal intelligence while under surveillance. Layla grew nervous at the thought of the Count possibly obtaining classified intelligence. But Damien comforted her, saying the Duke wouldn't give his new daughter-in-law anything of value. My brother thinks Edith received a fake document filled with false information, and that Count Regelhoff is walking right into a trap. Damien expressed his concern that Killian's acts of concern for his young wife were completely out of character. Layla sneered, suggesting her brother tell the Duke that his surveilled daughter-in-law was merely a pawn in their game. Damien was impressed by his sister's cunning, but warned her not to try to use the intelligence to bankrupt the Duke or get involved herself. The man said his biggest worry was Miss Eliza, as Killian's marriage had greatly increased the likelihood of a match between Eliza and Cliff. Layla flared up at this, shouting that some nobody shouldn't dream of stealing the heart of the Duke's son. Her brother said it was too late, that Cliff was already captivated, and if the situation worsened, he would call off his engagement to Layla. This caught her off guard, so she proposed using Edith Regelhoff, because Miss Eliza had to be eliminated. Damien asked her to explain, and Layla said that if a wife were to discover her husband's affair, she would surely fly into a rage. With that blonde, Layla giggled, saying they only needed to give Edith Regelhoff a little push, and she would go deal with Miss Eliza herself. Meanwhile, in Duke Ludwig's castle, an enraged Killian burst into Miss Edith's room, startling her. He told her they had found a document in her handwriting and that the Duke was now summoning her for questioning. Edith didn't even bat an eye, simply saying she had guessed the ducal house wanted to frame her. Killian flew into a rage upon hearing her say the Duke's investigation was unjust and sought to pin the blame on an innocent person. The girl was calm, partly because she remembered from the book that the Duke had forgiven his daughter-in-law, even though she had indeed stolen something. Her husband couldn't understand her calm demeanor and sorrowfully concluded she had gone mad. Edith didn't understand why Killian was so furious. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and Baron Renat entered Edith's room to announce that Duke Ludwig was waiting for her. Looking at the grave face of the Duke's private secretary, Miss Edith knew he also believed her to be guilty. As she walked to the door, Miss Edith told her husband to relax, as she suspected deep down that he was happy that evidence had been found. The Duke's interrogation began, and he showed Miss Edith a list from an arms dealer that they had obtained from Count Regelhoff. The Duke asserted that the list was in Edith's handwriting, but she knew with a single glance that it was a forgery. In front of his two sons, the Duke stated that this was the Count's fault and that he saw no reason to blame his daughter-in-law. Edith cried out that it wasn't a matter of punishment, but that her honor was at stake, and she demanded that the evidence be compared with documents she had filled out in her own hand. She pointed out that she would never create such a clumsy table and that the document was forged by someone who didn't understand formatting. The Duke implied that Edith had done a poor job on purpose, but she countered that if she had known she would be exposed, she would have used a different handwriting. Edith stared at the document again, saying there were subtle differences between the forged handwriting and her real handwriting. The daughter-in-law suggested comparing the table with her personal diary, so the Duke ordered Baron Renat to go and retrieve it. Edith looked at the document, pondering who would frame her and why, and then realized an obvious reason. They were pushing her toward the plot of the original story. The Duke and his sons carefully studied the document and her diary, noticing that several letters were written differently. Duke Ludwig reviewed the document again, admitting that it was indeed a careful forgery. Edith told her father-in-law very seriously that he had to find the mole who had leaked intelligence to Count Regelhoff. There was a knock on the office door, and Miss Eliza entered. Cliff was very surprised by the blonde's arrival. The Duke told everyone not to be surprised, as he was the one who had asked Miss Eliza to come, and then told her she had arrived at just the right moment. The questioning began, and the Duke reminded her that she had been working with his wife for 4 years, but they had only recently started using spreadsheets. Eliza nodded eagerly, saying the Duchess was very pleased that Edith had taught them to use spreadsheets to organize information. Miss Eliza confirmed everything he said, and then the Duke asked who else knew of this method. Eliza pointed to Killian and Cliff, saying they probably had a general understanding of spreadsheets. The Duke deduced that, at best, only the family and Miss Edith would be using this new technique for organizing information. Eliza added that she didn't understand the method. Edith was surprised, as she clearly remembered the blonde girl learning it perfectly well. Miss Eliza then asked the Duke why he was questioning her, but he told her to mind her own business and leave. After Eliza left, the Duke looked suspiciously at his daughter-in-law, saying that things were becoming clearer and that all signs were once again pointing to Edith. Edith was stunned by this turn of events. She had presented more than enough proof of her innocence, yet the Duke still didn't believe her. The girl was at a loss, not knowing what to do next. She thought to herself that the kind and just Edith would have at least presented some kind of proof. Miss Edith just stood there, thinking how Eliza was believed on her word alone, without presenting any written evidence. Just then, Miss Edith noticed her private diary was missing, but then she saw Killian nearby, completely engrossed in reading it. Miss Edith rushed toward her husband, snatched the diary back, and said such rude behavior was not like him at all. Suddenly, the Duke changed his tune, saying there was no reason to accuse his daughter-in-law. He decided to forget the whole incident and call off the surveillance on her. The red-haired girl stormed out of the study, with Killian following close behind, trying to explain that he simply couldn't trust her. Edith shot back sharply that she wasn't surprised in the least, as it had always been this way, all because she was from the Regelhoff family. Her husband replied not to take it personally, but her bad reputation was too widespread among the people. Heartbroken, Miss Edith snapped that she was tired of having to prove to her husband that she had changed and was not involved in the Count's schemes. Killian told his wife to recall her past glorious deeds, and scenes of her misdeeds flashed before her eyes. Edith remembered crashing the parties and banquets of families on good terms with the ducal house and seducing the men of those families. She had even meddled in the lives of the children of those families on several occasions, ruining their arranged marriages. Edith lowered her head, realizing what a terrible person she had been in the past. Killian offered to escort his wife back to her room. She refused. Killian was standing in the hallway outside his wife's door when a light-haired beauty appeared. In a sweet voice, Eliza asked the young master what was wrong. He explained that the Duke suspected his daughter-in-law of stealing documents. Miss Edith stood by the door, eavesdropping on the conversation in the hallway. She heard how shocked Eliza was that Edith was under suspicion, and the blonde girl didn't believe the accusation. The man said there was some rather conclusive evidence. Edith's heart broke at her husband's words. The red-haired girl decided to move away from the door and stop eavesdropping, as she already knew her husband suspected her. Miss Eliza worried that her testimony during the interrogation might have hurt Edith and said she wanted to clarify her statement to the Duke. Killian stopped the blonde beauty, telling her the case was closed and that his father was inclined to forget the matter and forgive Edith. The young master strode down the hall, his mind flashing back to the contents of his wife's diary, about how she admired her husband's beauty. After reading the diary, he concluded that Edith's intentions were pure. The man poured his anger into every step because she had been unjustly accused. A grim-faced Killian found Cliff engrossed in Edith's diary and roughly and firmly called him to the training grounds. The next morning, the red-haired girl hesitantly knocked on Duchess Jessica's door. When her mother-in-law allowed her to enter, she gave her a warm smile and expressed sympathy for the pain Edith had endured. The Duchess said that mental suffering is far heavier than physical. Edith assumed her mother-in-law also believed she was involved in the document theft. Her mother-in-law approached her, took her hands, and in a gentle tone, assured the girl that she believed her completely. Edith was surprised by the Duchess's kindness, who continued, saying she had seen her daughter-in-law's efforts to adapt to life in the castle in her new work. The mother-in-law said she fully understood the girl's situation, as she herself had gone through some terrible things. When she got married, the lady stated firmly that she didn't know who had played such a dirty trick to frame the girl, but the Duchess believed she was innocent. Miss Edith was so moved by her mother-in-law's words that she burst into tears. She tried to say something through her sobs, but everything went black. A servant ran to the training grounds, shouting to Cliff and Killian that Miss Edith had fainted in the Duchess's study. The young master stopped his training. Cliff walked over to the servant and said that his sister-in-law had been talking with their mother, so a doctor would be there soon. At that moment, Killian rushed past them in a hastily thrown-on shirt. His brother's face showed surprise at such a strong reaction. In the Duchess's study, the doctor asked if the patient had recently experienced any stress and said she had been given medicine. The doctor explained that Edith would feel fine when she woke up and could go about her daily routine, but she must not overexert herself. Killian looked at his wife's tear-stained face and realized the girl had been very worried during the interrogation, but just hadn't shown it. The young master couldn't understand how the arrogant Edith Regelhoff, he knew, could have cried to the point of fainting. The man asked his mother what she and his wife had talked about, and she said that Edith had sworn she didn't forge any documents. Killian said that Miss Edith had said the same thing yesterday, and his mother added that she had told the girl she believed in her innocence. The Duchess's son was shocked to hear this, and the lady explained that Edith had burst into tears because she had said she believed she hadn't stolen anything. The mother said her daughter-in-law had tried to thank her, but then fainted, and the mother-in-law guessed that no one had ever believed the girl before. The young master remembered his own doubts and distrust of his wife, despite her repeated attempts to prove her innocence. The thought of it all gave the man a headache, and the Duchess grew concerned, offering to call the doctor. Killian refused, saying he just needed a rest, but as he was about to leave, he ran into Miss Eliza. The blonde beauty explained she had come because she heard about Miss Edith's accident. The girl stopped mid-sentence when she saw Killian's pale face and reached out to touch him, and he smelled her familiar, pleasant perfume. Suddenly, the young master grabbed Eliza's hand, broke free from her, and said he needed to go rest immediately. Unconscious, Edith's mind flashed back to the consciousness of the dark-haired woman. She couldn't figure out what was happening, and everything was dark. For a second, the girl thought she was dead, but then she remembered she had just been crying before she passed out. A huge green sign appeared before her, stating that Edith could not reveal any secrets until she completed the third stage. The dark-haired woman didn't know what the third stage meant, but suddenly a gust of wind engulfed and swept her up. She woke up in a lady's body, with a worried-looking maid, Anna, sitting by her bed, overjoyed at her awakening. Anna told her she had been asleep for 3 days. Miss Edith guessed she had been unconscious for so long because she had tried to say something to her mother. The lady tried to tell the maid what she wanted to say to the Duchess, but she coughed from a sore throat and asked for water. Edith wanted to ask the maid about Killian, but changed her mind and got lost in her own thoughts. She remembered that when she first jumped into this new body, she thought she would become the main villain of a novel. The girl decided to be polite, gentle, and considerate to avoid a fatal destiny, and tried to befriend the main characters. Edith had been playing this game, trying to make Killian fall in love with her, but those hopes were dashed. The red-haired girl gave up on making her husband fall in love with her and returned to a quiet life, immersed in money. Edith was frustrated to find that no matter how hard she tried to change things, scenes from the original story kept playing out. She realized that some unseen force was arranging events in a specific way. Edith understood that she had been dead wrong from the start if she thought she could rewrite the story. She wasn't even the main character of this love story. Miss Edith was just a minor character destined for a tragic end. Her own husband would be the one to slit her throat. Edith woke up with a start in the middle of the night, shivering at the thought of her limited time. Remembering that an important episode began today, she dragged herself to Killian's bedroom to kiss him while he slept. As she stood by her husband's bed, she wondered why he thought so badly of her. Perhaps he thought she was a villain. Edith knew that the young master secretly resented his wife, believing she was complicit in their arranged marriage. More than once, the girl had noticed that the man couldn't hide his disgust, even when he was trying to be polite to his wife. Edith gazed at Killian's peaceful, handsome even in sleep face and realized she had fallen in love with a character from a book. The red-haired girl leaned over her sleeping husband, thinking that after what she was about to do, his contempt would be well-deserved. Miss Edith knew she was doing something crazy, but it was easier to accept her fate now. She expected to see shock and hatred in her husband's eyes when he woke up, but the man opened his eyes and grabbed her hand. He looked in her eyes, smiled, and said that Edith was so excited she couldn't pretend anymore. The young master threw her onto the bed, called her a liar, and told her to try and seduce him. As Killian began to unbutton his shirt, Edith stopped him, asking if he was sure he wanted to do this with her. The young master froze, thinking that Edith could never replace Eliza in his heart. He didn't feel that way about his wife. Soon, Killian moved closer to Edith again, whispering that she shouldn't ask such questions, especially after slipping into his room so confidently. Their lips locked in a kiss, and he then challenged her to touch the body she had been secretly lusting after. Edith flashed back to the scene of him reading her diary, knowing everything about her peeking at the training grounds. She tried to explain that he had completely misunderstood, but Killian pulled her closer, and her fingers brushed against his bare chest. He asked if she liked what was happening, then nuzzled her neck and planted a kiss there. Miss Edith's face burned, and she wondered if she had finally gone mad, imagining his hand on her thigh. Waking up in Killian's room the next morning, she realized their night together wasn't a crazy dream, but real. Seeing her awake, he approached, swept her up in his arms, and carried her to a bath filled with flower petals. Edith protested that she could walk on her own, but he wanted to pamper her and reminded her of the morning after their wedding night. He gazed lovingly at his wife in the tub, while a flustered Edith couldn't figure out why Killian had changed so much. Sitting in the warm water, she recalled his angry, resentful face from the night before, so he must be regretting it. The young master's innocence and first kiss were supposed to belong to Miss Eliza, not be taken by a moment of temptation. Even in the original novel, Edith had never succeeded in seducing Killian, so now she racked her brain, trying to figure out what made him do it. She guessed her husband acted out of pity, or because Eliza had clearly shifted her attention to Cliff. Her thoughts were interrupted by the man, who apologized for making her move around so much after her recovery and suggested she rest for a few days. Edith listened to his gentle voice, unable to believe this was happening, considering that from the first day of their marriage, he had been nothing but mean and cold. The next day, her head felt like it was about to explode with thoughts of Killian, so she decided to think things through calmly. After her night with the young master, Edith had a strange dream where she was trapped in darkness again, and a sign appeared before her. It said that the special condition for the first stage was complete, which she realized meant the author's authority had been reduced. She was curious about what the special pleasure was, and an explanation immediately appeared on the sign. The special challenge was to follow the actions of the character in the novel, and she concluded that the system knew her soul had crossed over into Edith. The dark-haired woman guessed the system thought she would try to fix her character's mistakes, like other Ice Sky protagonists. Edith realized that to outsmart the system, she had to do the opposite of what it expected. The red-haired girl wondered who was controlling the events in the book, setting limits and constraints for the characters. The system flashed a message saying the author's authority was reduced, but not by how much or even what authority it was. Now that the novel was finished, Miss Edith thought there was too little information to explain it all. She didn't understand who the author was or what they had done. One thing she was sure of, the novel's events could be changed, and last night proved it. Miss Edith decided it wasn't time to give up yet and planned to observe Killian's choices. In the next episode. The next day, Miss Edith visited the Duchess's study, much to her mother-in-law's delight. She asked how Edith was feeling. Edith said she was fine and apologized for causing concern by fainting. The Duchess said the Duke was the one who was most worried. Duke Ludwig felt he had been too hard on his daughter-in-law during the interrogation, his tone too harsh. The mother-in-law said not to take it to heart, that he had spent a long time on the battlefield, which was why he was so gruff. The Duchess suggested we sit down and talk. She guessed you might not want to handle paperwork anymore. Edith thought to herself that would be great if I were actually involved in the theft. She happily pointed out that she had been cleared and requested to return to her post. Edith suggested that the person who framed her might strike again and requested to work under someone's supervision. The mother-in-law remembered that Baron Renat Filch was looking for an assistant. The Duke's secretary was a trusted man of the Ludwig family. Edith didn't like the idea. She flashed back to when she discovered the Baron had given her fake documents. You can forgive the Baron. He was just following the Duke's orders. Besides, both Renat and Anna had treated her fairly. Miss Edith smiled and agreed to become Renat's assistant, secretly hoping he hadn't lost faith in her. Edith left the Duchess's office with a look of terror, recalling the expression on the Baron's face during the interrogation. The girl walked into the Duke's private assistant's office and flusteredly told him she would be working under him from now on. Miss Edith asked the Baron where she should start, and he handed her a whole box of receipts that had piled up for 3 years and told her to organize them. She asked why the receipts were so dirty, and Renat replied that the previous assistant had spilled them all over the floor when he rushed out. The Baron said that assistant was punished for treating the Duke's documents that way. Then Renat turned his attention to Edith. He announced that he wouldn't go easy on her or be polite just because of her title, and that he would make her regret her decision to work with him. The red-haired girl got to work, finding the Duke's secretary's office to be incredibly quiet. The only sounds were the scratching of ink pens and the rustling of paper. Edith didn't notice that the last rays of sunlight had already shone in. The red-haired girl was so engrossed in her work that Baron Renat approached and announced the workday was over. Edith regretfully asked to work overtime, but her supervisor said she had done enough for the day. The girl marked where she had finished organizing, and the Duke's secretary praised her for the work she had done. Edith said that the Baron had proven himself a great leader today as well, which reminded her of her boss from her previous life, who believed that dark-haired people were less productive than their colleagues because they were less sociable, so Edith couldn't be more grateful to the Baron. The girl made only 2 requests of Renat, to remain competent and honest. Then, she bade farewell to her new boss. After Lady Edith left, Baron Renat Filch stood motionless in his office, lost in thought. After a while, the Duke's secretary appeared in Cliff's room. The young master apologized for calling him away from his work and summoning the Baron. It turned out the fellow was hosting a small dinner party in his room and had invited Killian and Lady Eliza. The young master said he had heard that Edith had started working under the Baron's guidance and wanted to know if she was a good assistant. Killian was surprised that his wife, after all she had been through, was willing to help the Duke and Duchess with their affairs. Cliff said he heard the girl had volunteered for the job and wanted to know if the Baron had noticed anything strange about the assistant's work. He was expecting an answer from his father's secretary, but the Baron said he hadn't observed Lady Edith's work long enough to notice anything unusual. The Baron kept complaining that the conditions in the secretary's office were not befitting of a noble lady. The Duke's secretary said that despite this, the lady did not complain and worked very hard. Renat said he had been observing Edith and found her to be sharp-minded, focused, and diligently meticulous. Killian was shocked by the Duke's secretary's confident answer, as he heaped praise on the new employee. Cliff told the Baron to keep a close eye on Edith Regelhoff, as the master would be summoning Renat again soon. After the Baron left the young master's room, Eliza said she had never heard Renat praise someone so much. Cliff guessed that the Baron had taken a liking to the lady, which angered Killian, but his brother said his reasoning was sound. The young master pointed out that Renah was a bachelor, and if he got together with Lady Edith, Count Regelhoff would become a laughingstock. Cliff commented that the Ludwig family wouldn't be hit too hard, but it would certainly be bad to lose a good secretary. The brother noticed that Killian looked very upset and asked if he was that worried about his wife. After dinner, Killian was walking down the hallway when a servant told him the carriage was ready, but the master had told him to wait. The young master walked down the hallway with a determined stride, pondering how Edith's beauty differed from Eliza's charm, as they were two completely different women. Killian knocked on his wife's door, but there was no answer. The door was slightly ajar, so he decided to enter, and the scent of roses wafted towards him. On the table, he found a pair of kissing dolls and was leaning in for a closer look, but Edith burst into the room. The girl blocked his view, saying it was impolite to enter someone's room without permission, and that the dolls were a hobby she was embarrassed to show others. Killian said he wanted to talk to his wife, and then sat on the bed, which he regretted afterward. He commented that Edith was doing a good job. The girl explained that her success was thanks to her mother, who had guided her to work under Renah Filch. Lady Edith said that fellow must know Renah, then realized how stupid that sounded, as Renah was the Duke's private secretary. The young master ignored the absurdity of the statement and calmly replied that the Filch family were vassals of the ducal family. He explained that Viscount Filch had originally helped the Ludwig family with all their affairs, and for that, the Duke entrusted him with the territory. Killian said that after that incident in the capital, the Viscount entrusted a task to his son, Renah. The Duke's sons had known him since childhood. The Duke's son smiled and told his wife a story about how, when they were children, he and his brother would practice swordsmanship while Renah read books. Killian remembered the time Cliff won a sword fight and left the training ground victoriously, while Killian walked over to Renah. He recalled how, as a child, he had approached the boy reading under a tree and suggested they start practicing swordsmanship. The young master concluded by saying that he could call Renah a good friend. Edith was very surprised by the story, thinking to herself that while reading the novel, she hadn't paid attention to the minor character of Renah, but it turned out he was connected to the Ludwig family. Thinking of Renah, the girl realized that the characters in this world might be different from those in the original story. Lady Edith had another thought, this time about her husband, who hadn't seen his wife since that night, and yet here he was. Killian read the unspoken question about the reason for his visit on Edith's face and explained that he would soon be leaving to inspect the Raisin territory. There was an estate there, and as the Duke's second son, Killian could not inherit the title, so that land would become his. Those lands were a few days' journey by carriage, so the young master had come to tell his wife he would be away for a while. Killian unexpectedly asked if Edith wanted to go with him, and at first she didn't know what to say. The young master left the room dejectedly because she thought he was joking and didn't take him seriously. The young master was annoyed at himself for being so foolish, even though he had been sincere. But just then, a servant called out to him. The servant said the master was waiting for his son in the courtyard. Killian pushed his thoughts aside and went out. The next day, Lady Edith was working in the Duke's secretarial office, buried in a pile of documents. When she was done, she stretched with satisfaction, but noticed her boss was staring at her. She asked Renah what was wrong, but he became flustered, quickly averted his gaze, and said everything was fine. Then he quickly said that the Duchess was waiting for her daughter-in-law, so if she was finished with her work, she could go see the mother. Lady Edith happily went to see the Duchess, leaving Baron Renah alone in the office, and he walked straight to her desk. He glanced over the documents the girl had been working on, shocked that she had organized so much data so quickly. Edith and Eliza were in the Duchess's office, where the mother announced that the Finney Aramani Charity Bazaar would be held next month. The Duchess happily told the girls that they would be hosting an embroidery party at the castle for it, and invited them to attend. Hearing the mother's suggestion, Edith remembered the novel, saying that these bazaars were for raising donations. The book said that high society ladies loved these kinds of charitable events. Embroidery was one of the nobles' favorite pastimes, and at the bazaar, they could show off their skills and taste. With their own creations, Edith felt that, considering the lofty status of a Ludwig family, it made perfect sense for the Duchess to host a pre-bazaar party. Lady Eliza said, sadly, that she couldn't possibly show her work at the party because her sewing skills weren't very good. The mother assured the blonde girl there was nothing to worry about, while Lady Edith snickered to herself, knowing the only one who should be worried was her. The red-haired girl realized she had no sewing skills whatsoever and needed to learn quickly so as not to look out of place at the party. Lady Edith imagined her disastrous attempts to learn and decided she needed to politely decline the invitation as soon as possible. Lady Eliza responded to her attempt to back out by saying that she wouldn't be afraid to attend the party if Lady Edith went too. The Duchess eagerly agreed with the blonde beauty, telling her sister-in-law not to worry and to come to the party. Edith didn't know what to say, as the protagonist Eliza would always do better, but she gave in to the pressure and promised to be there. That night, the Duchess and Lady Edith watched as Eliza showed off her work. The sister-in-law commented that the blonde girl was being too modest. All the ladies present surrounded Lady Eliza, praising her sheer scarf with a floral pattern. Edith watched the scene, trying to recall if the blonde girl in the original novel had ever sewn a beautiful scarf. Suddenly, Lady Eliza turned to her sister-in-law and asked what she was planning to sew. The red-haired girl froze. Lady Edith replied that she would probably sew a scarf, thinking to herself that she would look like a fool among these master seamstresses as she couldn't do anything. After the party, Lady Edith flipped through a catalog, looking for some simple projects she could try to sew. Lady Eliza stayed behind to help the red-haired girl with her new endeavor, but Edith knew that Eliza was just pitying her sister-in-law. The mother came over, glanced at the scarf they had picked from the catalog, and said her niece had sewn the same thing last year. Lady Edith assured her that it would surely turn out beautifully with yellow and pink thread. A noblewoman approached the Duchess and asked how old her niece was now, to which the mother replied, 16. Lady Edith felt they were making fun of her, discussing some child who had sewn the same scarf. Then, the red-haired girl said she would use gray and blue thread, as those colors reminded her of Killian's eyes. Hearing this, the mother went to her daughter-in-law and praised her choice, thinking Edith was just a love-struck fantasist. Meanwhile, Killian was inspecting the Raisin estate. The Duke said the land was far from the capital, but had great potential for development. The young lord commented that the estate looked much better than he had imagined, all thanks to the hard work of the steward and servants. He looked at the castle's interior and felt it lacked some essential splendor and charm. My husband imagined that his wife, who grew up in Regelhoff Castle, would feel oppressed in the modest Raisin estate. Killian thought he would have to find a good furniture maker first, but the decor wasn't the only thing bothering him. The young lord asked how the temperature was on the estate in winter, and the Duke replied that it wouldn't be much colder than the castle in the capital. His father said that heavy snow was the only real problem on his future lands, but the fellow didn't care. Killian stood there, looking pleased, so the Duke assumed he liked the land. His son agreed and explained his excitement. The young man said he noticed many people lived on the estate and thought they could develop several different industries. He suggested to his father that if they built a road through the mountains, they could attract merchants traveling throughout the empire. The Duke listened to his son, looked him in the eye, and asked if that was really all he cared about. Killian looked at his father, imagining telling him everything that had been building up inside him. He wanted to shout at the Duke, asking what he wanted to hear, whether his son wanted more land or a bigger title. Killian would say that he had always done as his father asked, and he would even bring up how he had agreed to the arranged marriage. The young master shook off those thoughts and calmly told the Duke he was satisfied with everything, but his old father didn't like the look on his face. Killian added that his father didn't need to worry, as he would start running the estate as soon as he received the title. Axel Ludwig tried to offer some advice on the trade route, but the Duke's son walked straight away, completely ignoring him. A few days later, a charity bazaar unfolded in the heart of the estate. The scale was surprisingly large. Lady Edith and Lady Eliza were pleasantly surprised by the wide array of goods. Suddenly, Lady Eliza shrieked with delight, pointing to a stall piled high with scarves embroidered by young women. The red-haired girl glanced at her own scarf and realized that Anna had been lying when she said her embroidery was great. Eliza was thrilled that someone had bought her scarf with a bow, and Edith smiled, guessing it was Cliff's doing. She decided to help the fellow buy everything his beloved had made, and besides, she didn't want to see her own scarf mixed in with those masterpieces. As they walked towards the other stalls, they overheard some high-society ladies gossiping loudly. One of them was shocked by the morals of the capital. chattering about how an illegitimate daughter was allowed to wander the market as if she were one of them. Another noblewoman replied that although she was the illegitimate daughter of a count, the Ludwig family had taken her in as one of their own and cherished her deeply. Lady Edith sighed in annoyance, thinking that this world was no different from her previous life when it came to gossip. At her old job, there were always those who would criticize her loudly in front of others, just so she would hear. The noblewoman continued, saying the Ludwig family was famous for its kindness to strays. Eliza trembled, clutching Edith's hand, as one of the nobles implied the girl was just being pitted and taken in like a pet. The blonde girl told Edith she didn't know how to handle this situation, and Edith replied that they were just looking for a fight. Lady Edith said to the loudest gossiper that the backwater she came from must be far away, as she didn't recognize her face. But the noblewoman retorted that if Edith Regelhoff didn't know Lady Brink, then she clearly needed to broaden her horizons. The red-haired girl shot back that the lady should know her surname had changed since she married. Lady Edith thought it was beneath a noblewoman to gossip about passers-by. The noblewoman shrieked in anger, saying she had heard the Duke's new wife was trouble, but she hadn't expected it to be this bad. Edith suggested telling Cliff what the lady had said about the Ludwig family, to see what would be left of the Count Brink family. The group of gossipers, terrified by the threat, shrieked and fled in a hurry, saying as they left that they felt sorry for Lord Killian for being stuck with her. Edith asked Eliza if she knew the rude gossiper, and the blonde girl said she was a friend of Countess Sinclair. Eliza apologized to Edith, saying the red-haired girl had been insulted because of her, but the new wife said it was no big deal. Edith smiled at her, telling her the ladies just needed to talk and that she had nothing to be ashamed of or to hide. A little later, Lady Eliza was surrounded by a group of socialites who were either praising her beauty or her embroidery. Edith sat to the side, thinking that the plot of the original novel must have progressed about a quarter of the way by now. Lady Eliza said she wasn't that great, but a noblewoman told her that the Duchess treated her like a daughter-in-law. The red-haired girl heard the noblewoman's praise for Eliza and felt sad, thinking they were just ignoring the real daughter-in-law. Edith didn't even notice Killian approaching Lady Eliza and announcing that he had just arrived. Edith finally snapped back to reality and noticed her husband, but wasn't sure if she should go and greet him. After hesitating, the wife decided to go say hello to avoid the ladies gossiping about her ignoring him. Edith was flustered and didn't know how to greet the fellow, so she asked him how his trip was, even though she wanted to say she missed him. Killian was happy to see his wife, said the trip was pleasant, and asked her the same question. She confessed that she had missed him. The young master asked if Edith missed him only because he wasn't home, but she just retorted sarcastically that he thought too highly of himself. A moment later, Killian and Edith were sitting together, chatting sweetly. She told him that despite her lack of skill, she had tried to embroider something decent. The red-haired girl suddenly stood up and apologized to her husband, saying she needed to go touch up her makeup. Lady Edith was walking out of the powder room when she heard footsteps approaching, and someone grabbed her arm. A man in a purple suit with slightly curly blonde hair emerged from the shadows, but she didn't recognize him. The fellow, with a hurt expression, asked if she really couldn't recognize her own brother's voice. It was only then that she realized it was Shane Regelhoff under the blonde hair. Lady Edith hadn't expected to see her brother, but then she remembered that all of high society had been invited to the bazaar. Her brother pressed her, wanted to know what had happened to her and what her relationship with the Ludwig family was now. He told her that when she wrote that strange letter about stopping the attacks on the Duke, he thought she had gone mad. He only calmed down when she sent the forged documents, realizing the letter was because she was being watched and she was playing along with the forged documents. She wrenched her hand from his grasp and told him the letter was sincere and that she had never sent any documents. Meanwhile, Killian, who was at a table outside, was getting impatient as Lady Edith had promised to be back from the restroom soon. The young master watched the ladies gossiping about something and thought Edith was trapped in the ladies' lounge, hiding from boring chatter. He never thought his wife would care what others thought. Probably all the vicious gossip about their fake marriage, her husband's indifference, and other things. Killian was so worried about Edith that he spilled his juice. He decided to go wash it off in the restroom and check on the lady. Killian brushed past some young high society girls who threw compliments his way, but he just apologized and said he was in a hurry. The young master glanced into the restroom and saw Edith talking to Shane Regelhoff, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. He tried to eavesdrop, but only caught snippets of their conversation, enough to tell that the siblings were having a heated argument. After Shane left the restroom, Killian appeared next to Edith and asked her what was taking so long. She became flustered but made up an excuse, saying she was just admiring the castle's interior. Killian hadn't expected an honest answer anyway, so he just calmly walked back to the center of the bazaar. Edith asked if Killian had come looking for her specifically, and the young master replied that his wife probably didn't want an affirmative answer. Edith smiled and said that just knowing someone cared where she had run off to made her heart flutter. When the couple reached the center of the bazaar, they saw the organizer announcing that everything had been sold and the money would be donated to an orphanage. Lady Edith cheered, as that meant her embroidery had been bought too. Killian instinctively touched his pocket, feeling the handkerchief he had bought. The fellow recalled yesterday, when his mother told him the handkerchief was embroidered with a bird in the same color as Killian's eyes. The Duchess confided in her son that Edith had confessed she was thinking of her husband while embroidering the handkerchief, and Killian was shocked. The husband gazed at his happy wife, thinking she had only chosen the gray bird design for her handkerchief to impress his mother. The fellow kept telling himself that he had bought the embroidery purely to avoid rumors about something from the Ludwig family not selling. One day at the bazaar, a shout for Lady Edith echoed through Ludwig Castle, and when she went out to the porch, she saw a strange sight. She knew her conversation with Shane wasn't over, but she definitely hadn't expected to see her brother near her home. The fellow apologized for the commotion and pointed to the maid kneeling and calling for her mistress, explaining that she was going crazy without Lady Edith. Shane said he had heard his sister was being watched on the ducal estate, which was why she couldn't attend her friends' tea parties. The girl thought to herself that she had been ignoring those invitations, and that her mother-in-law had no idea what he was talking about. Although her brother looked at Lady Edith with a sympathetic gaze, she knew he was faking it and hiding some malicious intent. His gaze made her imagine him saying that Edith was wasting her time hiding in Ludwig Castle, as her family would still put a collar on her. Suddenly, Killian's voice cut in, saying Edith's maid could stay at the castle, as she had been taking care of the lady since childhood. The girl listened as the young master said that the Count Regelhoff family would have one less thing to worry about if the maid stayed to serve Lady Edith. The red-haired girl screamed that it could never happen, but then her chest tightened and she began to have trouble breathing, coughing. Lady Edith collapsed weakly, and the newly arrived maid, Sophia, caught her. She whispered a greeting to the lady, saying it had been a long time in her ear, and then helped Lady Edith back to her room. Once in the room, the maid Sophia explained that Shane was right in saying the red-haired girl was doing well and living peacefully. The girl looked at the maid and realized her arrival was expected, as according to the plot, the investigation and poisoning incident started with her. Sophia asked if Lady Edith had really not sent any documents, and the lady confirmed it. The maid deduced that someone had sent forged documents from the Ludwig estate in Lady Edith's name, and that the handwriting was forged. Sophia suggested they stop talking about such depressing things and instead remind a certain newly freed wench of her place and duties. The maid stopped beating Edith, who collapsed on the floor, whimpering in pain, realizing that Sophia had hit her in places that wouldn't be visible. Sophia watched the girl crawling on all fours and said she hadn't expected such a betrayal. Edith replied that she hadn't betrayed anyone and had written the warning letter in good faith, as there was no guarantee that Grand Duke Lanston supporters would win. The girl said that everyone knew Count Regelhoff would first get rid of the lapdogs who helped him rise to power. The maid flew into a rage, saying the little wench had gotten completely out of line to insult her master like that. Sophia said viciously that if the little bitch became useless to the Regelhoff family, she would kill her and frame the Ludwig family for it. The next day, while handling documents, Lady Edith recalled her argument with the domineering maid from the day before. The maid not only beat her, but also starved her, saying she had to earn her own meals. Sophia said that even a brain-dead animal would know what to do, to which Edith retorted that it was laughable coming from the Count's little lapdog. This sharp comeback made the maid, who had a fork in her mouth, freeze. Sophia then rushed at Lady Edith with a clenched fist, threatening to shut her up for good. The maid lunged at the red-haired girl, saying she was quite a handful. Back at the mansion, in Rena's office, the girl thought about how she had read descriptions of Lady Edith being abused since childhood, which helped her endure her current poor treatment. Edith was standing by the sideboard, and the Baron guessed she must really like the cookies. The girl blushed, not even realizing she had eaten them all. The red-haired girl was flustered by Rena's question, as there was only one cookie left on the plate. Edith tried to explain that the snacks were exceptionally delicious today and offered the last, lonely cookie to the Baron. Rena refused, saying he didn't like sweets. Edith looked at him and realized it was true. The Baron seemed to prefer bitter and light foods. Moreover, the red-haired girl noticed that Rena looked much more handsome than usual today. Lady Edith decided to eat the last cookie, and Rena offered to have the servants bring another plate, but she declined. She later regretted saying this deeply, because at the end of the workday, the Duke's secretary announced he was leaving on a business trip for a week. Lady Edith worried about whether she could handle the maid's torment alone, and she remembered a bad habit she had developed during her probation in confinement. The red-haired girl always ate alone in her room, so the cooks and maids were used to it. Lady Edith sadly realized that no one had ever thought of having dinner with her. Not even Killian had ever eaten with her. She figured it out. All her problems began on that terrible day when Killian hired the maid Sophia from Count Regelhoff's castle. Edith thought that her husband should have listened to his wife instead of trusting Shane. Then she came to her senses, realizing she was thinking nonsense because she was hungry. She got out of bed and hurriedly prepared to go for a walk before the maid appeared and began to torture her. Sophia was walking down the hallway with a food cart, thinking about the change in Edith. She used to be afraid of even a single slap and was easy to control. The maid recalled Edith's reaction after being hit recently. She didn't even flinch, just glared at her abuser. Sophia smiled smugly, thinking she finally had a new goal, to wipe that smug look off the bitch's face. The maid continued pushing the cart when she suddenly heard a sweet, girlish voice inviting Lady Edith for tea. Sophia knew it was Lady Eliza's voice, and she remembered that before coming to the ducal castle, Shane Regelhoff had asked her for a favor. The young master said that Eliza Sinclair lived in the castle, a girl he had a crush on for a long time, and asked the maid to dig up some dirt on her. He wanted to get this information through secret letters. Sophia was surprised by the request, but agreed to everything Shane asked. Sophia sadly tightened her grip on the cart handle, thinking that she never expected to marry the young master, but she at least wanted to stay by his side and help him. She stared at Eliza Sinclair, unable to understand how an illegitimate daughter of a count could seduce her young master with just that pretty little face. A few hours later, Lady Edith sat in her room, feeling like she was going crazy with hunger, and she didn't know how to get out of this predicament. The red-haired girl knew that if she ate anything outside her room, Sophia would force her to throw it up. Lady Edith remembered that during her walk earlier, Lady Eliza and young Master Killian had invited her for tea, and she must have looked pathetic. Killian's wife burst into tears, imagining the foolish way she must have stared at other people's food. Her misery was interrupted by a maid who unexpectedly entered the room with a tray of food, which greatly surprised the lady. Sophia presented the tray with the pie, saying it was a gift from Lady Eliza, but she decided to give it to Edith so the Ludwig family wouldn't become suspicious. Lady Edith didn't expect such a kind gesture from Sophia, who urged her to eat quickly before she changed her mind. The girl was chewing happily when she suddenly coughed up blood, realizing the food was poisoned. As Lady Edith coughed, she remembered something. She felt the current situation was like a scene from a novel, about the original Edith framing someone in a poisoning incident, but in reality, she hadn't poisoned the food. The maid only pretended to be concerned for the lady, then smiled insidiously. A moment later, Sophia was interrogating Eliza. Eliza insisted she didn't poison the food. She just wanted to treat Edith to some pie. But Sophia continued to play the role of a maid concerned for her mistress. The girl, weakened by the poison, remembered that the novel described this moment, where the original Edith tried to frame Eliza as the culprit. The girl knew from the book that the original Lady Edith had personally added a poison that caused stomach pain to the pie Lady Eliza gave to Killian. After the poisoning incident, Killian and Cliff rushed into Edith's room, along with Lady Eliza. Sophia put on a show of being a concerned mistress in front of them. The red-haired girl woke up and tried to say something, but the maid chattered worriedly beside her. The maid told the girl not to strain herself and to keep quiet, and Edith realized Sophia just wanted to shut her up. Lady Edith ordered Sophia to stop making a fuss and not to worry, saying she just had a bad stomachache, and apologized to Eliza for her servant's rudeness. But the governess pointed out that the lady had recently vomited blood, so Edith stated she must have suddenly developed a severe allergy to peaches. Hearing this excuse, Cliff said it was ridiculous and ordered an immediate search of the room. Lady Edith tried to object, as she didn't want any suspicious items found in her room that would put her under house arrest again. Sophia turned into a bloodhound, shouting to the young master that she had found a jar labeled with a skull in the cabinet. The red-haired girl insisted it wasn't hers, and Cliff asked Edith if she thought an unauthorized person had entered the room. Edith thought that if the poison was found so quickly, either Sophia was an idiot or she had nothing to do with the poisoning and the jar was planted. Eliza snapped at Cliff to stop questioning Edith, considering her poor health, while the governess eavesdropped. The young master sneered and promised to come back for her after the investigation, as he couldn't wait to hear her excuses. After everyone left, Sophia and Edith were alone in a room, and she blurted out that the young master must be crazy to have turned the room upside down so quickly. Edith told the maid that although she acted like she was smart, she couldn't actually make decisions on her own. The governess told the bitch to shut up or she'd kill her, and Edith thought that she could finally be free from the terrible stomach pain. Meanwhile, Cliff asked the therapist about the poison's effects, and she replied that it wasn't very toxic and would only cause stomach pain and bleeding. As Cliff left the doctor's office, Killian told him that the poisoning victim, Lady Edith, was in very bad shape. The man asked the therapist if there was any pain medication, but he said the medicine wouldn't help Killian's wife. The young master didn't understand, as the doctor had previously said the poison was weak, but the therapist explained that Lady Edith had been starving herself for days. The doctor said any poison could be fatal to her now, and the young master couldn't believe what he was hearing. The doctor said that fasting was something rich young ladies often did to lose weight, but Killian knew that wasn't the answer for Edith. He remembered his wife usually enjoyed all kinds of food heartily, never depriving herself, and she had a good figure. Suddenly, the young master figured out why Lady Edith would deliberately poison her food, knowing her physical condition. Killian realized his wife was a pathetic and mentally unstable woman who would go as far as poisoning herself to get some attention. The young master recalled that before their marriage, Edith Regelhoff was known for her desire to be the center of attention. He understood that Edith didn't want to frame Eliza. She just felt forgotten and neglected. Now, after talking to the doctor, Killian came to his wife's room, sat by her bed, and, thinking Edith was asleep, whispered, "Why did you poison your own food?" Lady Edith turned to her husband, barely able to speak, and said regretfully that he still didn't believe she was innocent. Killian was glad his wife had regained consciousness, but she told him to leave and turned on her side. Edith lay there thinking, feeling that she had given up on her illusions about her husband, but somehow her heart still ached after seeing him. That night, the entire Ludwig family gathered in the Duke's study. Lady Eliza insisted that something was wrong with Lady Edith. Cliff told Lady Eliza that she had seen the bottle of poison in Lady Edith's cabinet with her own eyes, and it was the same poison used on her. The blonde girl thought that if Edith wanted to frame her, why did she say she was sick as soon as she woke up? Lady Eliza said, sadly, that she didn't understand why everyone thought Lady Edith wanted to harm her, because she believed they could be friends. The girl said she and her sister-in-law were of similar age and could easily get along, then remembered how much she had looked forward to Edith's arrival at the castle. If Edith could have heard the blonde girl's words, she would have surely thought she was just an angelic character. A few days later, Lady Edith woke up and wanted to give a gift to Lady Eliza to thank her for saving her from starvation. After consulting her mother-in-law, the sister-in-law prepared a gift for the blonde girl, some exquisite silk threads. A week later, Edith had fully recovered. One day, she was stretching happily, looking forward to starting work, while an angry maid sat at the table. Edith's furious husband burst into the room, calling her Edith Ludwig, and questioned how she could do something like that again. The young master asked if his wife was going to deny everything again, but Edith told him to first explain what had happened. Killian said that Lady Eliza had been embroidering with the threads Edith gave her, and then fainted. The therapist claimed she was poisoned. The red-haired girl said that was impossible because the threads were sealed when she bought them, and she gave them to Eliza immediately. Edith remembered that in the original story, there was a scene where the blonde beauty was poisoned, and it was Sophia who had coated Eliza's needle with poison. The red-haired girl had specifically prepared that gift to prevent the maid from getting rid of Lady Eliza. Lady Edith sadly realized that trying to change the plot was futile, but her husband's shouting pulled her from her thoughts. Killian pressed his wife, asking how such a thing could have happened, but she told him to calm down and think rationally. Edith explained to Killian that the pie incident had already brought her a lot of attention, so why would she poison Eliza with a gift at such a time? This argument made the man fall into deep thought, but he said he couldn't fully trust Edith because she was involved in many suspicious things. Just then, the red-haired girl had a brilliant idea. She suggested assigning a maid to watch her. Lady Edith said she wanted to avoid suspicion, but Sophia overheard the entire conversation. She didn't like Edith's suggestion and became very agitated, but the lady said she was innocent, so there was nothing to worry about. Lady Edith asked her governess not to see this as surveillance, but just an increase in the number of maids. Killian was frustrated and disappointed, but his wife gently took his hand, leading the young master to agree to her request. A moment later, Killian had already ordered the castle butler to assign Anna as Lady Edith's maid. The red-haired girl was glad her wish had been granted so quickly. If she had more time, she could easily get rid of Sophia. Edith thought about how tired she was of being bullied by the domineering governess and being at the mercy of Count Regelhoff. After the young master finished talking with the butler, he turned to his wife and asked her to explain the poisoning of Lady Eliza. His wife asked if they had investigated the thread merchant. Killian said he was the first person they questioned, and they didn't think he would risk his reputation. Lady Edith asked her husband if anyone had access to the gift after Lady Eliza received it. He said only Eliza's maid, Killian, and Cliff had free access to her room. This made the red-haired girl pensive. She thought, someone wants to frame Edith by harming Eliza, killing two birds with one stone, right? The young master was stunned, but told her to continue and elaborate on her theory. Edith said it could be Count Sinclair, as there were rumors that his stepchildren had tried to harm their father's illegitimate daughter. Killian said he hadn't heard those rumors. The red-haired girl thought Sinclair might have a spy among the maids in the castle. Edith added that she had heard rumors that Count Regelhoff's people were also involved, and the Ludwig family was not entirely innocent either. His wife reminded him that the ducal family had framed her from the beginning, which meant they were trying to scheme against Count Regelhoff. Killian flew into a rage, saying he still couldn't forgive his father for that dirty trick. Edith was surprised to hear him say that. Lady Edith had spent a long time proving her innocence to her husband, and now he finally realized they were surrounded by enemies. The young master admitted it sounded plausible, but doubted his brother and father would believe it. Edith was surprised that Killian actually believed her this time, a pity he hadn't during the whole pie incident. She told him she had no interest in gaining the Ludwig family's approval. She just wanted to be acknowledged as Lady Edith. She admired the blonde girl because even while living in the ducal family, she still defended Edith against all odds. Lady Edith explained that her gift was sent as a token of gratitude, but if Lady Eliza found out the threads were a poisoning attempt, she would be very sad. The husband told his wife he thought Edith hated Eliza, but the red-haired girl was shocked to hear him say that. The young master thought Edith might be bothered by all the attention Eliza received, but this just made her laugh. She moved closer to Killian and said she was Edith Ludwig, and she had no reason to be jealous of another woman's popularity. Her cheeks flushed as she realized she had finally dared to say such sweet words to her husband. Suddenly, the young master's hand ran through her ruby-colored hair, and Edith wondered if something was wrong with her hairstyle. A second later, Killian's gentle lips were on hers, and in the midst of the kiss, Edith had a million questions for her husband, but they all remained in her mind. When the long kiss finally ended, Killian looked at his wife in a panic and blurted out an apology. Lady Edith said it was okay, but then became flustered, trying to figure out what had just happened with Killian and why he did it. A few days later, a maid named Anna came to Edith's room and announced that the probation period was over. Edith asked why, and Anna explained that the poison used was a very common type. The maid told Edith that the investigation concluded there was insufficient information to draw any real conclusions. At that moment, Edith imagined the sick Eliza and thought that maybe she would forgive her, but Cliff would not easily forget the whole incident. The news that the probation period was over reached the royal palace. Enraging Princess Catherine Iberia. Cliff had personally delivered the stunning news to the princess, saying he was just as surprised because his father had compromised with Killian. Catherine said she couldn't reach Eliza to confirm if she was okay. She wanted to visit, but her brother had temporarily grounded her. Cliff just sat there listening to Princess Catherine, who was so angry that she decided it was time to do something about it. The princess was frustrated that even the Duchess she trusted hadn't told her about this. Cliff recalled the conversation about the poisoning incident in the Duke's office, where Killian said he didn't think Edith was guilty because no one was in Eliza's room. The man argued that there were too many unknowns in the case, like why that item was poisoned, to which Cliff replied that it was obvious. Cliff concluded that the poison was placed on something Eliza would definitely touch, and Killian shouted that his brother was jumping to conclusions. Killian said it was impossible for Edith to get past the palace guards because they were highly trained. The Duke agreed, saying his words made sense. Her father-in-law stood up from the table and said the conversation was over because after the recent pie incident, Edith's belongings and maids had been thoroughly checked. Cliff told the princess that the Duke would be visiting the palace soon. The young master didn't know that his father would not be alone. One morning, the mother-in-law asked her daughter-in-law if she had gotten any rest during her probation. Edith said she felt fine, adding mentally that it was thanks to Anna, who had brought Edith many delicious dishes. The Duchess said that Renat had asked how the girl was feeling and suggested she return to work in his office. The Duchess told her daughter-in-law that before going back to work, she needed to make a trip to the royal palace, as the princess wanted to see her. A short while later, the girl was sitting alone with the Duke in a carriage, hardly able to believe her luck. She remembered that in the original story, Edith had never even ridden in the same carriage as her father-in-law, let alone gone to the royal palace. On the way to the palace, Lady Edith was worried because she didn't know why Princess Catherine had summoned her. The Duchess had previously explained to her daughter-in-law that His Majesty and Her Highness had always been kind to the Ludwig family and were now interested in Edith. Her mother-in-law was optimistic, but Edith sensed the reason for the trip was not good, as the Emperor's sister was known for disregarding etiquette and rules. The girl had heard that the princess was a famous eccentric who acted on impulse, refused to wear dresses, and kept her hair short. It was well known that this reckless and witty princess only became docile around Lady Eliza. Catherine did not conform to conventions and acted freely. When Edith read the novel, Her Highness was a character she liked, but now she was afraid to meet Catherine in person. The girl looked out the carriage window, hoping the princess's impartial nature would make her take Edith's side. The first time Katrina met Lady Eliza, she was in the arms of Katrina's first love, Cliff, but despite her jealousy, she fell in love with the blonde beauty. The future sister-in-law thought that if the princess could take a liking to Eliza and cherish her more than Cliff did, then Edith might have good luck as well. Once at the palace, the red-haired girl realized her expectations of a friendly welcome from the princess would not be met. The air was so tense you could cut it with a knife, as Edith couldn't say a word until Princess Katerina accepted her greeting. Finally, Princess Catherine broke the silence, asking if she was the daughter of the Regelhoff family, but she replied that her name was Edith Ludwig. Her Highness said that didn't matter and announced there would be no tea party, as everyone knew Edith liked to poison other people's drinks. The girl realized Cliff had told the princess what happened at the castle and said she had never used poison. Edith added that she couldn't explain her past actions or bad reputation, so she didn't understand why Her Highness believed the rumors. The princess warned Lady Edith not to be too smug, as her marriage to Killian was arranged, and the Duke of Ludwig couldn't refuse an alliance with Count Regelhoff. Edith replied that she understood, but Princess Katrina didn't believe a word of it. Her Highness sneered that Edith's answer sounded fake, and then started shouting that she could see right through her. The princess thought Edith was treating her like a joke and dreaming of ascending to the throne. Edith protested, adding that she respected Her Highness. Edith remembered that in the second part of the novel, there was a scene where Eliza and a disguised Catherine took a walk after the rebellion of Grand Duke Lansdowne was suppressed. In that scene, Catherine wore a wig for the first time to hide her identity and went with Eliza to a dress shop to try on dresses. After that walk, the princess stopped acting as she used to, began to take on her royal duties, and led the Soviet society. While reading the novel, Edith concluded that she preferred the princess who didn't listen to others' opinions, was free-thinking, and strong-willed. Lady Edith told the Emperor's sister that she hoped Catherine would not listen to biased nobles and would judge her fairly. When the girl returned to the ducal castle, she began to fret about whether she had made a fool of herself in front of Her Highness. Edith decided it was time to make a habit of ignoring the other person's beauty and not losing her ability to think clearly. The girl decided to stop daydreaming and head to the Duke's secretary's office to work when someone grabbed her arm. The red-haired girl turned to see her mate Sophia clutching Edith's throat, talking about some last chance. Sophia said that the maid would kill the young girl if she didn't steal the Duke's main property tax documents. The governess said that when she learned the embroidery supplies had been sent to Edith, she thought that good-for-nothing had finally come to her senses. Sophia revealed that she was furious when she found out the gift was a ploy to get rid of her, and that she had nothing to do with the mushroom poisoning incident. Edith gasped, realizing Sophia wasn't behind the poisoning, and the maid explained that she could have killed the young girl at any time, especially since the master had allowed it. The governess let Edith go, saying she had a chance to make things right. The girl caught her breath and asked what would happen if the Ludwig family found out. Sophia replied that in that case, she would kill the little poison mushroom and frame the Ludwig family for it. The girl suggested she could expose the wicked maid, but she replied with a smile that if the young girl could have, she would have done so already. The maid confided in Edith that as soon as she reported her, Killian would learn his wife's true colors, dump her, and go back to Miss Eliza. Sophia said that in the event of her betrayal, the master would make Edith's life miserable beyond words. The governess gripped Edith's chin and said that if she could steal the documents, Sophia promised to go easy on her. Edith said she could see the maid's future, explaining that the Regelhoff family was doomed to fall, no matter how hard her followers tried. The red-haired girl said that even Sophia's darling, Shane Regelhoff, would not be able to escape his tragic fate. A little later, Miss Edith finally entered Rena's office, explaining that she was late because of a trip to the Imperial Palace. For a moment, Edith wondered if the Duke's secretary had heard the rumors about the poisoned embroidery supplies. Rena replied that it was fine and suggested they get to work, as a lot of documents had piled up in her absence. Edith looked at the mountain of papers on the desk, and seeing her confused expression, the Duke's secretary told her to take her time and work at a comfortable pace. The girl happily began her work, once again enjoying the pleasant smell of paper, the sound of the pen scratching across it, and the cool air. While the girl worked in the Duke's office, she felt it was the safest and most comfortable place she had known in this life or her past one. Miss Edith handed the processed documents to the Duke's secretary, who said she handled them well and was able to focus quickly. Her supervisor's praise made her blush, and she shyly replied that her work was nothing special. Rena said that if everyone worked and thought like Miss Edith, he wouldn't have to fire so many people, adding that her help was a real lifesaver. The Duke's secretary flipped through the documents, commenting that her paperwork was always impeccably organized. Edith noticed a smudge on one of the documents she had filled out, and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to wipe away her tears and pull herself together, but they wouldn't stop flowing. She felt both ashamed and embarrassed. The Duke's secretary stood up, took Edith's hand, and told her she couldn't suppress her emotions as if someone were chasing her. Rena took a handkerchief from his pocket and began wiping the tears from Edith's cheeks, saying, "You can't suppress your emotions, or they'll get out of control." The light-haired man told the tearful girl that the documents weren't urgent and she didn't need to rush. The door to the Duke's secretary's office was ajar, and Killian overheard their conversation as he passed by. Miss Edith had a thought that minor characters in the novel, like Rena, weren't really bound by the plot. Edith greeted the servants, wished them a good day, and decided to get on good terms with these minor characters. A moment later, Edith realized that befriending the servants probably wouldn't do her much good. Then Sophia's words flashed through her mind. Killian would kick her out of the ducal household. Thinking of her husband, a pang of jealousy made her wonder if Killian had gone to visit Miss Eliza today. One evening, Killian came to his wife's room, sat on the bed, and asked her why she hadn't come to his room after work. She was speechless for a moment, barely understanding what was happening, but the blush that crept up Edith's cheeks wasn't enough for him. The young master asked if Miss Edith hadn't enjoyed the night they spent together, leaving her too shocked to speak. Then, her husband touched her hand and asked why she hadn't come after the probation period ended. Edith, barely recovering from the suggestive question, could only ask Killian why she should have come. To this, Her husband replied that she usually came, using her body to tempt him to prove her innocence. Edith thought that appearing in her husband's bedroom could be misinterpreted as the act of a wanton woman using her body to cover up lies. Killian said the trick had worked really well last time, and that Edith had him wrapped around her finger. She first asked if he was sure he was sober, then said she had always been innocent and hadn't intentionally seduced anyone that night. She felt he had misunderstood, but he countered that it was clear she had come to his bedroom and kissed him. Killian concluded that Edith just didn't like it last time and wasn't satisfied, so she went looking for other prey. At that moment, she was sure he was drunk and said angrily that she didn't know what prey he was talking about. The young master pointed out that everyone knew she was popular with men, with constant rumors confirming how charming she was. Edith thought to herself, my role in the story was to seduce men on Count Regelhoff's orders, but it never went beyond flirting. The rumors exaggerated things. He leaned in closer and said that Edith was an expert at seducing men because he lost all self-control around her. Killian thought about how attracted he was to his wife and realized she was amazing. She was kind to everyone and skilled in the arts. He remembered how Edith would get excited about food like a child and always responded to rudeness calmly, never emotionally. The husband realized that no matter how bad the situation, his wife always looked for the most logical solution. The young master remembered how her reasoning had convinced the Duke when no one else had considered it. Killian pictured himself standing outside his wife's room, promising a fair investigation. The guy realized they had always suspected Edith, but she never complained or showed her pain to her husband. The young master understood that instead of asking Killian for help, Edith chose to share her problems with Renaa. It was then that the guy realized his wife hadn't enjoyed their night together. She had just used him and then cast him aside. The young master thought Renaa was just being a gentleman, but Edith, the sly fox, decided to use that to seduce him. Killian looked at Edith Ludwig and realized he no longer had those terrible thoughts. Suddenly, the young man noticed a mark on his wife's neck and angrily demanded to know what it was. Without waiting for an answer, Killian turned Edith around, pulled down her nightgown, and saw a large number of bruises. The young master concluded that the bruises weren't from an accident and looked like old injuries from a day or two ago. Killian asked his wife why she hadn't said anything and who did it, but Miss Edith remained silent. The young master thought that if it had been someone in the manor, the red-haired girl would have confessed long ago. The next morning, she was moping in her room, and Anna asked if she was upset because she hadn't slept well. Miss Edith sighed sadly and replied that, tragically, she had slept too well and too deeply, which was why she was upset. She remembered that after her husband found the bruises, he apologized for losing control and then left. She had told him it was okay, that it was a wife's duty, and asked him to stay and spend the night with her. Killian replied that he wasn't the kind of beast who would pounce on an injured person. After he left, Edith fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking, she found a sticky ointment on her back, but only Sophia and Killian knew about the bruises. Edith realized Killian had come in and applied the ointment. She was annoyed that she had slept so soundly and missed it all. Suddenly, Killian and his aide burst into Edith's room, saying there was an urgent matter, and ordered the person to be brought in. They dragged Sophia in, who screamed that the arrest was improper because she was a servant sent by Count Regelhoff to look after the young lady. The young master said that a servant who couldn't even do her job properly was of no use to Edith. Sophia insisted she had been close to the young lady since childhood and had been trained as her exclusive maid since she was a little girl. Killian said that a truly competent maid would not only have reported the injuries on a young lady, but would have also treated them. The young master looked at the maid and said he realized the only person who could have inflicted such injuries was her. Miss Edith was surprised by her husband's quick thinking, as he had understood everything from just one look at the bruises. Killian asked the maid if she really thought the bruises on his wife's body, hidden under her clothes, would go unnoticed by her husband. The guy turned to his wife and promised to drive the governess out of the castle, especially since the Regelhoff family had requested her safe return. The young master wondered what on earth the Regelhoff family was thinking, and Edith noted that it was only morning, and her husband had already caught the maid, and contacted the Count. It felt good for Edith to know that her husband was finally on her side, protecting and caring for her. Killian told Sophia she would be leaving the castle in a carriage sent by Count Regelhoff and sent Anna to see to it. Miss Edith was surprised that the Regelhoff family wasn't afraid of rumors and valued their little lackey so much as to send carriage. Her husband told the red-haired girl that he wanted to visit Miss Eliza and left the room, while his wife began to change. Anna helped loosen the corset of her dress and saw the large patch of bruises on her mistress's back. The maid was stunned and asked Miss Edith why she hadn't said anything. The maid then said she would go get some medicine to apply to her back, and the mistress was deeply moved by this care and loyal service. One day, a hooded figure stood by a green sign that said the conditions for stage 2 must be met, or there would be a penalty. The hooded figure said he understood, but the notice was strange because he had completely cleared stage 1. The unknown person thought for a moment, adding that the system's requirements were getting stranger and stranger. It occurred to the hooded figure that the villainess in the novel was acting like a typical girl born with a silver spoon. Her biggest mistake was trying to please the main characters. She had realized the futility of this during the document incident, where the villainous Edith would have panicked when suspected of a crime, instead of calmly proving her innocence. The hooded man said that he only had influence over the main characters, while the supporting characters were less bound by the plot. He added that he couldn't be sure if this girl playing Edith was only building good relationships when it was to her advantage. The unseen person said that everything had been going smoothly until the conditions for stage 1 suddenly appeared. He noted that if the conditions were met, the influence of the original plot would weaken, and clarified that the change wasn't significant. After clearing stage 1, the hooded person said the supporting character's attitudes toward Edith had shifted, and he slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He cried out in regret that Killian was the main character, but then calmed down and regained his composure. The unseen person shouted excitedly that this factor would be advantageous for the perfect scenario that would make the main character shine even more. The unknown person commented that it was interesting to watch everything go against his plans, then laughed maliciously and pressed several buttons on a control panel. The unseen person, while tapping on the keyboard, wondered how number 13 Edith would handle the next challenge. Later, in Miss Eliza's room, Cliff asked if his brother was crazy to let the maid go, as she might be connected to the poisoning. Killian said that during the investigation, it would be difficult to accuse someone just because she was sent by Count Regelhoff. The young master said he had deliberately found an excuse to get the maid out of the castle, a maid who would have caused a lot of trouble for the Ludwig family. The guy added that he hadn't liked the governess from the start. This surprised Cliff and Miss Eliza, as they had heard Killian welcomed the maid into the castle. The young master clarified that the Duke had approved his decision, and even Miss Eliza agreed with him, but Cliff didn't like it and asked why. The blonde girl replied that she wanted to talk more about the poisoning and find the person responsible. Miss Eliza explained that it didn't matter who poisoned her, whether it was someone for the Sinclair family or the Regelhoff family. What mattered was that someone hated her. Eliza said it would be more painful when the poisoner was revealed. Killian concluded that it was a good thing the blonde girl had spoken with the Duke. The young master thought that, in the context of the governess incident, his father might take an interest in Edith and discover she was of no value to Count Regelhoff. If it turned out this marriage, arranged for the family's benefit, was falling apart, he thought that's why his wife had kept silent about the abuse. It dawned on him then, remembering when Edith had claimed to have requested an exclusive maid to avoid suspicion. Killian realized she wasn't just a victim in all this. She had played it smart, using her husband to her advantage. When his brother asked what he was thinking, Killian snapped back to reality, having zoned out while talking to Miss Eliza. He apologized to the blonde girl and explained that he had been dealing with a pile of crap lately, most of it because of Edith. Eliza held back tears and nodded sympathetically, telling Killian he needed to pay extra attention to his wife now and take care of her. Eliza said that during her recovery, she had been thinking about Edith and how hard it must be for her, since she was also poisoned. The blonde girl said that the Duke's sons often came to see her, so Edith was probably sitting alone, bored to death. Eliza suggested Killian try to comfort Edith in some way to help her through this, like going for a walk or having a chat. The blonde girl pleaded with him to be as kind and open with his wife as he was with her. The guy with the golden eyes was very annoyed by Miss Eliza's kindness toward Miss Edith and her suggestions to his brother. The night was late, but the red-haired girl couldn't sleep, busy stressing over her husband and everything that had just happened. Edith felt her husband had seen through her. It was hard to avoid connecting the two things and becoming suspicious, right? First, Edith was beaten by her exclusive governess. Second, the Regelhoffs sent a carriage to pick up Sophia. Killian knew perfectly well, but he realized there was no point in holding his wife hostage. Instead of kicking Edith out of the manor, he fired the maid, which was nothing short of a miracle. It suddenly occurred to her that if no one brought it up, maybe Killian actually liked his wife. Edith admitted to herself that she wasn't even afraid of being kicked out, as the original story had bigger plans for her than just being a maid. Still, she worried that Sophia still had an important role in many plots, and who knew how that would affect Edith. Edith leaned on the table and thought that she couldn't get her hopes up too much about her husband liking her, because she didn't know how much he cared. The red-haired girl knew she had to keep proving she was not a threat in order to maintain a peaceful relationship with the Ludwig family. Miss Edith decided to change her husband's mind at all costs, as he believed she was seducing him due to a run of bad luck. The next day, Killian asked his wife to join him for some tea, but her response was unexpected. Miss Edith refused. The young master thought she just hadn't registered it. So the next day, he went to his wife again with a special offer. Killian said he knew she had been eating in her room and invited her to have dinner with the family. Miss Edith refused again, claiming she didn't want to cause any trouble or ruin the atmosphere with her presence. The young master felt his wife was right. His father was wary of her because she had been hurt. The next afternoon, the guy went to his wife again, saying the weather was perfect and he wanted to go for a walk. Miss Edith looked up from her book and said she appreciated the invitation, but the sun was still too strong, so she'd rather stay indoors. The young master closed the door, his mind immediately filling with negative thoughts about Edith being uncomfortable around him. Killian began to think he had done something wrong and wondered if maybe Edith was still the cunning and malicious woman he had thought she was. He thought to himself that she surely wasn't like the dirty rumors suggested and was probably just in a difficult situation. Killian remembered he had decided to suspend his judgment of his wife until he had spent some time with her, but it wasn't that easy. He realized he was worrying over nothing and that it was probably just their schedules not aligning. He would try again later. Suddenly, the door to his wife's room opened, and Miss Edith stepped out into the hallway where Killian stood thinking. The red-haired girl asked what her dear husband was doing here, since he had promised to go for a walk. The young man was flustered and couldn't think of an answer, so he blurted out an offer to eat the strawberry pie he had brought from that famous bakery. Miss Edith realized her husband was talking about the famous pie, the one Anna had told her about long ago. Although the red-haired girl could almost taste how delicious the dessert would be, she managed to hold back and refused. She said she had gained too much weight recently, so she just wished her husband a good appetite and hurried away. Edith rushed down the hall, thinking she couldn't give in for food and stop playing the role of the sensible, harmless wife who just wanted to be left alone. 3 days later, she went to Miss Eliza's room, who thought Miss Edith looked sad and asked if she was upset with Killian. The red-haired girl was startled by the question, but managed to reply that everything was fine and nothing had happened. The blonde beauty explained that she had recently overheard the maids whispering, discussing how Killian had been rejected yet again. Miss Edith said that the servants seemed to love gossiping, and a couple's business was their favorite topic. The red-haired girl added that she had misspoken just now and asked her to understand her correctly now. She explained to the blonde beauty that she was more grateful than upset with her husband now, because she saw how much he cared for her. Eliza asked Edith why she was pushing Killian away if he was so nice. The question stumped the young master's wife. After a moment's thought, Edith carefully tried to explain that Killian was an unfortunate man who had sacrificed too much for the sake of the duchy. The red-haired girl said there was nothing wrong with an arranged marriage itself, but it was terrible if their families were hostile to each other. Edith said with a smile that she didn't want her husband to pay attention to her out of a sense of duty and thought she couldn't say. That Killian was testing her. Impossible, the blonde girl retorted, but Edith held the opposite view, saying her husband always showed up with something in mind. Edith said that just recently he had come to her with some wholesome activities, asking if she could ride a horse. When she said she couldn't, the playboy offered to teach her, but she refused him again, barely managing to get rid of the pest. The redhead told Eliza that the guy had been barging into Rena's office for the second day in a row, just watching her work. The blonde beauty was stunned by Edith's account of the young master's behavior and told her to be more lenient with him. One day, Killian came to his wife and bluntly announced that he knew she was free today and could spend some time with him. Edith thought that, to be honest, all she did all day was help Rhiannon in the office and eat something. Killian suggested going to the opera, but she refused him again, suggesting he go with Eliza instead, since she was feeling better. Her husband was stunned by her words, but Edith insisted that everyone knew how close he and Eliza were, and she didn't mind at all. This really annoyed him, and he asked his wife how she really saw him. At first, Edith said her view was obvious, that he was her husband, but in that instant, the girl felt she needed a different answer if the young master was testing her. Miss Edith clarified that Killian was just her husband in name only, and the young master was severely annoyed by this. The red-haired girl lowered her gaze and said she understood her marriage was just a business deal. Miss Edith said she realized this marriage had become a shackle binding Killian, preventing him from being with the woman he loved. Edith thought that to Killian, she was probably just a jealous and malicious woman who clung to the marriage like a snake or a demon. Killian was angry at the husband in name only remark, asked if his wife didn't want to be with him, and then guessed she had found someone else. The young master concluded the other person was Rena Filch, and Miss Edith was dumbfounded by her husband's words. Killian walked toward the door, thinking he was the only one in this room being demanding and jealous, and realized his wife just disliked him. The red-haired girl looked at her husband's face, knowing the test was long over, so Edith reached out her hand to him. Killian touched his wife's hand and, as her husband in name, asked if he could lie beside her and hold her to sleep. Hearing this request, the red-haired girl got angry and tried to pull her hand back, but the young master wouldn't let go of his wife. He apologized for his actions and kissed her. Edith didn't resist, but she realized that if this continued, they would only keep misunderstanding each other. Killian kissed his wife's neck, while she cursed herself internally for letting him, because he would just say again that she was seducing him. She returned to that darkness, where a green sign was lit, stating that the conditions for the second stage had been completed. The sign refreshed, now showing that exclusive rights had been obtained and the author's authority had been weakened. The girl exclaimed excitedly. She understood how the system worked. Whenever she shared a bed with her husband, the conditions would become easier. The sign updated again, displaying a message: reject Killian's 10 amorous advances. The girl realized she had been wrong and felt that someone was toying with her, forcing her to play with her husband's feelings. A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she recalled how she had mustered the courage and finally completed the condition. The only thing the red-haired girl cared about was whether the young master was truly hurt by it. Meanwhile, the hooded figure was furious, wondering how on earth she had completed it so quickly. He couldn't understand rejecting someone you love 10 times, which reminded him of Eliza and Cliff. When you're in love, you do anything for your partner, give everything, and ask for nothing in return. You would even endure their crazy demands just to be able to hold them in your arms. The mysterious person said he had never seen Miss Edith actually complete the second stage. Not even once. The mysterious person realized he was wrong, that Edith had no feelings for Killian, and he realized his control over the main characters was weakening. The hooded figure shuddered at the thought of what would happen if Edith cleared the third stage. The author's authority would completely disappear, and the story would develop on its own, shaped by the character's choices. The story would go on. The beloved blonde girl would grow old and eventually die. The system asked him to set the conditions for the third stage. He tried many times, but every attempt ended in failure. The system kept prompting that the parameters for the third stage were invalid. Just as the mysterious person was on the verge of a breakdown, he had a flash of inspiration and set the system to kill Edith, but not by his own hand. After they spent the night together, the young master asked his wife if she was okay. Edith said she was fine, adding that she hadn't had high expectations. Killian responded that muscles are built through training. The young master whispered in his wife's ear that her body was far more wonderful than his. Then he kissed her forehead. Miss Edith couldn't believe the novel's plot had changed slightly, that her husband could be so gentle with her. The wife smiled at her husband and joked that he was holding her so tight he was about to crush her. The young master turned to Miss Edith and asked if she had been serious when she said her husband was just a character on paper. She didn't understand why he asked, as if he actually cared, and answered yes. This question made Miss Edith start thinking about her husband. It was definitely more than just pity, or he wouldn't have gone this far. In the original story, Killian failed to win Miss Eliza's love, so perhaps it was loneliness and a desire for an emotional connection that drove him to do this. The red-haired girl studied her husband, thinking that she was beginning to understand why he acted this way. Killian had lived his whole life in his brother's shadow. In swordsmanship practice, Cliff could always defeat him. Cliff was the Duke's direct heir, which was why he had been in the spotlight since childhood. Even the girl he liked only had eyes for his brother. This made sense, as his brother was the main character in the novel who had everything. It seemed the young master had finally realized that Edith was just as lonely, and so she would understand how he felt. Miss Edith caressed her husband's cheek and asked what she had to do to make him finally believe her. That evening, Killian took his wife to the theater. She was stunned by its beauty, decor, and grand scale. The couple went up to their box and took their seats, and Miss Edith had a full view of the magnificent hall. She wondered if they would be able to hear anything in such a large place, and her husband asked if she had never been to the Capitol's theater before. Edith was lost in thought about her character's past, feeling sorry for her. Her father never let her have access to music or books, all because Count Regelhoff was afraid she would become too smart and start defying orders. She decided to change the subject and asked what the play was about. Killian said it was a tragedy called Odalita. Odalita, the daughter of a wealthy viscount, went into the forest to pick berries and found an injured man named Laszlo. She took pity on him. Odalita decided to help the injured man, and he stayed with her until his memory fully returned. It turned out Laszlo was a prince from a neighboring country who had fled to escape a power struggle for the throne. The story goes that the two fell in love. Odalita's father interfered, wanting to marry her off to a wealthy Baron Hubert from a nearby estate. Laszlo begged her to elope with him for the sake of their love, but Baron Hubert was well aware that Odalita loved someone else. The wealthy baron tempted her with his fortune, and the Viscount's daughter turned her back on love for the sake of her family. On stage, Odalita sang that Laszlo would forever be in her heart and bid him farewell, while Miss Edith was in tears. Throughout the play, Killian kept his eyes glued on his wife, observing her reactions. As they were leaving, he asked if she was okay. The red-haired girl said she was fine and admitted she found the play really interesting. She told her husband that if she had known she would enjoy it so much, she wouldn't have refused invitations to the theater before. Killian asked what she would do if she were in Odalita's position, and she said she would definitely choose the wealthy baron. Killian asked her to explain, and his wife said she wouldn't kill herself, nor would she give up a rich man. Laszlo was hardly a hero because he knew Odalita's situation, yet concealed his own identity. Edith concluded that the guy was terrible, that he was just cleverly testing her and playing with her feelings. Killian wondered, when you're in love, can you be tempted by money? She said it wasn't just about the money. Miss Edith explained that Odalita's decision affected her entire family. She added that the play reminded her of Killian's own story. The girl said Hubert was portrayed as the villain, but he was the only one who truly loved Odalita and was honest about it. Miss Edith said the play's ending felt unrealistic, with Laszlo marrying the princess. Edith thought it was foolish for the heroine to kill herself after discovering the truth. The red-haired girl believed that in real life, Hubert and Odalita would have ended up together. Killian looked confused, so she explained that there's something called time. She added with a smile, people are stronger than they seem, and even the coldest hearts can warm up and wounds can heal. For a moment, the young master thought she was trying to sweet-talk him again. But when he looked into her kind, sincere eyes, he realized he was wrong. Edith herself was a strong woman. Killian took his red-haired girl's hand and asked if she wanted to go for a walk, if she wasn't too tired. Miss Edith happily agreed, and the couple strolled through the twilight city in the afterglow of the sunset. A thought crossed her mind. He had done this before, leading the way with familiarity, as if he knew exactly where to go. For a moment, Edith felt awkward, even a little lost, but then she spotted a girl selling flowers. The red-haired woman had her husband stop, walked over to the young flower girl. and asked the price of a bouquet. Suddenly, her husband appeared beside her, handed the girl a few bills, and said this should be enough. Miss Edith and the flower girl were both stunned by the generous gesture. Then, the young master handed the bouquet to his wife. He thought she was probably the only noble lady in the whole damn empire who would want to buy flowers herself, especially with her husband right there. Edith happily thanked him for the flowers, saying it was the first time she had ever received a bouquet like this. Killian became flustered, thinking she meant it was the first time she'd received a wilted bouquet, and said he should have bought a fresh one this morning. Miss Edith countered that it was truly the first time she had ever received flowers in this way. She remembered that in her past life, her parents never wasted money on impractical things like flowers. Her only lover couldn't even manage not to cheat, let alone give her flowers. The original Edith might have received tons of flowers, but she never saw them. Count Regelhoff probably had them all thrown away. Miss Edith gazed at the bouquet, thinking how exciting it was to receive flowers, and how wonderful they smelled. The young master was surprised by how captivated she was by the flowers, but then she snapped out of it. Miss Edith suggested they keep walking, perhaps somewhere else, and when her husband agreed, she immediately grabbed his hand like two children. The newlyweds ran through the streets, browsing all the shops, joking and laughing out loud. The young man was happy to see the light in his wife's eyes and suggested they get some delicious popsicles. A clown was performing tricks near the main road, and she wanted to get a closer look. The clown tried to pull Edith into the act, but she didn't expect him to be so scary, and her face twisted in fear. The young master chuckled, held out his hand, and told the clown to give him back his wife. Miss Edith was pleasantly surprised that her husband had called her his wife in public. In that moment, she decided to look around. Edith realized that everything she saw, the cozy streets, buildings, shops, landmarks, was all built for the main characters. She thought, now she and her husband were destined to enjoy these benefits the author had created for the chosen ones. The red-haired girl wondered if this was because she had completed the requirements for the second stage. As they strolled, Edith looked at Killian, guessing that he had changed after completing the conditions for the second stage. She remembered how he had actually wanted to spend a night with her recently, and then suggested they go to the opera together. The young master added that he really wanted to spend some quality time with his wife to get to know her better. Edith thought that if she was right, then after completing the third condition, she could finally break free from the original plot. Edith looked at the people walking freely, unbound by the script, and wondered if she and Killian could also make their own choices. She looked at her husband, dreaming of being free to choose when to be sad or happy, who to be enemies with, and who to love. Killian walked down the hallway, lost in thought, thinking about their trip to the opera and the walk afterward. He worried his wife might have been bored, but he had taken the chance to invite her to the theater because of her interest in the arts. The young master thought his wife had probably been to the theater countless times with other men before. But when he saw her genuinely moved by the play, the guy was completely stunned, and he was even more shocked by her reaction to the bouquet. Killian would never have guessed that Edith Regelhoff had never received flowers before. After their short walk, Miss Edith thanked her husband and said that she had discovered a whole new world that night. The young master found himself thinking that he was actually glad many things were new to Edith. Suddenly, a sweet female voice called out to him. It was Miss Eliza, who figured he must be tired since it was so late. Killian realized he had been spending all his time with Edith lately and had completely neglected Eliza, so he pressed her to tell him what was wrong. The blonde girl timidly mentioned Miss Edith's name, saying a servant had seen her putting poison on a needle and thread. Miss Eliza's words left Killian completely stunned, but then she dropped another bombshell on him. The girl said they learned this from a maid who had been found by Cliff after mysteriously disappearing from the estate. The guy was furious, questioning the blonde girl about how his brother knew and why the maid had been silent for so long. But Miss Eliza knew nothing, saying Cliff claimed he would get to the bottom of it himself. The blonde girl admitted she couldn't stay silent about what happened and decided to tell Killian. After thinking for a moment, the blonde beauty asked the young master if it was all a lie, because Edith wouldn't do something like that. Killian assured her his wife wasn't involved, but privately, he thought that Miss Edith, the notorious villainess, was perfectly capable of it. Suddenly, the young man heard a strange noise and asked Eliza if she had just heard someone shout, but the hallway was empty except for the two of them. So Killian reassured her and continued his explanation. The guy reasoned that Count Regelhoff wouldn't order his daughter to kill Miss Eliza. Eliza, as she had the least influence in the ducal household. The young master guessed that jealousy could be a motive, but that red-haired girl simply had none. Killian thought with regret that not only did his wife not want her husband's affection, but she also just got embarrassed whenever he showed her any concern. The guy told Eliza that the maid was most likely bribed, which meant their enemy had access to someone inside the ducal territory. He said he was going to question the rest of the servants on the estate, but she objected as she didn't want to cause a commotion. Killian smiled, gave his jacket to Miss Eliza, and told her the castle gets cold at night and she should dress warmly. Then he asked if she could let him know if Cliff tried to investigate anything related to Edith on his own again. The young master added that she shouldn't tell his brother about this request, or he would start hiding things from the blonde beauty as well. Eliza agreed, and the guy said it was getting really late and he was tired, so he was going back to his room. The blonde girl called out to Killian, but when he turned and asked what was wrong, she could only wish him a good night. 3 days after the trip to the opera, the young master was sitting in his wife's room, having breakfast with her. Miss Edith was stressed because her husband had been eating with her for several days in a row. She felt he was up to something. The girl smiled warmly and reminded her husband that he had said he was swamped with work. Killian grinned, called his wife sweetheart, and said gently that he had finished his work long ago. Miss Edith blushed, thinking that such a cute face was against the rules. She composed herself and told him she was being serious, as she had noticed he was acting strangely. The young master looked at his wife, confused, and said it was perfectly normal for a married couple to eat together. Now Killian understood how his wife must have felt while enduring his indifference throughout their marriage. The young master admitted he had been in the wrong for a long time, but he wanted to correct it. Killian asked Edith if he could get to know her better, adding that she was still the #1 suspect in that incident. The young master clarified that he was becoming more convinced of Miss Edith's innocence with each passing day. She couldn't believe this was the same man who wouldn't let her touch him at their wedding and put on his own ring. Edith sincerely thanked her husband for his kindness, thinking to herself that he must have changed after the second stage. The guy seemed surprised, saying that a red-haired girl shouldn't be thanking someone who should be apologizing. Killian said he wanted to spend more time with his wife, but she replied that they were already spending a lot of time together. Killian touched his wife's hand, pointing out that you need to spend quality time with someone to really get to know them. He held her hand and said he wanted to know what she liked, what she hated, and what kind of habits she had. Edith didn't understand what was happening, but then it hit her that this novel was about a harem of male characters obsessed with the heroine. Killian pulled her hand closer, saying he didn't want to miss a single thing about her, but noticed her stiff expression and asked if she was comfortable. The girl thought to herself that he didn't have to be so thorough when having a normal conversation with his wife. After that conversation, the observation phase began, and the couple spent a great deal of time together. At first, the red-haired girl thought it would be super awkward knowing Killian was observing and analyzing her. It turned out to be much more relaxed and natural than she had imagined. The two were always talking and got along very well. Miss Edith felt that a wall between her and the young master had come down, and they were starting to feel like a real married couple. One day, Killian and Miss Edith were having tea on the grand terrace with Cliff and Miss Eliza. The husband told his wife she should get a shawl as she might catch a cold. She said summer wasn't over yet, and even if she got sick, no one would notice. He was like, "What are you talking about? Of course I'd notice if you weren't feeling well, Edith." Miss Eliza chimed in, calling them a perfect couple, which completely flustered Miss Edith. Killian just smiled knowingly and asked Miss Eliza if she really thought so. Miss Edith was shocked by her husband's reaction. The comment didn't seem to bother him at all. Miss Eliza quickly changed the subject, mentioning that the strawberry tea they were about to have was from that famous shop in the capital. The red-haired girl just said she could already smell the sweet strawberry scent. Killian pointed out that she was gobbling up strawberry pie just yesterday and asked if she even liked strawberries. She said strawberries were a bit sour, but they smelled nice. He asked why she used rose perfume then. Edith replied that she liked strawberries as a food, not a fragrance. Then it dawned on her that Killian was trying to make Eliza jealous. Miss Edith figured she should play along and asked if he didn't like her floral perfume. Killian was caught off guard and was about to search for an answer when Cliff interrupted the newlyweds. He said he knew they were on their honeymoon, but Miss Eliza really needed to have a word with Killian. The older brother was embarrassed and apologized to the blonde girl for not paying much attention to her lately. Edith found Cliff's behavior strange, because in the novel, he always kept his younger brother, the second male lead, firmly in his grasp. Eliza said it was nothing important she just wanted to tell him the shoes from that boutique were ready. Cliff remembered his brother saying he wanted to go there with Eliza because there was a place he really liked next to the boutique. Suddenly, the young master interjected that he would go if his wife was okay with it, and everyone whipped their heads toward Miss Edith. Cliff called her name, but she said she had zoned out and didn't hear the question, so she asked him to repeat it. Miss Eliza asked how Edith was feeling, but she said she was fine, thinking to herself that she must look terrible. The blonde beauty then said that going to the boutique was no big deal, so she wouldn't mind if Cliff went with her instead. Killian blurted out that he had time to go with Miss Eliza, especially since there were a lot of boutiques there. Edith would love to hear her name. The red-haired girl snapped back to reality, realizing she had been lost in thought and missed half the conversation. Cliff joined in, saying that on that day, their father himself and Killian's wife both had to go to the Imperial Palace. The guy concluded that it would be impossible for the three of them to go to the shops together, so Killian and Eliza would have to go as a pair. Edith found this move by Cliff strange, as he usually never let his brother have any alone time with his crush. After tea, as the red-haired girl was taking a walk, a thought kept nagging at her, as if she was missing something. She knew that Killian and Eliza had ordered the shoes together, back before Cliff became the main character. It made sense that a jealous Cliff would want to get rid of a gift Killian gave to Eliza. She glanced at her husband, thinking his behavior was out of character, and it was also strange that she had been summoned to the Imperial Palace. Just then, Killian asked with an annoyed look what he was doing here, pointing at Damien Sinclair, who was chatting with the Duke. As Killian and Edith approached, the young master greeted them with a smirk, saying it had been a while. The guy told them to call his wife Ludwig from now on, and then joined his father and Damien in their business talk. The next day, the newlyweds were having breakfast, and Killian said that Count Sinclair wanted the mining rights to the southern metal mines. Miss Edith remembered that those rights used to belong to Count Regelhoff, and that they were the reason for her arranged marriage. Edith realized that if the Duke lost those rights, then the value of having a count's daughter in his family would also disappear. Killian said worriedly that if Damien had come to discuss the deal with his father, he must have already figured everything out on his own. The young master told his wife he would be working late and was about to leave, but then he suddenly returned to the table. He approached his wife, ran his hand through her beautiful hair, and said that he hadn't had a chance to answer a question during tea. The young man said gently, his voice almost a contented murmur, that he really liked the rose-scented perfume on his wife. The next day, Killian's wife went with her maid to a cafe on Dalzia Street to relax. However, Lady Edith was in for quite a surprise when her maid, Anna, asked her why she didn't love her husband. Edith, almost dying of embarrassment, said she hadn't expected such a question and asked Anna in return why she would ask that. The maid replied that she understood the young master, and Miss Eliza had a special reason for going to that boutique. The street where the shoe store was located was a popular dating spot, which was why Anna had intervened to warn her mistress. Lady Edith was pleasantly surprised, as the maid genuinely cared about her and her marriage, which meant Anna was on her mistress's side. In any case, Anna had always been a loyal and responsible servant of the ducal household, but now she was worried about Edith. Lady Edith thanked the maid for her concern and told her that things were indeed going well between her and Killian. She smiled and confessed that she hoped days like today would last forever. Edith recalled selling a dress that morning that she had never worn, as she thought it might damage the Duchess's reputation. The saleswoman said she didn't understand what the lady was talking about, as there was nothing wrong with wearing a revealing dress. For a moment, the ruby-haired girl thought the saleswoman was right and that she would look stunning in that dress. The saleswoman said she couldn't offer a high price because the dress wouldn't suit most women. Lady Edith also sold all her jewelry, along with a set of diamond earrings and a necklace she owned before her marriage. But the money was still not enough for her to escape the ducal household in an emergency if things started to go wrong. Poking her strawberry pie with a fork, Edith realized that no matter how kind and affectionate Killian was, she couldn't fully rely on him. She recalled lying in a hospital bed, hearing her brother's screams as he refused to help, wishing his dying sister would just hurry up and breathe her last. She overheard her father complaining on the phone that her illness came at a bad time, as if they weren't poor enough. Her mother, meanwhile, was coddling her brother, promising to buy him something nice. It was then that she realized she could only rely on herself. Lying there crying, She knew that if someone helped her, she would be indebted to them, and if she got sick again, they would say she was just seeking attention. Anna, sitting at the table, was lost in thought about her fate after serving the Ludwig family for over a decade. Over the years, the maid had learned the most crucial skills needed to work in a noble household. To be a model servant, you had to learn to work without ears, so you couldn't hear your master's conversations. You also had to learn to work without eyes, so you couldn't see what your masters were doing. Work as quietly as a mouse, without even casting a shadow, so that your masters wouldn't notice your presence at all. Anna learned that a servant shouldn't have a mind to think or a heart to feel, but simply be like the master's limbs. One day, Duke Ludwig summoned the maid and told her that from now on, she would be Edith Regelhoff's overseer. The Duke ordered her to watch the lady and report anything strange, or if she was mean to the maids. Anna had heard the rumors and knew that the lady she was to serve was involved in all sorts of messy situations. As it turned out, Lady Edith wasn't a marriage of convenience, but Anna was not the type of servant to sympathize with her masters. So when the other maids gossiped about how the terrible Lady Edith was making poor Miss Eliza suffer, Anna stayed out of it. The maid clearly remembered the day the sweet girl with lustrous hair first appeared at the ducal household. Anna remembered feeling nothing for the girl who was shabbily dressed but had a brilliant smile. The maid had been working since she was 12 and knew what misfortune was. Perhaps this partly explained why she didn't sympathize with Eliza. She didn't consider Miss Eliza unfortunate and serve her just like any other noble lady. But it wasn't this new mistress who left a deep impression on Anna. The maid remembered that Lady Edith was somehow different. On the very first day they met, she announced she would have lunch with Anna. The lady never drew a line between herself and the servants. She would ask for Anna's opinion and listen attentively. Lady Edith treated Anna as an equal, like a friend, inviting her to lunch or dinner. Anna had never felt any affection for her employers before, but now, sitting in the cafe, she only wished for her mistress's happiness. Lady Edith smiled warmly and said that was enough for her. The lady and her maid continued to chat and laugh like friends. As Lady Edith and Anna returned to the castle together, suddenly, her husband Killian called out to her. The young lord asked his wife what was going on, as there were rumors that she had sold all her clothes and jewelry. The ruby-haired girl said it was nonsense, that she hadn't sold everything, but had just gotten rid of some things she didn't need. The guy explained to his wife that when people hear about a noblewoman suddenly selling her belongings, they spread a lot of rumors. The young lord exclaimed that his wife's actions would ultimately reflect negatively on the ducal household's reputation. The girl concluded that the actions of a noblewoman, who was now also the duke's daughter-in-law, would inevitably attract the attention of high society. Lady Edith apologized, saying that she had no personal funds aside from the dowry she brought with her after the marriage. Hearing this, the young master became even angrier, demanding to know what on earth his wife was doing that her monthly allowance wasn't enough. The ruby-haired girl was completely stunned, looking at her husband in confusion and timidly asking what money he was talking about. Killian fiercely questioned his wife, asking why she hadn't mentioned that she had funds for personal expenses. Edith replied that she knew nothing about those funds and reminded her husband that it was time for him to go to the boutique while she had to prepare for her visit to the imperial palace. Then, Killian grabbed Lady Edith's hand and started pulling her to get ready, but suddenly stopped and pressed her on why she never said anything. The guy said Edith was always like this with him, mentioning the time she had bruises, was starved, and was poisoned. The young master asked his wife if she truly thought her husband was incapable of protecting her. As Killian gently touched his wife's cheek, Sophia's words flashed through her mind, saying that Edith would be abandoned by everyone. Sophia had cackled gleefully, shouting that Killian Ludwig would be happy to kick Edith out when he found out about her connections to a criminal organization. The girl grabbed her husband's arm and admitted there were some things she couldn't be completely honest about. She added that she still couldn't fully trust his words and that he would have to get used to it. The young master swore to buy back all the dresses and accessories she had sold, but Edith protested, blurting out that those things were useless now. The guy countered that if Lady Edith had brought them to the castle, they must have meant something to her, and asked why she was so against it. The girl said she felt bad about spending her husband's money, so Killian covered his face in exasperation and promised to tell Rhiannon Filch everything. The husband said Rhiannon would start processing the expense documents right away, so his wife could review them after she returned from the imperial palace. In the carriage on the way to the Imperial Palace, Lady Edith was lost in thought about the conversation with her husband. Lady Edith decided not to dwell on the matter, as she had the upper hand anyway and was going to get paid. The ruby-haired girl realized it was more important now to figure out the intentions of Cliff, who was sitting right next to her. The guy broke the silence, telling Lady Edith that he would start to get nervous if she kept looking at him with such a suspicious gaze. She apologized, and the young master continued, saying they didn't spend enough time together. Cliff pointed out that Edith seemed to be getting along better with her husband recently, but she said it was too early to celebrate. Lady Edith said that the warmth and affection had only lasted a few days, and it was hard to say what the future would hold. To be honest, the ruby-haired girl was very uncomfortable talking to Cliff and was forcing herself to smile. The guy said it was pointless to compare the new marriage to the time Killian spent with Miss Eliza. Lady Edith thought the young master was trying to pick a fight, but he just said that he wanted Killian to focus on his wife. The golden-eyed guy smirked and said they wanted the same thing, but Lady Edith asked what he was talking about. The young master told her not to play dumb. Their mutual problem was simple. Cliff wanted Eliza, and Edith needed Killian. The guy explained that the best outcome would be to check in from time to time to make sure neither of them even looked back. Edith suddenly protested that there was a misunderstanding, as she had no intention of tying anyone down. The guy clarified that it wasn't just anyone, but her own husband, and said the ruby-haired girl's words sounded nice, but weren't convincing. The young master asked if she could still say the same thing when Killian treated her like a jerk, like something to be thrown away. Lady Edith didn't understand what Cliff was talking about, but instead of answering, he began to tell a story about her husband. The guy said that as a child, Killian loved to sail on the lake during the summer holidays. As soon as the weather turned warm, he would head to the lake, and even his mother would say that summer must have arrived when she saw the yacht. After Miss Eliza came, she often sailed with Killian, but after he got married, she never set foot on his yacht again. Cliff mentioned his brother's passion for art and concluded that, whatever it was, Edith needed to praise him lavishly for it. The young master assured her the effect would be significant, as Killian had a complex about always being second to his older brother. Cliff laughed and pointed out that the ruby-haired girl's reaction to what he said was interesting. Lady Edith remembered that the novel also mentioned Killian and Cliff's bad relationship. The girl just couldn't figure out how the two brothers could have no affection for each other at all, even if they were fighting over a girl. When the carriage stopped in front of the Imperial Palace, Cliff told Edith to make good use of what he had said. The young master opened the door and suggested that Lady Edith think carefully about their conversation. No one loses anything, right? Cliff helped Edith out of the carriage and asked if she knew a maid named Sabina, but she just stared at him in confusion. He added a description, thin, dark-haired, with freckles, and then said that if she didn't know her, then never mind. What a shame. Cliff bid Edith farewell and then walked towards his father and Rhiannon, who had arrived at the Imperial Palace in another carriage. As he walked away, the young master said the conversation was pleasant and wished her a good time with Her Highness the Princess. Edith was completely bewildered. She called out to Cliff, but got no response. Just then, a maid came up and spoke to her. The maid told the ruby-haired girl that she would escort her to see Her Highness the Princess, but first, she needed to change her clothes. A few hours later, in the stables, Princess Catherine was stroking a horse when she finally saw Edith and froze in shock. The ruby-haired girl introduced herself and asked what was going on, as they had made her change clothes as soon as she arrived. The princess replied that she had heard Edith couldn't ride, but now she saw that she looked quite comfortable. The girl panicked because she had forgotten to pretend to be uncomfortable in trousers, which she had always worn in her previous life. Lady Edith joked that her body felt fine, but her soul wasn't used to it. Catherine smiled and told her to follow along, as she would teach her personally. Edith mounted the horse, precisely following the princess's instructions to look ahead, straighten her shoulders, and keep her back straight. Princess Catherine said sternly that a horse's skill depends on the rider, and fear is a one-way ticket to an accident. The ruby-haired girl thought to herself that Her Highness was just getting revenge for Edith's audacity during their first meeting. But looking at Catherine's expression, Edith realized Her Highness was teaching her because of Killian's request. The ruby-haired girl guessed it was Killian's request, and when she heard her guess confirmed, Edith was very surprised. Catherine said she was also surprised when she heard Killian's request and thought it was a joke, but the guy wouldn't joke about something like that. The princess recalled the time she had yelled at Killian for wanting to speak with her alone, without the Duke and her brother present. The young lord asked Princess Catherine if she could teach his wife to ride a horse. Killian explained that the territory he was going to was not as civilized as the prosperous capital. The guy said that if Edith only traveled by carriage, she wouldn't be able to get around the territory once it started to snow. The young lord clarified that he wanted to teach her himself, but was worried she would be embarrassed by it. The guy remembered having tried to suggest his wife lose weight and learn to ride. Killian pleaded with Princess Catherine for help, saying he had no other choice, but the princess was furious. She said she had always thought Killian's marriage was just a contract, a temporary political deal. The princess believed the young lord would only put up with her for a while and then abandon his wife once things settled down. The girl blurted out that she was completely confused by how much the guy cared for his legal wife. When Killian heard about abandoning his wife, he flew into a rage and demanded to know who had told the princess that. The guy said he was disappointed that Catherine believed the empty rumors circulating in high society. That last remark really annoyed the princess, and she said through gritted teeth that he and his wife were driving her crazy, always harping on the same thing. Catherine reminded him that his wife was a member of the Regelhoff family a month ago, and their dirty dealings were more than just rumors. The princess snapped, asking if Killian could honestly say that Lady Edith had nothing to do with the Regelhoff family. The young master replied that it was hard to believe, but Edith was completely different from the Regelhoffs. Killian said he couldn't explain the details clearly for now, so he wouldn't dare ask Catherine to believe him on his word alone. Then, the young master pleaded with the princess to meet Edith first before deciding how to treat her. Catherine recounted this conversation to the ruby-haired girl, which surprised her and concluded that the couple was right. Catherine stretched lazily and said she had put the girl on a horse and had been a strict, no-nonsense teacher. The princess noted that Lady Edith was still very respectful towards her, which made Catherine think that society was a joke. It had turned a humble and polite girl into a viper or a villain, and the princess herself had believed it without checking. Catherine admitted that she had thought Edith was the cause of Killian's troubles and had blamed her for Eliza's problems. Her Highness realized she had hurt someone who respected her with her words and asked if Edith would accept her apology. Hearing the princess's sincere words, the ruby-haired girl burst into tears. Catherine said Killian was right. Her Highness smiled at Lady Edith's tears, as the young master had warned her that she was overly sensitive. Meanwhile, Miss Eliza and Killian were walking down the street, where the boutique with the imported shoes was located. Eliza found the shoe store closed, and Killian began to scold her, asking how she could have gotten the business hours wrong. The guy remembered that he had left according to the boutique's opening time, despite being delayed in Rannon's office due to paperwork. The young master kept telling Miss Eliza that the shoe store's hours should have been communicated in advance. The guy gave the blonde girl a stern look and asked if she really wanted to buy something. Miss Eliza said no and suggested they go to another shoe store. That store had similar heels. In this shop, Killian carefully took out a pair of light pink heels with white ribbons and a bow on the toe. The young master gently asked the blonde beauty to sit down and try on the new shoes. The guy gently slipped the heels onto Miss Eliza's feet and helped her fasten the gold buckles. Then, the young man admired how she looked in the new shoes, lost in the memory of when he first realized he was in love with her. Killian remembered a warm summer day when the blonde girl's shiny hair got caught in a tree branch. In that moment, he knew that Eliza was the brightest, sweetest, and warmest person he had ever met. The boy looked at the girl and thought that if her smile and gaze were for him alone, he would want for nothing else. The boy had never felt anything so warm and bright, so he thought this must be love. Killian suddenly realized that he might have mistaken a childhood crush for love his entire life. The young master had heard a valuable piece of advice from his wife. Time changes everything and wounds heal. The problem was his wife had taken over his mind, completely filling his thoughts. Killian stood up with a satisfied smile and told the shop owner that the rumors were true. He was really talented. The guy asked how long it would take to make 4 pairs of winter boots, and the owner said it would take at least 2 months. The young master specified that they needed to measure both his and his wife's shoe sizes and concluded that 2 months was too long. Miss Eliza became anxious at this and asked if he and Lady Edith were in such a hurry that 2 months was too much. Killian replied that he would soon be granted his title and would be leaving for his territory. The blonde beauty asked if Edith was going too, but the young man didn't know what to say as he didn't understand why she was asking. After a few seconds of silence, the blonde girl said it was just a bit unexpected as Edith was her friend. Killian mentally kicked himself for not realizing it sooner. Eliza had almost no friends her own age. Looking at the blonde beauty, he remembered how she had been practically isolated as a child due to Count Sinclair. After coming to the ducal household, she had been constantly watched by the locals, so she never had a chance to meet people her own age. As Killian and Eliza left the shop and walked down the street, he realized this feeling was different from when he walked with Edith. The young master was surprised that he had warm memories of a street that sold cheap candy and wildflowers. Killian thought of his wife's happy face, who didn't seem embarrassed to be spending time with commoners. His thoughts about their walk were interrupted when Miss Eliza squeezed his hand. Killian stopped and asked what was wrong. The blonde girl shared her anxiety and concern about what he had said in the boutique earlier. About the trip, the young master looked at her, surprised that she was so emotional about him leaving. The awkward silence was broken by Miss Eliza, who suggested they continue down the street and look at the shops that were open. Killian didn't object, so the blonde beauty walked into a shop filled with brooches and exquisite hairpins. She clipped a hairpin decorated with ribbons and flowers into her shiny hair and turned to the guy for his opinion. Killian gave a subtle smile, looking over the gorgeous Eliza, and said he liked the hairpin because it really suited her. The guy told the clerk to put all the accessories the blonde girl had tried on his tab and have them sent to the ducal household. Miss Eliza gasped in surprise, but the young master assured her it was fine, as they rarely went shopping together anyway. The blonde beauty was a bit shocked when the guy suggested going to another shop down the street. As Miss Eliza entered the boutique the guy wanted to visit, she commented that the atmosphere was completely different. Killian agreed and said he wanted to pick out a gift for Lady Edith at this shop. Hearing him mention his wife, the blonde beauty's mood somehow soured, but she decided to hide her feelings. Miss Eliza glanced over a few counters and guessed that Lady Edith preferred more high-end things. The young master chuckled and said he used to think so too, but his wife's taste had clearly changed recently. While examining the jewelry, Killian mentioned that he had noticed his wife was starting to prefer elegant and sexy styles. These days, the young master concluded that his wife no longer liked flashy jewelry with huge gems. Killian pictured Edith and noted that she always wore the small ruby pendant he gave her, which he found cute. Miss Eliza watched as the guy paced around the shop, examining every item and imagining it on his wife. He rejected half of the dresses and accessories because they looked too extravagant for his sweetheart. That evening, Cliff was walking down the hallway when he suddenly heard a delighted shriek coming from Lady Edith's room. His sister-in-law's door was slightly ajar, so the young master was able to peek in and eavesdrop. Edith was thrilled with the beautiful things Killian had picked out and bought for her. He offered to exchange them if she didn't like them. The girl protested that she loved everything, so the young master asked his wife to turn around. Killian wove a ribbon decorated with flowers and pearls into his wife's hair, but when Lady Edith asked how she looked, he froze. The young master was a bit stunned, but he quickly recovered and said the accessory really suited his wife. She thanked him for the unexpected gift, and he replied that if he had known she would like it, he would have bought more. Cliff overheard these sweet words and felt a little awkward, so he just smiled and continued down the hallway. On his way to Miss Eliza's room, he remembered hearing that his brother had returned early due to feeling unwell. Cliff entered the blonde beauty's room, saw piles of boxes, and thought to himself that his brother had really spoiled her today. But Miss Eliza was in low spirits, whimpering in a faint and pitiful voice that Killian was incredibly loyal. Miss Eliza was on the verge of tears, confessing that she thought the young master had grown tired of her, and Cliff wanted to comfort her. He approached the bed and, as if by accident, knocked over a few gift boxes from Killian. The young man with golden eyes told Eliza not to worry about his brother, while she looked at him with a puzzled expression. The blonde beauty said she always worried about Killian and him. It was just in her nature. But the guy said that's not what he meant. Cliff asked Eliza if he could be the only one she could trust and rely on. The young master said Miss Eliza looked upset about Killian, but she denied it. Eliza explained that she was just tired because her shopping trip had been longer than planned. Then she asked Cliff what he had been up to all day. He was flattered that she was interested in his daily routine. The blonde beauty added that she was thinking of him even while shopping. Miss Eliza said shyly that it would have been even better if she could have gone shopping with Cliff. He was happy to hear that. The young master said he had been talking to his sister-in-law in the carriage that day, mentioning that Killian hadn't taken his yacht out all summer. Miss Eliza asked him why he brought that up, and Cliff suddenly moved closer to the blonde beauty. He said he existed only for Miss Eliza and was ready to give her anything, whatever she wanted. The young master took Miss Eliza's hand, and she told him to look only at her. Cliff replied that it could be dangerous. A few days later, Edith and her husband were having breakfast. Edith poked at a piece of strawberry pie with her fork and told Killian that even though the weather had been perfect for boating, he hadn't been to the lake yet. It had been like that all summer. Killian was surprised by her words and asked if she really liked boating. She thought to herself that the real reason was, after thinking about it for a few days, she had finally decided to bring up the yacht. The red-haired girl remembered that in her previous life, she had never even been on a regular boat, let alone a yacht. In the carriage, Cliff had told Edith that since his brother got married, he hadn't been on the yacht once, even though the weather was warm enough. Those words made her pensive and worried, so she decided she needed to talk to her husband about it. Killian was glad she brought it up and began to explain that small boats were dangerous and could easily capsize. The guy clarified that she didn't have to worry because he had a yacht, and he would be happy to take Lady Edith for a ride. The red-haired girl smiled happily, but suddenly wondered what would have happened if she hadn't started this conversation. Killian said he hoped the weather would be nice tomorrow, then called for Anna and told her to tell Samuel to get the yacht ready. The next day, Eliza and Edith met in the estate's courtyard, and the blonde beauty complimented her sister-in-law's outfit. Then she asked where she was going, and the red-haired girl replied that Killian had invited her for a yacht ride. Miss Eliza exclaimed excitedly and explained that the young master used to take her yachting every year. The blonde beauty clarified that Killian always went fishing with her and asked if he would be fishing this time as well. Edith replied that she hadn't heard anything about it, and Eliza said that fishing was fun and it would be a shame if he didn't. Suddenly, Lady Edith realized that Miss Eliza was interested in the second male lead. The blonde beauty then complimented the couple, saying how well-matched they were. The young master interrupted their conversation, walked over to his wife, and announced that everything was ready and they could leave. The blonde girl said she was just about to leave, that she had only come out for a walk but happened to run into Edith and started chatting. As she left, Eliza wished the couple a pleasant holiday, and Killian turned to his wife and said it was time to go. Lady Edith paused, realizing how much the situation and the relationships between the characters had changed. A little later, the red-haired girl marveled at how clear the lake water was and at the boats sailing by. Killian explained that there were so many boats around because everyone came earlier in the day to escape the heat. Lady Edith ran around the deck like an excited child, amazed by everything she saw, but Killian told her to calm down. As she felt the warmth of her husband's jacket, she realized that his attitude, his gaze, and the way he spoke had also changed. She truly felt the atmosphere of the trip, pouting her lips for a kiss, feeling as if the wind itself was pulling them closer. But the young master completely missed the hint and asked his wife what was wrong. Lady Edith told him not to ruin the mood and to figure it out for himself, especially since she was standing in his arms. Killian finally understood and kissed his wife on the lips. It was a perfect day for a married couple. The red-haired girl was being affectionate with her husband, completely unaware of what was about to happen. As they prepared for their yacht trip, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Lady Edith asked her husband what she should wear for the trip. The red-haired girl was considering whether she needed a parasol, but Killian said a hat would work better. Lost in thought about the upcoming lake cruise, the wife suggested bringing some food, but her husband just smiled. Killian was also making sure the yacht trip would be flawless. He had already asked the yacht keeper to inspect it. Samuel assured the young master that it was in good condition, running perfectly, and practically eager to get into the water. When Edith arrived at the lakeshore, she was struck by the beautiful scenery, the size of the yacht, and all the boats on the water. Killian held onto the ropes, watching his wife admire the view and marvel at the azure lake. The young master's wife suddenly realized she was happy and wished things could stay this way forever. But predictably, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, things were bound to go wrong. After that romantic kiss, Lady Edith mentioned that the atmosphere of a boat trip really sets the mood. The guy remembered he had hesitated to suggest the yacht trip to his wife because he thought Edith had already done this sort of thing with other men. But in a recent conversation, his wife had declared that she had never had such a boating experience before. Killian was surprised by her answer, as this kind of activity was popular among couples, offering a chance to be alone in a confined space. The young master broke the kiss, touched his wife's lips with his thumb, and promised to continue when they got home. The girl was excited by her husband's words and suggested they start on the food prepared for the trip. The guy agreed and said he needed to stop the yacht, but a sudden gust of wind made it impossible to drift to a stop. The sail went out of Killian's control, causing the yacht to shake violently, sending chairs, tables, plates, and food flying. In that instant, Killian turned around and didn't see his wife on the boat, but he heard a loud splash and rushed to the edge of the yacht. The guy ran over and saw Lady Edith sinking deeper and deeper into the water, apparently being pulled down by her soaked dress. Upon hitting the water, the red-haired girl felt a biting cold, as if she had fallen into a glacier. Lady Edith told herself to stay conscious and find a way to survive. In the novel, her husband was supposed to kill her. She realized that in the original story, there was no scene of Edith falling into the water at all. Suddenly, 2 system notification boxes popped up in front of her. One said she had 3 minutes left to live, and the other told Lady Edith that if her character died as a villain, the story would reset to its initial state. The red-haired girl realized this meant her relationship with her husband would also return to how it was at the beginning. Lady Edith woke up in bed, heard Anna praying for her recovery, and hoarsely asked for a glass of water. Hearing her lady's hoarse voice, the maid hurried out of the room to get water. A moment later, she leaned over the glass of water that was brought to her, pondering how to deal with the author's hostility. From the very beginning, he had been preventing any attempts to deviate from the original plot, setting impossible conditions. Edith thought carefully and felt that the original plot was more of a headache than the mysterious author himself. It was this damned plot that framed everyone, the characters, their actions, their feelings for her, and even Edith herself. The red-haired girl remembered that while she was unconscious, her soul had drifted into a dark place with a green sign that read. The author's control was weakening because they had interfered with the original story too much. This cheered her up, as it meant the plot and the mysterious author were not entirely on the same side. The red-haired girl deduced that the anonymous author was also subject to the system's rules. Then, Lady Edith asked her maid where the young master was, but the girl just froze, unable to answer. After a few seconds, Anna finally stammered that young Master Killian was interrogating Samuel, which greatly shocked the lady. Lady Edith remembered that Mr. Samuel was in charge of transport for the ducal house, and was the one who had prepared the yacht for the trip. Edith was confused because on one hand, the incident seemed like an accident, but on the other, it seemed like someone wanted her dead. Whoever set this up knew the system's loophole. If Edith died as a villain, the original plot line would be restored. Anna sobbed, trying to tell her lady that Mr. Samuel was not a bad person and couldn't have done something like this. But Edith was convinced it wasn't the character's fault, but the author pulling the strings behind the scenes, and an innocent person was suffering. The lady broke the silence and suddenly ordered a servant to inform Killian that his wife was awake and wanted to see him. In the cellar where Samuel was being interrogated, young Master Killian flashed back to the moment his wife fell into the water. He remembered how his heart had clenched when Edith grabbed the railing and fell. He watched his wife sink deeper and deeper. The guy didn't even remember how he had jumped into the deep water to save her. When the young master pulled Lady Edith out of the water, he tried to shout at her, but her eyelids didn't move. Killian pleaded with his wife to open her eyes because he still had things to say. He remembered the day he had bought all those things for her. Lady Edith had said she was happy that Killian had picked out clothes and accessories for her, as it meant he was thinking of her even when he was out. The young master blushed at her words and suggested they go shopping together next time. Killian said he had already told the salesperson at the shoe store that they would order boots and shoes in advance because they were leaving. Killian was silent, but what he wanted to say was that he was always thinking of his wife, and whenever he saw something, he would wonder if Edith would like it. But before this, he had been terrible to his wife. He remembered a time they argued in the hallway. Back then, the young master had yelled that he couldn't trust her, and she had replied that it wasn't surprising, as it had always been that way. He had accused his wife countless times over the Regelhoff family's suspicious dealings, even asking her if she was a human or a snake. The young master broke from his thoughts, returned to the interrogation, and reminded Samuel that he had served the ducal house for 10 years. Killian wondered aloud if Samuel, having never made a single mistake, valued Duke Ludwig's opinion of his work. Then the guy started yelling angrily at the interrogated man, asking who was behind him and whose request he had carried out. There was a knock on the interrogation room door. Killian turned and saw a panicked Anna, who announced that the lady was awake. Hearing this news, the young master immediately rushed to his beloved wife's room. She hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Killian held his wife tightly in his arms for a long time, and Lady Edith, enveloped in her husband's warmth, felt wonderful. When Killian finally let go of Lady Edith, she asked him why he was so pale. The guy said it was no wonder, as his sweetheart had almost died. Edith asked him to explain what had happened on the yacht. Killian said there was a problem with the yacht's rigging. A rope had been tied in a knot, causing the boat to lose its balance. The young master added that the accident would never have happened if the rigging had been properly set up. Killian sat beside his wife and said he was already interrogating Samuel and would tell her as soon as he found anything. But the girl protested that Samuel couldn't have done it, as he would know he'd be the first to be suspected. Suddenly, Lady Edith realized that someone was trying to get rid of her with a plot that wasn't in the original story. The red-haired girl understood that the accident was the work of some unknown author. The system had marked his intervention as excessive and limited his power, which raised the question, how exactly did he try to get rid of Edith? She remembered that the less important a character was, the less control the plot had over them. Like Renaa or Anna, Lady Edith thought to herself that she had many interactions with those minor characters, and the author could have written her out of the story long ago. From this, the red-haired girl deduced that the mysterious author couldn't interfere with Anna or Renaa. Instead, he chose a more complex and risky method, creating new plot points as if he himself were bound by the novel's rules. So, someone with a motive to kill Edith would be someone who had always hated her, like the maid Sophia, or a powerful character who saw Lady Edith as a villain and was against her. Someone like Cliff Ludwig would fit this description. And Mr. Samuel, who wasn't even mentioned in the original story, didn't fit either type of culprit. Lady Edith sadly realized that she couldn't explain her line of reasoning to Killian. All that was left was to hope that her husband would believe her when she said she thought Samuel was framed. A little later, Killian went down to the interrogation room and ordered the guards to release Samuel. The guy asked if the young master was going to fire him now, but Killian said no, which Samuel could hardly believe. Killian explained that there was no evidence, so there would be no harsh punishment, and told him to take the rest of the day off. The suspect thanked Killian, but Killian cut him off, saying he should thank the lady, as she was the one who vouched for his innocence. As the guards untied Samuel, the young master said he hoped the man would not betray the trust he had been given. Killian flashed back to the conversation with his wife, where he had argued that Samuel was responsible for the yacht and couldn't go unpunished. She asked her husband if he could really punish an innocent man, and Killian paused, surprised by her calmness. Lady Edith chuckled and explained that she was actually comparing Samuel to herself, as she had also been wrongly accused. The red-haired girl reminded her husband how she had been interrogated in the Duke's office and put on a probationary period. Edith confessed that she had heard about the injustice to Samuel, who had been stuck in the interrogation room for hours. The young master promised his wife he would do exactly as she wished. Then he headed for the door. After closing it, Killian couldn't shake the image of Edith's lifeless face as he pulled her from the water. Back in his study, Killian slammed his fist on the table in anger, deciding that catching the culprit was now his top priority. The young master concluded that he needed to calm down and treat this as a crime against his wife, not just against himself. At first, Killian thought it was the Regelhoff family retaliating because the Ludwigs had sent their maid back to the Count's territory. Then, the guy thought the Sinclair family might also be involved, as they had been suspects in similar incidents before. The young master realized he was missing some key information in his investigation when there was a sudden knock from a servant. He told the young master that Mr. Samuel had arrived, and the guy ordered him to be let in. Killian asked Samuel to sit, but he refused, afraid of dirtying the chair, and said he had something to say. Mr. Samuel stated that he had nothing to do with the incident, as he had personally checked the yacht, and it was in perfect working order. Killian began to listen very carefully when the guy said there was something interesting he needed to know. Mr. Samuel explained that he had moored the yacht near the lakeshore at dawn when young Master Cliff found him. He had called him over, saying he was looking for something belonging to Miss Eliza, so he helped him. Samuel added that the request didn't take long, but if something had happened to the yacht during that time, it was his fault. Killian was taken aback and asked why he was bringing this up himself, since he had been released and was no longer a suspect. Samuel replied that he also wanted to catch the culprit who tried to harm the lady and get away with it. The guy said emotionally that he couldn't remain silent because the lady had been so kind and merciful while Samuel was being interrogated. The young master was surprised that Edith's trust and forgiveness had revealed information they couldn't obtain during the interrogation. He was also shocked that Samuel was willing to cooperate to help the lady instead of staying silent. The guy bowed his head and said he was ready to accept punishment for his negligence, but Killian ordered him to raise his head. The young master pointed out that Lady Edith had never wanted to punish anyone, and he doubted her opinion had changed. The guy recalled his wife's expression when she spoke of Samuel and assured the man that she would be grateful for his honesty. Killian told the man that what he had been through today was punishment enough and suggested he go get some rest. Alone in his office, Killian thought about his brother, who had gone to the lake very early that morning to look for an item belonging to Miss Eliza. The young master remembered that before their yacht trip, he and his wife had run into Miss Eliza, who might have been waiting for Cliff. Killian realized that in both the poison thread incident and the data leak incident, Eliza and Cliff were nearby. The guy felt uneasy, remembering he had promised his wife to investigate the theft of the documents impartially. Eliza was included in the investigation back then, but they didn't believe her, even though all the evidence pointed to Edith. The Duke and his sons had believed Eliza's words at the time, and this time, she and Cliff were once again not included in the investigation. The young man concluded that because of this, he couldn't be sure of their innocence. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he needed to find out who else was at the lake that morning. The story of Cliff and his girl being involved in the crime was so confusing that Killian was starting to lose his mind. One thing he was sure of was that Cliff and the blonde needed to be investigated. Somehow, the next day, the husband was feeding his wife with a spoon and marveling at how much she could eat. The girl couldn't figure out why she was so hungry, whether it was because of the dessert or because it was her man feeding her. Lady Edith saw the worried look on her husband's face and guessed he was still shaken by what had happened to her. Killian suddenly broke the silence, saying that Samuel had come by to apologize for leaving the yacht unattended. He made it clear that he owed this information entirely to his wife. Edith was deeply moved by his sincere words and began to thank him, but Killian interrupted her, saying she was the one who deserved thanks. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The couple turned to see young Master Cliff holding a bouquet of flowers, along with Miss Eliza. Killian froze as his brother presented the flowers to his wife, saying he was worried when he heard Edith was hurt because of him. Edith's husband anxiously asked his brother what he meant by saying the red-haired girl was hurt because of him. Young Master Cliff explained that he was the one who suggested to Lady Edith that she take her husband's yacht out on the lake. Suddenly, Edith realized it was all starting to make sense, because the more important the characters were, the more they were influenced by the author. To make a plot that wasn't in the original story believable, the author decided to start with the main characters. Killian said he heard his brother had gone to the lake early in the morning, and Cliff confirmed the rumor, explaining that he had left something on the yacht. Miss Eliza, bored by the brothers' conversation, changed the subject, pointing out her sister-in-law's pale complexion. The blonde girl said she was very upset yesterday because she wasn't allowed to visit Lady Edith. The red-haired girl asked in confusion what they were talking about, but Miss Eliza was interrupted by Killian. He stated that the doctor must have told Edith to rest, so he had decided not to disturb his wife and had personally refused the visit. The girl found it strange to hear this from someone who had been by her bedside since dawn. Then, Miss Eliza and Cliff wished Lady Edith a good rest and a speedy recovery before leaving her room. Killian watched them leave wearily, while Lady Edith just smiled sweetly, saying she was perfectly fine. After that, the young master exploded, yelling about how she could be so calm when they hadn't even caught the culprit yet. She caressed her husband's cheek and asked if he had gotten any sleep as he looked exhausted. Lady Edith said she had been thinking about how he jumped into the icy water to save her last night. She said it was too dangerous and begged him never to do that again, even if something similar happened. Killian pushed her hand away and asked sharply if he was supposed to stand by and watch the woman he loves drown. Lady Edith was taken aback at first, but then agreed, adding that things wouldn't be any better if Killian had died with her. The next morning, when Edith came out of her room, all the servants in the castle greeted her and asked how she was feeling. Even the gardeners stopped their work to greet the lady and wish her a good day. The ruby-haired girl was surprised by the servants' behavior and asked Anna what was going on with them. The governess explained that the entire staff was likely grateful to the lady for her kindness to Mr. Samuel. Anna said the man had worked at the estate for a long time and often helped his colleagues, then added that Sabina had recently gone missing. Lady Edith was stunned upon hearing the maid's name, which was the very name Cliff had mentioned before. The governess explained to the surprised lady that for a few days before she disappeared, she had been bad-mouthing Lady Edith. The servants had gossiped that the lady might have done something to Sabina, but after the incident with Samuel, all the rumors vanished. During a social tea party, the noble ladies were sharing news, and one aristocrat mentioned that Edith Regelhoff had nearly drowned in the lake. The lady said the yacht had capsized and Lady Edith had fallen in, and the sympathetic nobles all gasped, including Layla Sinclair. The noblewoman hinted that it was no accident, as someone had sabotaged the ropes, and Edith had gotten tangled in them. Layla couldn't stop smiling as she listened to the socialite chatter about how the Ludwig family wanted to get rid of Lady Edith. One of the high society ladies even ventured to guess that it was young Master Killian himself who wanted to get rid of his wife. But Layla's face immediately darkened when she heard that Killian had jumped into the water to save her. All the ladies at the tea party swooned over the young master and his heroic act of saving his wife's life. Layla seethed with anger at everyone praising Killian and Edith's marriage, and she asked if they knew who was behind the whole thing. The ladies looked confused, saying the investigation was still ongoing, so it wasn't clear yet. One noble said she heard the yacht's caretaker got away scot-free, which left Layla and Claire completely baffled. She asked incredulously how the person in charge of maintaining the yacht could get away with it after an accident, and just then, the girl burst out laughing. She guessed that Edith's position in the Ludwig family must still be pathetic. The daughter of Count Sinclair sneered that the only daughter-in-law of Duke Ludwig had almost died, yet no one was punished. The high society ladies at the table exchanged glances, all agreeing that Layla's theory did make sense. The girl's smile deepened, as she knew who had been trying to get rid of Edith. Regelhoff. Layla was thrilled that the ducal house of Ludwig didn't value their daughter-in-law, which meant she could win Killian's heart. When Lady Edith returned from a writing lesson, she found a large group of servants bustling about. The governess explained that young Master Cliff had called for a tailor to make an outfit for Miss Eliza for the National Foundation celebration. The red-haired girl remembered Duke Ludwig talking about this event. A week ago, at another family dinner, the Duke had announced that the National Foundation celebration was only a month away. He explained that at this celebration, Grand Duke Lanston and his supporters could demonstrate their power. Cliff disagreed, saying that the dissenters and Lanston supporters were too foolish and greedy for that. His father then asked for Killian's opinion. The young master said they needed to act cautiously to ensure the royalist faction didn't lose its influence. His sister-in-law overheard the entire process and realized this was not just a party, but a political game. While dining that evening, Edith recalled that in the original novel, the Grand Duke had appeared at the Emperor's anniversary celebration near the end of the 4th volume. In the original story, Edith was on probation, so she couldn't go, possibly due to some trickery by Sophia. Just then, a maid interrupted Lady Edith's thoughts, asking what she planned to wear to the event. Edith sighed, thinking that since the novel revolved mainly around Eliza, she barely remembered anything about her own character. The red-haired girl apologized for being distracted and told the maid she would just wear a dress she already owned. Edith mentioned that Killian had bought her many new clothes, but the maid just looked worried. Lady Edith burst into Killian's study, demanding to know what this tailor appointment the servants were talking about was. Her husband replied that he was looking forward to going to the tailor with his beloved, but Edith said she wasn't planning on buying anything new. The young master put his book back on the shelf and said this event was their first public appearance together since their marriage. He thought it would be a good idea to be well-dressed to quell the rumors about their marital problems. Killian asked if his wife agreed. Edith waved her hands, expressing her full approval. Lady Edith wondered if they could go straight to the tailor without waiting in line, and he said he had made an appointment days ago. As they left his office, Killian admitted he hadn't mentioned it before because he knew she would say it was a waste of money. Lady Edith was shocked by her husband's actions and his thoughtfulness. Renard Filch just watched them leave wordlessly. A second later, the Duke's secretary's gaze fell on a book about manipulation and control using witchcraft. When Edith and her husband arrived at the tailor's shop, she was completely stunned by its overly extravagant and bizarre appearance. The fashion designer greeted them, introduced himself as Georgian Mafita, and said he was delighted they could grace his luxurious studio. Georgian said the couple's visit was a great honor, and Edith wondered if he had mixed up his pronouns. As they relaxed on the sofa, flipping through a catalog, Edith was dumbfounded by the outfits he recommended. The red-haired girl asked her husband if he really liked such flashy and tacky dresses. The young master admitted he had brought her to the studio because he thought she would like this style. Realizing he had messed up, Killian covered his face and muttered that someone had recommended this place to him. The young master then said it was a popular place, so Edith might be able to find a dress suitable for the celebration. Killian pointed to a page in the catalog for his wife, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the dress in the picture. Just then, the designer suddenly rushed to the sofa, startling the couple, and offered to have Lady Edith try it on. When the red-haired girl put on the chosen outfit, the tailor clapped his hands in amazement. He said the dress had finally found its owner, adding that countless clients had wanted this particular design. Georgian confessed that he had recommended other dresses to everyone else, but this one alone was specially reserved for a special customer. Lady Edith glanced at her reflection in the mirror, thinking that young Master Killian had excellent taste. She remembered having the same thought on the day he bought all those new clothes. She then nervously called out to him, asking for his opinion on the dress. The red-haired girl explained to her husband that she was very nervous because she felt the dress was too gorgeous. As Lady Edith stood before her husband in the gorgeous new dress, she wondered why Killian had suddenly brought her to the tailor. She guessed it might have less to do with the rumors of marital problems and more to do with his brother, whom Miss Eliza adored. The amber-eyed man was the Duke's heir, so he could summon the royal designer at any time. It seemed Killian had simply decided to step aside and not interfere in the matter between the blonde beauty and his brother. Lady Edith's thoughts were interrupted by her husband's voice, complimenting how she looked in the new dress. The young lord then gave a sweet smile, saying the outfit looked much better on her than he had expected. Seeing that brilliant smile, which was practically a foul, Lady Edith's cheeks flushed. Besides, her husband rarely smiled, and now he was looking at her with a searching gaze, as if making up his mind about something. Immediately after, young Master Killian asked his wife to turn her head and reached out towards her face. She knew he was going to kiss her, but she became very shy and decided to change the subject. Lady Edith asked if he had already chosen what he would wear to the event, as she wanted their outfits to match. The red-haired girl had the designer pick out a suit for him that matched her dress, and Georgian excitedly praised how romantic it was. As the tailor led them towards a suitable outfit, Killian gazed at Lady Edith with a silent, questioning look. After leaving the dress shop, Killian commented that they had made their decision rather quickly. He insisted they should have tried on a few more, but Lady Edith countered that they had bought a wonderful dress. She asked if anyone had ever told him he had a keen eye. Killian said he'd heard it countless times but still got flustered. He then asked if his wife was tired and suggested stopping by another shop to pick out some shoes and boots. She agreed, so he led her into a shoe store and immediately announced to the salesperson that they needed 2 pairs of boots. Lady Edith was completely stunned, excitedly asking her husband why they needed so many boots when she already had a pair. The young master explained that Ryzen was much colder than here with a lot more snow, so she would need winter boots and waterproof boots. Suddenly, he remembered she would also need riding boots, and Lady Edith could only let out a long sigh. The red-haired girl sat down to have her feet measured by the shoemaker while firing off a series of questions at her husband. She remembered that the novel barely mentioned the Ryzen estate, so she wanted to grill her husband about the place. Edith decided to learn about the culture there and how the estate's finances were before going there with her husband. Killian was surprised that his wife was interested in these things, and he couldn't hide his embarrassment, which Edith noticed and asked what was wrong. The young master snapped that it was nothing and then asked if she had chosen a style for her boots. The girl found this a bit suspicious. The couple sat in a cozy cafe, enjoying delicious desserts, and Edith thought how lucky she was to have this body. She was glad she wasn't stuck in the role of the protagonist, infatuated with the evil, cruel, jealous, two-timing Cliff. Unlike his brother, her husband was so kind and such a gentleman that Lady Edith had nothing to worry about. Killian picked up a cup of fragrant tea and said he had noticed last time that his wife liked black strawberry tea. Her husband said that was exactly why they came to this cafe that made it, and Edith replied that although it was noisy, she liked it overall. The girl looked at her husband's face and thought that with such a beautiful view before her, she didn't mind the noise at all. Lady Edith overheard a conversation from the next table, where they were talking about Cliff Ludwig's marriage. One person wondered why the young master's wedding was called off while his younger brother was already married. Another explained it was because of Count Sinclair's illegitimate daughter, that vixen who seduced both brothers as soon as she was bought. The conversation grew louder, and Lady Edith felt her husband needed a break, not to listen to this disgusting gossip. She glanced warily at her husband, whose face was as dark as a thundercloud as he listened to people call him a wimp who was played by an illegitimate daughter. Lady Edith couldn't take it anymore, stood up from the table, and, ignoring her husband's objections, walked over to the next table. The clueless woman was still chattering on about how the Duke and Duchess must be crazy to grant a title to an illegitimate child. The red-haired girl leaned in close to the chatterbox, just as the lady noticed her and called her Edith Regelhoff. Edith, furious, corrected her, saying she was a Ludwig, then picked up the water pot to pour the lady some tea and set the record straight. The girl thought to herself that since she never attended parties, high society must have gotten completely out of hand. As Lady Edith poured the tea, she said their table's conversation was so loud she couldn't help but overhear everything. The strawberry tea overflowed the cup, and the red-haired girl asked if she looked like the kind of girl who would tolerate cheating. The terrified gossipers stammered that they didn't think so. They were just repeating stories they'd heard elsewhere. Edith poured the entire pot of water into the main gossiper's cup, then tipped it over on the table, telling the ladies to watch what they say. Finally, the girl told the nobles not to spread rumors so carelessly. Then she walked away. Returning to her table, Lady Edith found her dear husband laughing, but she had no idea what was so funny. The red-haired girl glared at her husband, feeling that she was actually pretty awesome. Even in the carriage, the man couldn't stop laughing, and his wife demanded to know how long he was going to laugh. Killian finally managed to calm down a bit, and said that the more he looked at his wife, the more incredible he found her. Lady Edith couldn't believe her ears that her husband called her incredible and demanded he explain himself. Killian replied that he was shocked that instead of being angry at him for being the subject of gossip, she got angry at the people spreading it. The red-haired girl asked why she would be angry at her husband, thinking to herself that she was partly responsible for these rumors. The young lord guessed that his dear wife didn't love him at all, which was why she didn't care about the rumors and gossip. Lady Edith stared at her husband, dumbfounded, wanting to say that she ignored the outside filth because she loved him, but Killian gave his wife no chance to speak, then apologized and told her not to worry about it anymore. After the long journey, the couple entered the mansion, and the girl sadly concluded that the atmosphere between them had been tense the entire trip. As they crossed the hall, Lady Edith took her husband's arm, determined to clear up this misunderstanding between them, no matter what. Suddenly, the red-haired girl noticed the castle was still bustling with people, even though the designers should have left by now. She turned to Rena and Anna, who were deep in conversation, and asked what was happening. The servants greeted Killian and Edith, and they replied with concern that the Duke and Duchess had brought out the Ludwig family's most precious jewel. Anna explained that Miss Eliza would be wearing the diamond necklace to the banquet to show everyone she was a member of the Ludwig family. Hearing this, Killian immediately lost his mind, grabbed his wife's hand, and dragged her through the mansion's corridors. Lady Edith tried to stop her husband, but he wouldn't listen and angrily pushed open the doors to the main drawing room. The young master spoke loudly and formally to the Duke, furiously demanding to know why things had turned out this way. Duke Ludwig, annoyed, asked his son why he was being so rude in front of his mother. Killian retorted that he had overheard a conversation among the servants in the hall, where some interesting things had come to light. It turned out that while Lady Edith and Lord Killian were choosing their outfits for the celebration, the Duke and Duchess had brought out the family heirloom. The man sneered that they had brought out the precious necklace, presumably specifically for Lady Edith. Killian reminded his family that his wife had the right to wear the family heirloom to the first celebration she attended with her husband after their marriage. The red-haired girl noticed her husband's intense gaze and was surprised that he had dragged her into this whole affair. Lady Edith protested, realizing they had brought out the necklace specifically for Miss Eliza to wear. The young lord urged his wife to wear the jewel to the celebration, claiming there were earrings that would match the necklace perfectly. She begged him to stop pressuring her but he wouldn't listen, and finally, Lady Edith shouted that she didn't want to wear that necklace at all. The entire Ludwig family heard, and their eyes widened in shock. In that moment, the red-haired girl felt incredibly embarrassed. Lady Edith made an excuse, saying the jewel wouldn't match her red hair and the dress with its gold sequins. Finally, she asked her husband to apologize to the family and pushed him towards the door, announcing they were leaving because they were tired. After Edith and Killian left the drawing room, Eliza began to blame herself for causing the awkward family situation. But Jessica Ludwig comforted her, saying it was a decision she and the Duke had made, and Miss Eliza was not to blame. The mother felt the blonde girl must be exhausted after trying on so many dresses and suggested she go rest. Cliff volunteered to escort Miss Eliza back to her room, assuring her she had nothing to worry about as they left the drawing room. The Duke and Duchess were left alone in the drawing room to think. Jessica wondered if Killian had always had this side to him. Jessica Ludwig realized she must be getting old, because even with the ancient family custom, she hadn't immediately thought of Edith. Down the hall, Lady Edith dragged her husband by the arm, sternly asking how he could do that in front of his family. She explained that Killian's behavior had put Eliza in an awkward position. The man remained silent, not answering a single question. He suddenly asked if his wife was angry because the family jewel was given to someone who wasn't a Ludwig. Killian explained that the Duke and Duchess had to understand what this meant for their daughter-in-law. After a moment, the young master asked his wife if she knew what people had been saying about her lately. Lady Edith said she had heard some gossip in the cafe, and Killian replied that it would be even worse at the National Foundation celebration. The girl said nonchalantly that she wouldn't hear anything new there, as she knew they thought she was a viper. But her husband disagreed. He said hesitantly that the recent rumors had changed. The girl asked what he meant, but the young master couldn't bring himself to say it. Finally, Killian gathered his courage and said that people were predicting they would divorce soon because their relationship was so bad. The man added that they were also saying Lady Edith was disliked by the servants because she was rude to Miss Eliza. Unexpectedly, the red-haired girl reacted quite calmly to what the young man said. Killian gently caressed Edith's cheek as she said that everyone has the right to say what they want. The red-haired girl concluded that she would be happy to shut up any gossiper, just as she had done in the cafe today. The young master smiled and asked if she planned to pull the same stunt at the National Foundation celebration. Lady Edith said anything was possible, as she was known for her bad temper, and Killian snuggled closely against his wife. The young master explained that he had heard Edith Regelhoff was a terrible woman, but after she appeared, life became wonderful. Killian said now was the perfect time to close their eyes and kiss, and he pressed his lips to his wife's. As Edith kissed Killian, she thought that it would be a lie to say she wasn't bothered by the whole family heirloom necklace affair. What frustrated Lady Edith even more was the thought of all the gossip and rumors about her during the National Foundation Day. The red-haired girl knew it hurt and stung when that happened, but it was much better when her husband stood up for her. Lady Edith loved seeing young Master Killian worry about her, as if all the troubles in her life just melted away. They were so engrossed in their kiss that they didn't notice they had slid down to the floor. The man then broke the kiss and reminded her about the yacht accident. Edith replied that Killian didn't need to worry because she felt fine, and to prove it, she told him she had already been horse riding. The red-haired girl then slid her hand under her husband's jacket and said she was looking forward to a nice follow-up. Miss Eliza was taking a walk in the royal gardens, enjoying the beautiful view of the blooming trees when she ran into Princess Catherine. Catherine told the blonde beauty that instead of tea today, she was having a picnic, and Eliza praised the idea. The girl's face immediately darkened when the Emperor's sister mentioned that she had worked up an appetite after riding with Edith. The princess added that she was teaching Killian's wife to ride, and the blonde girl was clearly unhappy, but she didn't show it. Catherine commented that the red-haired girl had no talent, but she made up for it with diligence. Her Royal Highness recalled that during their horse ride, Edith had mentioned that the blonde girl's body was much better. The Emperor's sister cheerfully asked what plans Miss Eliza had for the next few days, but she received no response. Princess Catherine, realizing something was troubling the blonde girl, gave her a chance to speak her mind. Miss Eliza said she was very worried about the silk thread incident gifted by Lady Edith, as the poisoner was still at large. The princess confirmed if she meant the time someone had poisoned the silk threads and reminded her that she herself had halted the investigation. Eliza said with tears streaming down her face that at the time, she didn't want to know who hated her enough to want to kill her, but now she knew something. The blonde young lady revealed that a maid was going around saying Lady Edith was responsible for the poisoned thread incident. Miss Eliza added that the maid had disappeared a short while ago, and when she was found, she was dead, her throat slit. The blonde girl sobbed, guessing that she had caused the maid's death because she hadn't wanted to pursue the truth initially. Her Royal Highness told Miss Eliza to calm down, saying it wasn't her fault, and invited her to sit beside her on the blanket. Today was National Foundation Day, and in Lady Edith's room, Killian was helping his wife prepare for the banquet. The young master of the house asked his wife if she was sure a simple ruby necklace would be enough. Edith recalled their wedding night, when Killian had said that besides the family necklace, the ducal house had plenty of jewelry. His wife replied that she would wear the ruby necklace to the banquet and tell everyone that she was wearing a token from her affectionate husband. The girl pushed these warm memories aside and concluded that the preparations for the event were mostly complete. Edith called out to her husband, asking him to help her put on the ruby necklace, just as he did the first time he gave it to her. The young master of the house noticed the necklace suited his wife very well, then asked if it wasn't too plain for the celebration. Hearing her denial, Killian said there wasn't a greedy bone in Lady Edith's body, but she retorted that the red-haired girl had reeled in the most handsome man, Killian Ludwig, so she was definitely greedy. These words flustered the man a little, and he said his wife was good with words, adding that they should get going so as not to be late. When the Ludwig family appeared at the celebration, they immediately became the focus of all the invited guests' gossip and discussion. As the heir to the duchy arrived with the illegitimate daughter of the Sinclair house, high society was severely shocked. The crowd buzzed, discussing the precious necklace worn by the illegitimate daughter, as it meant she had become a daughter-in-law of the Ludwig house. Lady Edith watched all this with a faint, triumphant smile, thinking that high society would certainly have a lot to talk about today. The daughter-in-law looked at the Duchess with admiration, concluding that she was wearing the most beautiful dress today, and it looked stunning on her. After all, of all the dresses ordered from the royal workshop, the mother only wore the ones Miss Eliza had picked out. Lady Edith had been observing Jessica Ludwig for some time, and noticed that her mother-in-law never wore a dress that her daughter-in-law hadn't chosen. Edith had always thought her mother simply didn't like the outfit, and that's why she didn't wear it. But it turned out she had been saving it for a special occasion. All the fashionable ladies surrounded Jessica Ludwig, showering her with compliments on her new dress. The Duchess replied that she would never have dared to try such a change in style herself, nor would she have bought the outfit, but it was chosen for her by her daughter-in-law. Jessica Ludwig introduced her daughter-in-law, the wife of young Master Killian, to the high society members present. At that moment, Edith thought that this scene wasn't in the novel. Her husband pulled her back from her thoughts and gently pushed her towards his mother. The girl approached the circle of noble women, greeted everyone, and introduced herself, while Killian watched from the side with a satisfied smile. The orchestra began to play, and Killian decided to ask his beloved for a dance to see if she was enjoying her debut in high society. Edith smiled and begged him not to ask about the party, as she couldn't even remember the names of the people she had just met. The names in Western novels are so complicated, she thought, but Killian told her not to bother remembering and to just focus on the dance steps, he said with a smile. She asked if he was worried she would step on his feet, then told him to relax, because he was dancing with Edith Ludwig. As she twirled in the dance, she concluded that she couldn't remember the names of her new acquaintances, but Edith's body remembered the dance steps perfectly. Lady Edith decided to just immerse herself in the music, then asked her husband if he was still worried about his feet. Killian replied that he had been too rude and guessed that his wife had perfected her dancing skills with other men. Lady Edith smiled and said that being jealous of men from the past is not charming at all. Layla Sinclair watched the dancing couple with jealousy. Her brother approached and asked her with a hint of a sneer if she thought Killian was fawning over his wife. Layla was also angry at Eliza because she appeared at the celebration wearing the family heirloom and was sticking close to Cliff Ludwig. Layla protested that she didn't understand what was going on here and concluded that something strange was happening. She looked at the dancing couple and thought that Edith had changed. Yes, she was beautiful before, but a bit gloomy. Despite the political marriage to a family enemy, the red-haired girl didn't look miserable. In fact, she was full of life and vitality. The jealous and malicious girl thought that Edith should stay away from young Master Killian because he wasn't her man. After the dance ended, the couple bowed to each other, and Lady Edith noticed her husband's ears were bright red. The red-haired girl asked if her steps were too fast and tiring for him, but he was speechless. Lady Edith, happy and cheerful, suggested to her husband that they go somewhere to relax, her eyes scanning for a quiet corner. Suddenly, her face turned as pale as a freshly painted wall. Killian kept asking her what was wrong, but received no response. The crisp clicking of a man's heels echoed through the hall. The young master turned and saw Count Regelhoff. The man greeted the couple, mentioned it had been a while since the wedding, and asked Killian to step aside. Count Regelhoff said he wanted to be alone with his daughter for a moment to talk with her, leaving Lady Edith at a loss. She thought that she couldn't look the Count in the eye because she knew the memories of the character, Edith. Edith sighed, realizing she couldn't refuse Count Regelhoff, who was playing the part of a perfect father in public. Suddenly, Killian grabbed his wife's hand and asked the man what he wanted to talk to Edith about that her husband couldn't hear. This enraged Count Regelhoff, who shouted how this man could be so rude and disrespectful to his own father-in-law. Count Regelhoff claimed he just wanted to have a chat with his dear daughter and sort out some important matters with her. Killian wondered how that maid was doing now, whom the man seemed to care about more than his own precious daughter. Count Regelhoff was both shocked and embarrassed, but replied that everyone knew all sorts of malicious rumors surrounded Lady Edith. The man explained that Sophia was trying to solve the problem and was playing the role of a strict teacher. Edith looked at her husband with admiration. She couldn't believe her husband would take her side, but then she suddenly realized that maybe he just wanted to stop her from talking to her father. The red-haired girl pondered for a long time and decided she needed to break the tension. Say something. Edith put on a fake, bright smile and assured her father there was nothing to worry about, as she was feeling and living well. Count Regelhoff also put on a fake smile, said he was glad to hear it, and promised Lady Edith he would see her again later. As he walked away, the man thought to himself that he had raised that little brat at the cost of his own life, without getting anything in return. After the Count left, leaving the couple alone, Lady Edith guessed Killian would ask her why she became so gloomy upon seeing her father. The red-haired girl sadly concluded that she wouldn't be able to answer her husband's question. After that dark conversation, Edith realized she was completely powerless. There was nothing she could do. Just then, her husband interrupted her thoughts, saying the Emperor would be arriving soon. Killian said they had to greet His Majesty in the name of the family and suggested they go to the Duke's side now. The red-haired girl was glad her husband didn't press the issue. Then she agreed and offered him her hand. In the main ballroom, the Emperor and the Princess were accepting congratulations from high society for the celebration of the Empire's founding. Lady Edith thought that when it was the Ludwig family's turn to greet the Emperor, that scene would begin. In the novel, that scene revealed the friendship between Miss Eliza and Her Royal Highness the Princess, and an incident occurred in front of everyone. The entire Ludwig family approached His Majesty and Her Royal Highness, and suddenly, Lady Edith noticed that Princess Catherine was staring at her. In the original story, there was a scene on the Empire's Foundation Day where Miss Eliza gained the approval of the nobility at the celebration. The blonde girl showed off her family heirloom and talked about her friendship with the princess. Lady Edith didn't understand why the princess was still looking down on her. She thought they had actually started to get along a bit. The princess greeted the Ludwig family, pointed out how beautiful Eliza looked today, and then turned her attention to Edith. Catherine mentioned that her sister-in-law's dress perfectly matched Killian's suit and said it showed the Ludwig family was in sync. Catherine believed that seeing Edith and Killian like this today, high society would finally stop the gossip and rumors about them. The princess told the Duke and Duchess that she used to always invite Edith and Eliza separately, but she realized it was better to bring everyone together. Edith's eyes widened when she heard this, as it made her realize Her Royal Highness the Princess had been doing this all along. Just then, Eliza sighed sadly, and Cliff asked her what was wrong. She replied that she was worried about greeting the Emperor after the formal ceremony. Killian handed his wife some champagne and asked if she was okay. Edith said she was tired and her feet hurt, but what she was thinking about was the greeting just now, which was different from what she had expected. In the novel, all the attention in that scene was supposed to be on Miss Eliza, but in reality, she had to share the spotlight with Lady Edith. Lady Edith thought that she hadn't even fully figured out the rules of the third stage, and things had already changed so much. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice and looked up to see her father chatting with Archduke Lanston. Count Regelhoff was saying that bloodline is very important, and Archduke Lanston was a member of the royal family. The old man reminded the Archduke that he had pledged allegiance to the late emperor and claimed they were close. From what Edith overheard, she realized the Count was publicly declaring his support for Archduke Lanston at the party. Count Regelhoff said that he fondly recalled the peaceful and tranquil days under the late emperor's rule. Archduke Lanston responded to this by saying not to talk about such things on such a fine day. The man with the eye patch admitted that the monarch was still young, but was doing his best to maintain order in the empire. The Archduke smiled and shared a memory with the Count about watching His Majesty and Her Royal Highness grow up. Just as he was saying, he had witnessed many things as those royal children grew up. The Emperor and Princess passed through the hall. Catherine heard those words and immediately rushed out of the hall. Killian was a gentleman and reacted quickly. He told his wife he would be right back, and that if Count Regelhoff came to bother her again, she should make a big scene. Before leaving, the man said that no matter what happened, he would take all responsibility. This melted her heart in an instant. Lady Edith was waiting for Killian to return when she suddenly heard snippets of conversation from a group of gossiping girls. The noble women were talking about Edith, saying she was faking weakness like a kindergartner complaining about a sore foot. The girl overheard a gossiper suggest that Lady Edith was trying to survive in the Ludwig family by sucking up. Layla Sinclair was also among those noble women, and she said she heard Edith and Killian's marriage was arranged, making her hostage. Edith thought those gossipers finally knew her situation, so she was curious about what would happen next. A noble woman said she had overheard Count Regelhoff publicly declare his position. At the party today, a girl in the crowd replied that she couldn't stand such a betrayal from her parents, especially when the arranged marriage could fall apart. Edith stood up, catching their attention, and said she was still better off than all of them because she was married too. Killian Ludwig. The girl pretended to think for a moment, then said if she got divorced, she would get alimony and a part of the mansion and wouldn't need anything. Lady Edith said having a few lovers wouldn't be bad either, and remarrying wouldn't be a problem since she was young and beautiful. Layla Sinclair got angry at the red-haired girl, calling her a parasite sucking the Ludwig family dry. Lady Edith burst out laughing, saying she was just trying out the lifestyle of almost every noble in this society. She explained to the angry gossipers that girls in high society live by relying on their fathers before they rely on their husbands. Layla Sinclair angrily asked if Edith thought they were the same as her, and the girl replied that of course they weren't. The redhead had a look that said, "You're all just jealous I reeled in Killian." Just then, the young master appeared, and Edith turned to ask him if he thought she was sucking up to him. The guy said, "That's pure nonsense. She'd do that for others, but not for me." Edith then put on a show, hugging her husband and loudly boasting about how lucky she was to have him, just for the gossipers to hear. She gushed that Killian Ludwig was the best man in the world, while the other ladies could only grind their teeth in frustration seeing them so lovey-dovey. Suddenly, Layla Sinclair couldn't stand the sweetness anymore and turned and ran, while Lady Edith continued to cling tightly to her man. She thought about how much she enjoyed playing the villain when Killian pulled her away, saying he needed to explain something. The man clarified that Catherine was just a childhood friend, and there was nothing between them, period. Killian explained that he had never seen her as anything other than one of the guys, and that she was closer to him than Cliff was. The red-haired girl assured her husband that he didn't have to worry, as she wasn't jealous and wasn't overthinking it. Somehow, Killian felt a bit dejected by his wife's words, while Edith wondered if she had ever thought things with Killian would turn out this way. Lady Edith remembered how frustrated she was when she saw the system message saying the character settings wouldn't be unlocked until after the third stage was completed. After discovering this, she had given up all hope and was preparing to flee the estate. She wasn't even afraid of being alone. Edith realized she had people now, someone who reached out to her and wished her well. They believed in her, and she found comfort in that. She had a friend who opened up to her and genuinely wished for her happiness. Wasn't that enough of a reason for her to stay? Edith's thoughts were interrupted when Killian asked what she was thinking about. A thought flashed through her mind that she was finally happy. She grinned and invited her husband to dance. They had little idea what was happening in another room. Layla Sinclair had trashed the room and then collapsed on the windowsill, sobbing hysterically, saying Killian had to be hers. Suddenly, a letter addressed to Layla landed on the windowsill. The letter mentioned how she had berated that parasite clinging to the Ludwig family earlier today. The writer of the letter claimed that they had finally found a brave soul to cooperate with to really get something done. The letter said that the person had a plan to take down Edith Regelhoff, but he needed Miss Layla's help for it to succeed. The letter ended with an address where the mysterious writer was waiting for the blonde girl. And so she went. The weather was terrible, the place was gloomy, and her servant begged her to get back in the carriage, but she told him to wait. Then, with a bang, the door opened. The guy greeted Layla, saying he had been eager to meet her, and she noticed the Ludwig family crest on his robe. The blonde girl thought to herself that she had guessed right. Someone in the Ludwig house absolutely hated their daughter-in-law. The man invited her inside, and her servant tried to stop her, but Layla triumphantly said everything was fine and skipped inside. The next morning, Lady Edith found Renat looking at the book he had been studying with Killian before. The book was about magic manipulation and control, which stunned the red-haired girl because there was no magic in the novel at all. Suddenly, Renat approached the table and slammed the book shut. It was then that he realized he was too close to Lady Edith. They both jumped back. Renat started rambling about the young master, trying to explain, but the girl said it was her fault. Lady Edith explained that it was her curiosity that had created this awkward situation, so Renat decided to change the subject. The Duke's secretary asked her how the National Foundation Day went, and said he heard she had rested for the entire next day. The red-haired girl replied that she had a great time and was just a little tired. Then she remembered the end of the celebration. Killian had carried his beloved in his arms, saying she had seduced her husband at the ball, and now it was time to pay the price. As the young master carried his wife down the hallway, the maids giggled, saying she wouldn't be getting out of bed all day. Rainan announced that starting today, she could begin to review and inspect the documents for the Risen estate, which surprised Edith. He explained that these territories would be passed down to Killian when he received his title as a count, but unfortunately, the estate was far from the capital. The Duke's secretary said that Edith and her husband would manage the lands together, so the documents should be of interest to her. While sorting through the documents, the girl remembered that in the novel, Killian would receive his title and leave the mansion after the conspiracy incident. Edith thought that as long as she could survive the conspiracy incident, she could live a quiet and peaceful life with her husband. She remembered that in the novel, the young master's life in the snowy estate was boring and lonely, and he was just the second male lead. Lady Edith fantasized about leaving the capital with her husband and escaping the life where they could never surpass young Master Cliff. Then they could focus on developing and growing their territory together and finally enjoy a happy life. Edith was humming a cheerful tune while working on the documents when Ronan approached and asked if Miss Sinclair had been bothering her. The red-haired girl began to answer, not noticing Renat was moving his hand away from a book on magic manipulation. Edith explained that her disagreements with Layla stemmed from them always meeting under unpleasant circumstances. She added that there was actually no reason for her and Miss Layla to feel awkward in front of each other. The next day, Edith and Eliza were having tea on the terrace, with Edith thinking that despite what she told Renat, she had no intention of getting close to Layla. Eliza turned to Edith and asked her to accompany her to a boutique in Rivoli Marie before Killian received his title and left with his wife. The blonde beauty felt it would be harder to buy pretty things in the Risen estate than here in the capital. Miss Eliza excitedly told her sister-in-law that the street was beautifully decorated for the end of the year. The blonde beauty imagined how wonderful it would be to go shopping or just take a walk, but Edith was fuming inside. She couldn't figure out why Miss Eliza wasn't asking young Master Cliff to accompany her on her shopping trip as usual. Hiding her irritation, she calmly said she was swamped with work and regretfully expressed her doubt that she would have time for Eliza. You would absolutely not find a scene in the novel where Lady Edith and Miss Eliza actually hung out together. The blonde girl was outgoing and sweet, but her charm wasn't enough to make her real friends among the other ladies. The only exception was the princess. There was a scene where she and Eliza spent a long time on Rivoli Marie Street. Edith remembered that during the National Foundation Day, she realized she had intruded on Eliza and Catherine's friendship. From this, Edith deduced that the offer to go shopping together on Rivoli Marie Street was actually meant for the princess. Hearing Edith say how busy she was, Eliza seemed embarrassed, saying she understood and didn't want to pressure her. Lady Edith felt that this event would proceed smoothly regardless, and she couldn't refuse refused the blonde girl's offer. The red-haired girl smiled and said she had made a mistake and that she definitely had time for shopping. Miss Eliza clapped her hands in excitement, saying that Rivoli Marie Street was absolutely beautiful now, and she was so happy to be going with a friend. While having dinner with her husband, Edith mentioned that she would be taking Eliza for a walk on Rivoli Marie Street soon. Killian was very angry, saying he couldn't accompany his wife and the blonde girl. He had to go to the Imperial Palace. Edith told him not to worry too much. They were just going shopping, and nothing would happen in a crowded place on a sunny day. She reminded her husband of what the princess had said, adding that it would be good for the Ludwig family's reputation to have Eliza and Edith together. His wife noticed that he hadn't calmed down and seemed to be worried about something, probably thinking that Edith might somehow harm Eliza. Killian anxiously repeated Eliza's name, whispering that there was no evidence and that he hadn't found any clues against Cliff and his lover. The young lord had expected his investigation into whether the couple was involved in Edith's incident to yield something, but it had come up empty. The guy sighed, realizing he had insufficient information because Cliff had locked up all the case files. Killian knew it was too risky to get more evidence, but he decided to go to Rannon for help anyway. The Duke's secretary reminded the young master that some sorcery books couldn't serve as conclusive evidence. Rannon asked what he planned to do if Duke Ludwig and his older brother found out about his little private investigation. Killian felt the secretary had a point, as everyone knew His Grace the Duke trusted Cliff immensely. He thought to himself that it would look like he was just jealous of his older brother and trying to frame him because he still had feelings for Eliza. His thoughts were interrupted by Rannon, who warned Killian that he was asking for trouble if he continued to pursue this. The Duke's aide told him to back off, as no one would believe him without conclusive evidence. Killian clenched his fist and told Rannon to shut up. He thought to himself that his investigation was nothing more than a pathetic attempt to justify what he had done to his wife, but that it didn't matter. The young master figured he had made up this whole fantasy to alleviate his own guilt and decided that it didn't matter either. Killian casually sat down at the table, picked up his cutlery, and began to eat solemnly. He said expressionlessly that he hoped his wife and Eliza didn't get into any trouble on their outing. Strolling down Rival Mari Street, the blonde beauty was enthusiastically talking about the novelties she saw in the boutiques. Miss Eliza noticed Miss Edith's gloomy expression and asked if she was boring her by talking too much, but her friend said no. How could that be? Miss Edith pointed out that the blonde girl knew many interesting things about the shops on this street. The red-haired girl guessed that Miss Eliza must come here often with young Master Cliff. Miss Eliza looked crestfallen for a moment and said that wasn't it at all. She had just read about it in a popular magazine. The blonde smile instantly returned to her face, and Eliza said that ever since she made a friend, she had been dreaming of visiting these shops. Edith suddenly realized this was her chance to truly befriend the protagonist, as the previous Eliza couldn't act on her own like others. Edith thought that since she had cleared the second stage and the author's control had weakened, she was making friends who weren't even in the original story. The red-haired girl had even managed to build a good relationship with the princess, a major character in the novel. Miss Edith thought that if she could change the plot before, perhaps she really could become friends with Miss Eliza. At the thought that the blonde beauty might just be an ordinary, lonely girl, the red-haired girl's eyes lit up. Miss Edith excitedly drew closer to the novel's protagonist and asked her which shop she wanted to visit first. The red-haired girl said enthusiastically that she wanted to visit all the places on the street that Miss Eliza had dreamed of. In the hat shop, Edith vowed not to let Eliza wallow in loneliness and to make sure they had fun together. After buying hats, the two friends headed to a bookstore where Miss Eliza recommended a romance novel by her favorite author to her sister-in-law. Edith flipped through the book with interest and pointed out some explicit scenes near the end. When Eliza became flustered, Edith couldn't help but laugh, finding it amusing to embarrass the naive heroine. After a brief pause, the blonde girl asked her friend if she knew the book Mrs. Graham's Secret Temptation. Miss Edith knew what the book was about just from the title, her eyes widening in shock, having never imagined that adult novels existed in this world. The red-haired girl realized this was exactly what was missing in her life and whispered to ask if the shop had that book. Miss Eliza whispered back that this shop didn't, but another bookstore did, the one Cliff secretly went to. Miss Edith went to her governess and whispered in her ear that she needed to pretend she had a tricky errand she couldn't handle alone. The red-haired girl asked Anna to stall Miss Eliza's maid for a little longer and told her she'd be back soon. Miss Edith explained to a surprised Anna that Miss Eliza wanted to buy a book, but had to keep it a secret from young Master Cliff. As soon as the two friends entered the secret adult bookstore, Eliza immediately suggested they split up and pick out what they liked. Parting ways with her friend for a moment, Edith started reading the first book she saw and became lost in thought. The red-haired girl smiled at the thought that the innocent and lovely Eliza knew of such a place and was captivated by the pages before her. Edith snapped the book shut, deciding not to ruin her reputation too much today and had just grabbed 3 books, promising to come back with Anna later. Miss Edith wandered between the bookshelves, but couldn't find her blonde friend anywhere. The red-haired girl almost called out her name, but held back, knowing she shouldn't shout someone's name in a place like this. Edith found a wooden door, guessed Eliza might be inside, and stepped into the darkness, softly calling for her friend. A few seconds later, Miss Edith emerged from the darkness and into broad daylight. When her eyes adjusted, she found herself in an alley. She thought she had to get back to the shop quickly, lest they think she was stealing. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. A mysterious stranger grabbed the red-haired girl with both hands and sarcastically asked if she was really Edith Regelhoff. 3 days earlier, on the night of the festival, Lila Sinclair was following a man, loudly complaining about how dirty the house he had invited her to was. She and the stranger entered a spacious, candlelit room where a hooded woman stood to greet Lila. The blonde girl crossed her arms and angrily demanded they reveal the identity of the letters authored to her. The hooded woman said it was too complicated to explain everything and pointed to a cape bearing the Ludwig family crest. Miss Lila sneered that she knew it. She always felt the Duchy of Ludwig wanted to get rid of Edith Regelhoff. The girl was rightfully angry at that tea party. The only daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family had nearly drowned, yet no one was punished. Lila asked what they needed her to do. The hooded woman replied that she knew Lila had received an invitation to Viscount Cicely's tea party. The hooded woman handed the blonde a note, asking her to pass on the information inside. Miss Lila said she wasn't planning to go because some annoying guy was back in town. Then she glanced at the note. The note said that Miss Edith planned to go to a bookstore on Rival Mari Street around lunchtime. The girl turned to the woman and the mysterious man who brought her, saying she could handle much bigger tasks than passing on a note. While Miss Edith was at the bookstore, Anna decided to check out the most popular cafe on the street and ordered a strawberry tart. In front of her in line, ordering a slice of grape pie and black tea, was Miss Eliza's maid, Isabel, who looked very leisurely. Anna asked her where Miss Eliza was, as Isabel had said she was going to the restroom, but the maid just shrugged and said she didn't know. Edith woke up in an old warehouse, tied to a chair and surrounded by cobweb-covered crates, where a man sat holding a knife. He called her name, referring to her as Mai, and said it had been a long time, but the red-haired girl didn't recognize her kidnapper. Smelling a scent of blood, Miss Edith panicked even more, screaming that she didn't understand, but the stranger said he wasn't surprised by that. The man said he was one of the many men who had fallen for Miss Edith, adding that her love had cost him a heavy price. The kidnapper said that many had paid the price for passing secret information to the beautiful, red-haired lady. The kidnapper sadly realized that Edith had truly forgotten him, Fred Cicely, the man who had sacrificed his reputation and inheritance for her. The girl remembered reading about all the men Edith had seduced to extract important secrets. The red-haired girl recalled that when she transmigrated into the villainous Edith's body, she had seen in the evil Edith's memories all the scenes of Edith seducing powerful men. There were countless broken engagements, and she obtained information through flirting, which she then passed on to her father. The red-haired girl thought sadly that perhaps Fred Cicely was one of the men deceived by the evil Edith. The only thing Miss Edith was sure of now was that this damned kidnapping incident was not in the original story. She also felt that this whole setup, just like the Lakeside incident, felt completely staged. Edith Ludwig realized that some mysterious author had concocted this kidnapping drama and forcefully inserted it into the plot in order to provide. As the kidnapper approached the bounder, 2 system notifications popped up above his head. One said that if Edith died, the story would return to the original plot. The other was a damned countdown to her death. Knowing she had to think fast, Edith called out Fred's name and asked what had happened to the kind person she knew. The kidnapper scoffed, saying she was pretending to remember him, but she pressed on, saying she never thought Fred would do something like this. She feigned surprise that such a gentle and kind person would kidnap someone and brandish a knife. Fred's face immediately twisted with remorse, and he said he was ashamed for scaring his love, but that seeing her felt like a dream. The guy confessed that meeting Miss Edith made him realize he was a romantic at heart, and he had always imagined her in a country estate. Fred said with a crazed look in his eyes that he was heartbroken to learn of her marriage, but he realized he could defeat Duke Ludwig, even at the cost of his life. The crazed man begged the red-haired girl to die with him so they could start over. Fred explained that a fortune teller had given him a book saying they had to die at the same time and in the same place. The kidnapper believed they would then be reborn together in the next life, but he admitted he wasn't entirely sure if it would work. Fred said they should try it anyway, as it was incredibly romantic to fall into an eternal sleep together. Suddenly, Edith had an idea to apologize, because when her lover had betrayed her, all she had wanted was an apology. In her past life, a man had thrown her away after treating her like a toy. Now, in this new body, she understood the pain of having one's feelings played with. The guy's eyes widened in shock, as he couldn't believe that Edith Regelhoff was actually apologizing. Fred said the Edith Regelhoff he knew was an arrogant woman, a bossy she-devil who always looked down on everyone. The guy pointed out that he never thought Edith would apologize to him in person, to which she replied that Fred didn't have to accept her apology. She faltered, but after seeing the timer jump up, she rallied, realizing she had found a loophole to escape. Edith told her kidnapper that there were many vicious rumors and gossip about her, but she didn't even like going to balls and banquets. Fred hysterically repeated that it couldn't be true that his Edith loved attending social events. The girl replied that she preferred quiet places where she could be alone and that she always refused invitations to parties and tea parties. While struggling to untie the ropes binding her hands, Edith pleaded with the man to recall that he had kidnapped her from a library. The timer jumped up again, and Fred angrily ordered the red-haired girl to shut up and not ruin his image of Edith. The timer jumped to 6 hours, and the girl said she wasn't the person Fred imagined, asking if it wasn't pointless to die with a fake Edith. In an instant, the timer plummeted to 40 seconds. Miss Edith looked at him in horror as Fred grinned. He said he noticed her glancing behind his shoulder and asked what was so interesting over there, adding that her lie had been exposed. The girl asked in confusion what lie he was talking about, and Fred laughed, saying she was a good actress. Fred said he might have believed the captive if not for one thing, and he grabbed the book about the Countess and her puppy. Fred said the girl was holding this book when she was caught, and he guessed Edith didn't think he was trustworthy. Fred brought the knife closer to the bound girl's face, promising to be her exclusive puppy if she would just go with him. Finally, the knot came loose, and Miss Edith freed her hands, shouting that she didn't want to die, and jumped up. A dagger plunged into the spot where Edith had just been sitting. The kidnapper snarled that it was a shame she dodged, as it wouldn't have hurt. Miss Edith struggled to her feet. Fred gloated that the door was locked and there was nowhere to run, suggesting they take a walk before they die. Miss Edith caught a glimpse of a window. Fred offered to make it quick and painless if she would just give him a moment. Realizing the kidnapper was bent on killing her and wouldn't stop, the red-haired girl suddenly took off her shoes. As the kidnapper kept trying to sweet-talk Miss Edith into accepting her fate at the end of his knife, she threw her removed shoes right at his crazed, ugly face. In an instant, the red-haired girl rushed to the window, grabbed a nearby chair, and swung it to shatter the glass. Fresh air hit her face like a punch, and hope for freedom ignited in her eyes. But just then, a sharp pain struck. The kidnapper grabbed her by the hair, screaming that he'd had enough, and raised the dagger right above Edith's face. A few drops of blood appeared on her cheek. The crazed Fred was dead wrong when he said he would make it painless. Suddenly, the red-haired girl saw her husband's face appear before her, begging for forgiveness for being late. Miss Edith thought she was hallucinating, as she couldn't figure out how her husband had found her. and arrived here in time. Just then, the author, whose identity was hidden, slammed a fist on the table, shouting that this was impossible. He was furious, unable to understand how Edith had survived when the script was so meticulously planned that it couldn't have failed. The author muttered about how much time and effort he had spent creating Edith's kidnapping scene, which wasn't even in the original story. The unknown author thought to himself that he had planned everything perfectly, even carefully getting Edith's governess out of the way for a while. But Anna was too loyal to her mistress, and worried by her long absence, she ignored the order and contacted Killian. The maid told the young master there were only a few places she could have gone, but she was nowhere to be found. In the end, it was the villainess's quick wit, the governess's resourcefulness in gathering information, and the young master's desperation that truly made this chapter shine. The author sadly concluded there was nothing he could do and resolved to stop interfering with the story and stay out of it. The hooded figure thought that with a lack of information, all that was left was to hold on as best as possible. The black-haired woman glared at the green system notification, which reported that the original author's dominance was severely weakening. The girl angrily shouted that these were stupid rules and thought to herself that if this continued, her life would be in danger again. The black-haired woman sighed sadly, thinking she would live in trembling fear of danger because of something that wasn't even in the original story. A moment later, the girl was in a bright room with countless doors, wondering if there was a way to leave this world. The black-haired woman opened a door and found Count Regelhoff roaring in anger, saying he had just told her to be good, and raised his hand to strike. The girl looked closer and saw a young Edith next to the Count, almost unrecognizable from all the bruises, scrapes, and scratches. The girl tearfully begged her father for forgiveness, vowing it would never happen again, but the Count commented that he heard the man had questionable tastes. The imposing man added that he had created a place specifically for that guy's tastes, but this little brat had ruined everything. The Count promised to starve her for a week if she messed up again. The black-haired woman, panicked, decided to flee the room. Back in the spacious white room, the black-haired woman realized all those doors led to rooms filled with memories. Opening the next door, she saw a little girl with ruby-colored hair hiding behind a table, trying to escape Sophia's wrath. The maid told her the master was furious about what happened and sarcastically suggested Edith learn to refuse politely and properly. As Sophia grabbed the poor girl and raised a whip, the black-haired woman couldn't stand the screams and left, deciding to check another room. Opening the door, she found Miss Edith sitting with some man who was endlessly gushing about how beautiful she was. When he suggested the red-haired girl get to know him better, she barely concealed her shock and forced a fake smile. Miss Edith said that if he kept this up, her father, Count Regelhoff, might get angry and forbid them from meeting. The black-haired woman passed through another door and saw a miserable-looking Miss Edith sitting in a chair, dressed in a robe and nightgown. The girl noticed Miss Edith clutching a letter addressed to her, which said that war was being declared on the Ludwig family. The Regelhoff family planned to win over the Duke and his sons, then attack the Ludwig mansion. The letter said that on a specific day, they would send a signal for Miss Edith to plant a device at the mansion's back gate. Shane Regelhoff dragged a bound Miss Eliza down a hallway, saying they had to retreat, but she begged for Miss Edith's help. The red-haired girl walked down the empty corridors of the mansion and approached a portrait of the Ludwig family. Miss Edith touched the baby in the painting, who was Duke Ludwig's youngest son, Killian. The black-haired woman left the room, wondering what they were trying to tell her and what the purpose of showing her all this was. The girl squatted down in exhaustion, hugging her knees, thinking that she had been avoiding the question because survival was so difficult right now. But there was one question that could no longer be postponed: the fact that all the characters in the novel were influenced by the plot. The question was whether Miss Edith was bound by the plot like the other characters, and what about the original Edith character? Where was she? The black-haired woman believed those rooms weren't shown randomly. They must be clues to the third stage. Once she reached level 3, she could return to that room with all the doors and find out what happened to the original Edith. After the kidnapping, the red-haired girl was unconscious for a full day. Killian had stayed by her side the entire time. Suddenly, a touch on the young master's head made him look up, and he couldn't believe his eyes. His wife was finally awake. The guy was overjoyed to see his wife awake and pulled her into his arms. After a long hug, he told her what had happened. While visiting the imperial palace, Killian had a bad feeling and decided to finish his work quickly and rushed to rival Mari Street. Jumping out of his carriage, he met a knight who was looking for him. Thanks to Anna's information, he and the knights began searching the area. Hearing the sound of breaking glass and a woman's scream in the distance, the guy immediately rushed to save his wife. The young man said there were many suspicious points, and it was difficult to figure out the motive for the crime. From Fred Sicily's actions, he likely knew Edith would be on rival Mari Street and had prepared an abandoned house to hide her in. We could have learned much more if Fred Sicily hadn't committed suicide on his way to the Ludwig Duchy. He covered his eyes and sighed, saying that any family that couldn't even prevent a joint suicide was completely incompetent. Miss Edith felt frustrated watching her husband blame himself for trying to figure out the kidnapping, but it wasn't Killian's fault. She thought it was because the author had deviated so much from the original story. Edith felt it was impossible to explain this to him, so she decided to distract him by asking about Miss Eliza. He said that the knight escorting Miss Eliza had secretly followed her to the bookstore, but she left soon after. Seeing the knight in the bookstore, the blonde was surprised that he had come all this way just to deliver a message to her. The knight said that Cliff wanted to see her. Miss Eliza immediately looked dejected and started chattering about her walk with Miss Edith. Seeing the knight's serious expression, the blonde suddenly stopped talking, said she understood, and headed for the exit. With that, the young master stopped his story and decided to ask his wife what she thought of Miss Eliza. Edith pondered the fact that Eliza Sinclair was the novel's heroine and basically the standard of beauty in this world. The main characters were slaves to the plot. Miss Eliza was the heroine, so she was even more bound by it than Cliff or Killian. In a world where everyone was playing the role of a character in a novel, Miss Eliza was destined to be the enemy of the villainess, Miss Edith. It was no one's fault, but as long as the power of the original story remained, a true friendship between Eliza and Edith was impossible. The man repeated his question, and Edith guessed that the blonde was Killian's top priority, but decided not to assign blame for now. The red-haired girl thought to herself that even now, her husband was testing her to see if she would blame Miss Eliza for what had happened. She remembered the first day of their marriage when the young master had said that Miss Eliza would always be more important than his wife. Miss Edith replied that she trusted the blonde completely, because if she had doubted her, she wouldn't have gone anywhere with her in the first place. Killian was surprised to hear his wife say this, as there was no way Miss Eliza could have known that something would happen to Miss Edith after they separated. The young master looked away and muttered that he needed to tell them something. About the blonde girl, the man explained that Miss Eliza was very worried about her sister-in-law, that she wasn't eating or drinking, was crying constantly, and blaming herself. Cliff was comforting Eliza, but hoped Edith could calm her down. Killian declared he would tell him right away, saying his wife was unwell. The red-haired girl calmly replied to her husband, saying her condition had stabilized and she could get out of bed to meet the family. A short while later, there was a knock on the door of Duke Ludwig's study, where young Master Cliff and Miss Eliza were already waiting. When Edith and Killian entered the study, His Grace the Duke greeted them and asked about his daughter-in-law's condition. The girl replied that she was fine and thanked him for his concern, thinking to herself that this was the first time she had been in this office since that interrogation. For a moment, it seemed as if the roles were reversed, and it was now the blonde girl, Eliza, sitting before the Duke to defend herself. As soon as Edith entered the study, Eliza jumped up from her chair and ran to her side, saying she had been so worried. The blonde girl asked if Edith had gotten out of bed too soon, as she looked pale, and then Eliza burst into tears. She apologized to Edith for everything that had happened, saying she never expected this, and blamed herself for it all. Miss Edith thought that the blonde beauty was not at fault, and it was all due to the influence of the plot. Eliza reached out to her sister-in-law, and Edith felt a chill run down her spine, which for some reason made her skin crawl. Edith pulled her hand back, took a step away from the girl, and turned to His Grace the Duke, asking if he was investigating the incident. He said yes, adding that he was doing everything he could to find out the truth, but since the culprit was dead, there wasn't much evidence. Miss Edith mentioned that Killian had said the kidnapping was premeditated, as if the person knew where she would be. The red-haired girl glanced at Eliza and asked if she had told anyone that she was going to Reval Marie Street. Young Master Cliff suddenly demanded harshly if his sister-in-law was suspecting Miss Eliza. Miss Edith denied it, saying that wasn't what she meant, but the Duke's eldest son said that Miss Eliza was in great shock and couldn't eat or drink. Cliff said through gritted teeth that instead of comforting her, She was accusing and interrogating her, even though she was usually the one being interrogated in this office. Although Eliza tried to calm Cliff down, an argument broke out. Killian cut in, saying in a threatening tone that Edith didn't mean it that way. The red-haired girl told her husband not to interfere, adding that she wanted to say a few words about this whole matter herself. Edith turned to Cliff and asked if he had anything else to say, considering he hadn't even bothered to ask how a person who had almost died was doing. Edith said she hadn't set a trap for anyone yet, but if Eliza wanted, she could give the blonde girl an interrogation. Killian was shocked by his wife's firm attitude, as she said she knew Eliza had left the bookstore at Cliff's request, and she asked, why was Eliza, who was consumed by guilt and trembling, and not Cliff? Even the Duke was impressed by his daughter-in-law's question. Cliff laughed and said that Miss Edith had simply gone mad because her karma for messing around with different men had come for her. Suddenly, the Duke ordered everyone to shut up and pointed out that his daughter-in-law was right, that Cliff should have been concerned for her safety. The man sternly told his eldest son to leave the office if he wouldn't cooperate with the investigation. Duke Ludwig also advised young Master Cliff to make sure Miss Eliza ate properly. Then the man turned to his daughter-in-law and asked her to explain what had happened in detail. What he didn't know was that the investigation would hit a dead end and the case would be closed, because Lord Sicily was dead and his source of information was gone. But hey, Edith received a large sum of compensation. Edith felt she didn't want a repeat of the yacht incident, so she decided to relax and continue playing the high society game. A week later, during lunch, Killian suggested to his wife that they visit the Imperial Palace sometime soon. The red-haired girl replied that the doctor had told her not to engage in strenuous activities for about 2 weeks. Miss Edith thought to herself that this must be why he had been keeping his distance. Killian said that yes, horseback riding was out of the question, without a doubt. He then clarified that an outing didn't necessarily have to involve horseback riding, and asked his wife to imagine herself relaxing at a picnic with the princess. Miss Edith smiled at the image in her mind, but she saw her husband's pensive face and asked with concern, what was wrong? Killian said the Sinclair family was on their way, and Edith's eyes widened in surprise. She asked why they were visiting the Ludwig household, and her husband said he didn't know either, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Killian mentioned that the last time the Sinclair family visited the Ludwigs, it was to finalize some kind of deal. Edith remembered that the Sinclairs had spoken with Duke Ludwig about the iron or distribution rights. She didn't want the Sinclair family's plan to succeed, as these rights were the key to her contract marriage with Killian. The man felt that the last business negotiation had led to nothing, and he guessed the Sinclair family was heading to his family's residence to finally seal the deal. He also added that Miss Eliza had probably attracted a lot of attention at the Founding Day celebration. Basically, Eliza's relatives had pawned her off to pay their debts and then regretted missing the chance to marry into the ducal family. So now they were seizing any opportunity to get back into the good graces of Duke and Duchess Ludwig. As the head of the Sinclair family stepped out of his carriage, he began to flatter and grovel before the Duke. He explained that he couldn't attend the Founding Day celebration due to being unwell, so he had sent Damien and Layla in his place. The two-faced bastard continued, saying his children were in awe of the Duke and Duchess, who were splendidly dressed for the event. He said that Miss Eliza had also made a great impression and that her own family hadn't seen her in a long time. Duke Ludwig said that Miss Eliza was not at the castle and quickly ushered the guests inside. Layla felt the Duke was acting nervous and angry today, while Damien smirked, already knowing why his sister was so worried. The man knew that someone from the Ludwig family had contacted his sister directly recently, and they had talked about it last night. Damien asked his sister if she had really trusted a letter from some nobody, gone to the address written in it, and then followed their orders. Layla replied that although she didn't hear the names of these mysterious people, she was sure they were from the Ludwig Duchy because she saw the crest. The man got angry, shouting that she was crazy, but the blonde girl just said she was fine and hadn't been harmed. Damien furiously said that it could have been a trap to test Layla and that the Ludwig family crest could have been a forgery. Her brother called her stupid, saying she might have put the entire family in danger, and his words stung her deeply. The blonde girl noticed that the man always belittled her, called her a fool, or simply ignored her. Layla immediately flared up, loudly declaring that the information they had her pass on was completely accurate. Those people had pinpointed exactly where Edith Regelhoff would be and the exact location. Layla said no one knew exactly what happened there, but there were rumors that Killian and his knights were running through the streets. shouting Edith's name. The blonde girl said that the next day, Viscount Sicily announced that his son had died suddenly in a bizarre accident. Miss Edith almost died because of what those people had planned, and the Ludwig Duchy covered the whole thing up. The people who contacted Layla somehow knew that Edith had nearly died, which proved they were from the Ludwig Duchy. Her brother's face twisted in shock. He couldn't think of who would do such a thing, as Cliff wasn't that obsessed with getting rid of Edith. As for Killian, it was clear at the banquet that he was completely smitten with his wife. Damien guessed it was the Duke who realized his son's marriage to Edith Regelhoff was now worthless. The guy racked his brains and finally figured out the marriage wasn't meant to last long anyway. He smirked and told his sister to start packing for a visit to the Ludwig household. In the Duke's study, Damien first mentioned that his sister was single. The Duke understood his meaning and asked if he was trying to offer her to Cliff as a companion. Damien said that wasn't his intention, especially when he saw Miss Eliza wearing a Ludwig family heirloom around her neck. Duke Ludwig asked what that was all about, and the man replied that Count Regelhoff could no longer be called a royalist. Damien said the Count had publicly expressed his views at the banquet, betraying the Duke after forming an alliance. He mentioned that his sister said Edith saw the Ludwig family as a cash cow, as she had boasted about taking a large fortune with her after a divorce. Damien smiled and asked the Duke if he would let his daughter-in-law's shameless behavior, just like her father's, go unchecked. Edith was having tea with Layla and the Duchess when she suddenly felt a chill, knowing someone was speaking ill of her. The red-haired girl knew this always happened whenever people around her were talking about her. Her mother-in-law noticed and told her to go back to her room if she was cold, but the daughter-in-law refused. The Duchess then decided to leave for a moment to get a blanket, and just then, Layla asked for someone to show her to the restroom. In the hall, Layla called out to Edith, saying she had guessed right that the daughter-in-law was suppressing her true self while living in the Ludwig household. The blonde girl wondered if the Duchess knew about her daughter-in-law's conversations outside the castle. Miss Edith said that she thought Miss Layla should take a good look at herself before saying such things. The blonde girl didn't understand what she meant, and instead of answering, Edith mocked Layla and repeated her request to be shown to the restroom. Miss Edith turned and was about to walk away proudly, remarking dismissively that Layla was acting as if she were some great personage. But the red-haired girl froze in place when Miss Layla shouted that Edith might soon be kicked out of the castle. The blonde girl smirked and asked if Edith knew what had happened to the iron or mining rights for her family's mines. Layla gloated and, without waiting for an answer, blurted out that the reason Edith had secured this good marriage was now hers. She explained that her brother and father were currently negotiating with Duke Ludwig, and eventually Edith's position would be hers. Edith said that Killian was at the Imperial Palace and no major decisions would be made without him. Layla retorted that he would be more than happy to abandon his wife. The red-haired girl thought to herself that Killian had to obey his father's will, which was why he had been such a jerk at the beginning of their marriage. Then, with a blank expression, Edith pointed down the hall and said the restroom was over there. Finally, the red-haired girl said that she hoped her guest wouldn't get lost and that she couldn't care less about any of it. Layla said the blonde wouldn't give up, shouting that Killian would jump at the chance to divorce his wife. Edith, completely unfazed, agreed with everything and then asserted that a girl like Layla could never win Killian's heart. It was already dark, and Miss Edith was trying to work on some documents, but she couldn't concentrate, and the letters were becoming a blur. Edith rubbed her eyes, thinking she should pay a visit to Catherine, as her marriage would soon be over, and she might not be able to visit the Imperial Palace after the divorce. The red-haired girl remembered that in the novel, the Sinclair family had tormented Miss Eliza to try and get their hands on her inheritance. The book never mentioned the Sinclairs caring about Edith Ludwig, but their visit was proof that Eliza was no longer their target. They had made it clear that they were now targeting the red-haired girl's position. It was indeed a logical step. Why bother with Miss Eliza, who was surrounded by love and protection in the Duchy, they thought. No, instead, they targeted someone who was worthless to both her own family and her husband's family. It was then that Edith realized the original plot was no longer absolutely binding. Now, events were unfolding based on the character's choices and actions, which would be a huge challenge for her. Edith had always thought it would be enough to just survive the novel's key scenes, but now everything was different. A tap on the edge of her desk interrupted her thoughts. It was Rhiannon Filch, who asked if the madam was all right, as she looked a bit worn out. The Duke's secretary said he had heard that Miss Edith had visitors today, so he would understand if she wanted to go and rest. The girl sized up the blonde man, thinking he was a rare person who liked her for who she was, not because of the plot. Edith decided not to worry about the plot's changes anymore. She wanted to live in this world with real, living people, not just characters from a book. She told Rhiannon she would return to her room as soon as she reported some discrepancies in the documents. The Duke was in his office when young Master Killian walked in and announced his return. The man asked if his older brother had returned, but the Duke said no, adding that the Sinclair family had left long ago. Killian said that was strange and told his father he wanted to submit the report on his conversation with His Majesty as soon as possible. The young master explained that he and the Emperor had identified the main rebellious families, starting with the Grand Duchy of Langston, but they couldn't find a solid reason to suppress them. The Duke listened intently and praised his son's work. The Duke remembered talking to his eldest son yesterday, who had pushed the visit to the Emperor onto his younger brother. The father was angry. He had ordered Eliza and Cliff to go to the Imperial Palace because the Sinclair family was coming. Cliff said the girl didn't want to see His Majesty and His Highness, so he suggested a trip to the gardens outside the capital instead. As he left, the young man said he was confident his younger brother would handle the trip perfectly. Their father was shocked by his son's audacity and arrogance. The Duke snapped out of his reverie and continued listening to Killian's report on the activities of some suspicious nobles. The father called his son's name, as he wanted to tell him something, but was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise from outside the window. Just then, a panicked knight burst into the Duke's office without knocking, shouting that Count Regelhoff had declared a territorial war. The Duchess was explaining to the servants that the reason for the attack on the Duchy was the price of iron ore. Their conversation drifted to the window where Miss Edith was looking out. She remembered a similar scene from a novel, where the Regelhoff family foolishly declared war on the Duchy, thus setting themselves on a path of self-destruction. Edith worried that the war plotline was starting ahead of schedule and thought it was the author's way of saying her actions were wrong. Miss Edith noticed that events were unfolding too quickly and wondered what would happen to her as Count Regelhoff's daughter. Then, the girl remembered that in the novel, Edith was already being punished when the war broke out, so no one bothered her. She was still wondering what would happen to her now when Killian entered her room with a serious expression. The red-haired girl was flustered to see him, as she didn't know what to say without messing up the storyline too much. Edith timidly said she had heard the bad news, but before she could finish, her husband grabbed her hands. Killian asked if his dear wife was okay and said she needed to understand what would happen to Count Regelhoff. The girl put on a sad expression and said she understood that it was important to follow the law in this situation, as her father had started a rebellion. Killian replied that the Count claimed he was acting on his own, but in truth, these rebels didn't stand a chance. The man said the reason for the war was just a pretext, so it was safe to assume the Grand Duke of Langston was pulling the strings. The guy told his wife that the Grand Duke himself said he had nothing to do with it. But if we assume he's lying, it means the Ludwig Duchy will focus all its attention on the war. This would make it easier for the Grand Duke to finally seize the imperial throne he so coveted. Killian, fully armed and ready to go, told his father that they had been preparing for this, so Cliff would lead the knights. He would lurk near the Imperial Palace and keep a low profile, monitoring the Grand Duke's every move. Killian said he had thought about suggesting they switch roles, but realized his older brother was much better at leading an army. Edith gently caressed her husband's cheek and told him to stop comparing himself to others. She said she had the most wonderful husband in the world, a man no one could ever measure up to. Killian was clearly pleased. Miss Edith, in a sweet voice, asked her husband to return safely. Killian, just as gently, asked if he had misheard and his wife was worried about him. Edith smiled and said he guessed right, explaining that she didn't want to become a widow at such a young age, before adding that she heard young widows attract men like flies. Killian said he wouldn't let that happen and that he would be careful. The man gently caressed his wife's face and told her he wanted to show her just how amazing her husband was. The young master gave the red-haired girl a long, wonderful kiss. That night, Duke Ludwig was leaning over a map of the duchy, realizing he had missed something. A man with amber eyes entered the study and said he had heard about the trouble Count Regelhoff had caused. Cliff pointed out that, as bad as they were, these events were a good thing, as it was a perfect opportunity to end this once and for all. Cliff then asked what they should do with Edith now, as it would be tricky to let the enemy's daughter leave the house. He added that the reason for the war was strange, so the daughter-in-law should only be punished. The Duke, annoyed, asked his son if that was really the only thing he was worried about right now. Stunned by his father's reaction, the young master apologized and explained that he had thought it over with Eliza during their walk. The Duke told his son he had lost his composure for a moment and added that, for now, the daughter-in-law would only be placed under surveillance. Axel Ludwig said that his younger son had reported that his daughter-in-law knew nothing of the Count's plans. The man pointed out that the Regelhoff family hadn't really paid any attention to Edith recently. The guy countered that it could be a trap, as Count Regelhoff might want the Ludwig family to think that and let their guard down. The Duke, even more annoyed, snapped, asking if Cliff thought his old man couldn't have figured that out on his own. The man said he would keep an eye on his daughter-in-law, and then told his son to do his part and prepare for the restoration. The Duke told his son that on the day of the battle, he would lead the knights to the imperial palace and warned him not to screw it up. Meanwhile, Miss Eliza, already in her nightgown, was standing outside young Master Killian's study. The guy was studying documents, thinking that the longer he stared at the charts, the more he felt their organization was unique. Looking at the charts, Killian remembered the sad look on his wife's face when he told her that Count Regelhoff would be executed. The guy was surprised that Miss Edith could still care about the man who had his maid beat her constantly. The Count didn't care at all that his daughter was being held hostage by the enemy, yet he still started a rebellion. She would be completely powerless if her husband and father ended up drawing swords on each other. But Miss Edith will always be incredibly kind and considerate. Considering all this, Killian decided that after this whole thing blew over, he would take his wife to his estate, far away from gossip, politics, and war. The young lord dreamed of how wonderful it would be, just him and his wife, far from the madding crowd and all the scheming. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which the man found strange, as Edith had promised to wait for him in their room. He was stunned when he opened the door to see a blonde girl, despite the late hour. Killian asked what was the matter, and Eliza said she saw the study light was still on and wanted to check in. Eliza mentioned that she had missed the news of the territorial war declaration because she wasn't in the capital. After a brief pause, Miss Eliza wondered if things would have been different if she weren't an illegitimate daughter. The question caught the man off guard, and his hands began to tremble with nervousness, causing the stack of documents he was holding to scatter on the floor. He recalled that he had recently begun to suspect Cliff and Eliza were the masterminds behind all the events. He was more suspicious of Cliff's intentions, as the blonde girl didn't have much political influence. Suddenly, the man caught the scent of violets and thought what a stunningly beautiful woman was standing before him. Killian recalled the day he first met the little blonde girl. Looking into her eyes, he knew she was a good person. From that moment on, he had considered Eliza the most beautiful and charming. He heard her voice everywhere and often smelled her perfume. Now, Killian realized his feelings were nothing more than a childish infatuation. Miss Eliza, timidly, said she was afraid of losing him in this war. She added that she should have said it sooner, but didn't dare. Killian smiled and reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about, as the Ludwig family had an absolute advantage in equipment and strength. After bidding Miss Eliza goodnight, Killian headed to his wife's room, only to find her asleep at her desk. When a man draped his coat over his wife, she woke up, and he asked her why she wasn't in bed yet. She rested her head on his arm, saying she had wanted to wait for him to return to say goodnight, but ended up falling asleep. Miss Edith realized she should ask what time it was, and guessed her husband must be tired. Killian just smiled, blew out the last candle, and told Edith it was time for her to go to bed. As he picked her up, she sleepily asked him to sleep with her. Killian said of course, he wasn't going anywhere, adding that he would stay even if she tried to kick him out. Lying in bed, Killian thought that in the war between Eliza and Edith, the only one he could rely on was his mother, and he had to protect his wife from the blonde. Cliff dragged his heavy feet down the dim hallway, thinking about how rude and disrespectful his father had been lately. During the last interrogation, he had sided with his daughter-in-law, pushing aside his eldest son and Eliza. In meetings, the Duke also increasingly let Killian voice his opinions and interrupted Cliff. His feet led him to her room of their own accord. When Cliff opened the door, he saw the blonde girl sitting on her bed in the moonlight. The moment he saw the woman he loved, all his worries vanished. Cliff entered Miss Eliza's room apologized for being late, and asked her why she was trembling. The blonde girl said she was worried about Cliff going to war, but he comforted her, saying there was nothing to be afraid of. The man explained that he would pretend to go with his father and younger brother to suppress the rebels, but in reality, he would stay near the capital. Cliff told Miss Eliza not to forget that he would do anything for her and planted a kiss on the blonde beauty's lips. The next morning, Miss Edith looked out the window and said to her husband in surprise that the sun was already up. Killian turned, presenting his bare chest to his wife, and asked with a hint of sarcasm if he had overdone it. Edith glanced at her naked husband, remembering he had claimed to be tired and wanted to rest last night. Killian lay down and hugged his wife, and she explained that she felt fine, just worried that he would soon be leaving for the battlefield. Edith urged him to be careful and not get shot, and the young man was flattered by her concern. She listened intently as he gave his wife instructions, explaining that she shouldn't think of the capital as a safe place. Killian said she shouldn't leave the castle or correspond with anyone, and she should also be wary of Eliza while he was away. He told his wife that he had already given some orders to Anna and Renaa, but they didn't have the power to stand against Miss Eliza. The only person left in the Duchy with real power who could take action against the blonde girl was his mother, but she was the one who had found the young Eliza Sinclair and brought her to live at the Ludwig estate. So, Killian doubted whether the Duchess would give up Miss Eliza for her daughter-in-law and truly protect her. In her husband's gentle embrace, Edith remembered what happened after the territorial war chapter, and her heart began to pound. Her husband asked if she was implying she wanted a repeat of what happened last night. Edith got out of bed, put on her robe, apologized, and said shyly that she didn't mean it that way. The man said she didn't need to apologize and that there was still time. Edith couldn't help but smile, but said her husband was going to be late. The red-haired girl surprised Killian by telling him to stay put, saying she had something for him. When Edith handed the knitted item to her husband, he jumped out of bed, threw on his robe, and asked in confusion what it was. His wife explained in a fluster that she had heard the battle site was on the outskirts of the capital where it was cold, so she had prepared an arm warmer for him. Killian was deeply moved by his wife's concern and her gift. He asked if she had made it herself, and she confirmed it, adding that even if it didn't look like much, it was at least knitted with fine yarn. The man grinned and said that ever since he saw the handkerchief embroidered with a small bird at the charity bazaar, he knew his wife had skillful hands. The girl looked at her husband in confusion, saying she had been really afraid no one would buy her embroidery back then. The young man smiled, saying that was exactly why he had bought the handkerchief. After a pause, the man said he would gladly use the knitted gift while thinking of his dear wife. Edith looked at her smiling husband, knowing this brief moment of warmth wouldn't last, so she needed to prepare for what was to come. She remembered from the novel that this war wouldn't last long, and Duke Ludwig's army would crush the enemy with its superior firepower. The Regelhoff family would be destroyed, and with the evidence of conspiracy discovered during the war, all the rebels would be punished. As Edith said goodbye to Killian as he left for the battlefield, she hugged him tightly, and he gave her a bear hug, kissing her all over her cheeks and neck, but she protested that he would surely be late. The young lord said, "I can't help it. My legs won't listen to me. They refuse to take a single step away from you." Edith held him even tighter, as if trying to dispel the thought that he would kill her after he returned from the battlefield. At the farewell ceremony, the Duke informed his wife that she would have absolute authority over the estate and the family in his absence. He also gave instructions to his secretary, the butler, and the headmaid. Then he turned to Miss Eliza and asked her to take good care of Duchess Jessica. Everyone in the room exchanged glances, realizing the Duke had snubbed his daughter-in-law without saying a word to her. Even the Duchess sensed the tense atmosphere and wanted to call out to her husband, but Edith reassured her, saying she understood. Watching the Duke's departing back, Edith said it must be difficult for him too, leaving the daughter of the Regelhoff family in the mansion. Killian heard her words, grabbed her hand, and asked for her name. The red-haired girl was surprised, but answered, Edith Ludwig. The young master said that was the correct answer and asked his wife to never forget and to only use that name from now on. Miss Edith approached her husband, looked into his eyes, and pleaded with him not to act recklessly or risk his life. She said she would clearly remember his promise to prove to her that he was an extraordinary man. Killian kissed his wife's hand and replied that he would be more than happy to fulfill that request. After finally bidding her husband farewell, it suddenly occurred to her that the novel's plot had changed drastically. Now, neither she nor the author could return the story to its original course. The story was heading in a completely new direction. So, unless things took a drastic turn, the events that happened in the novel might never actually occur. A week later, while browsing the newspaper, Miss Edith saw some highly inflammatory headlines. The news revealed tensions between the Emperor's supporters and those who championed the Archduke. Edith read an article stating that the imperial family remained silent to avoid inadvertently appearing to favor the Duchy. Archduke Lanston, like the Emperor, also remained silent, but everyone knew the true purpose of this territorial war. Reading the article, Edith thought of Catherine with irritation, wondering how she was doing. It seemed the princess had been completely caught off guard by Archduke Lanston's actions at the Empire's founding celebration. The Emperor had been consulting with Duke Ludwig regarding Archduke Lanston's movements. But in the novel, Her Highness the Princess was not at all keen on politics and was portrayed as someone who resisted her role in the royal family. Even after being betrayed by her uncle, Catherine still entrusted everything to her older brother, and the book didn't even mention why. Edith thought that despite Catherine's act of being a rebellious princess, there was no way she could stay out of a situation like this. The girl was reading the article when she choked on her tea in surprise, as it said it was now difficult to side with the imperial family. Anna rushed to the coughing lady's side and asked what was wrong. Miss Edith replied that she had just choked and asked for some water. After talking with her head maid, Edith realized the Samuel incident had actually helped improve her reputation among the servants. But when her father gambled away the mines that were a condition of her marriage contract and declared a territorial war, the situation became unbearable. After that, the staff panicked and began to walk on eggshells around the lady, trying to figure out how to act. Edith was glad that there were people in the duchy who believed in her unconditionally, like Anna, Renaa, and the Duchess. These three had taken on a mountain of work, and Miss Edith didn't want to add any unnecessary trouble for them. When Miss Edith came to work, Renaa told her she could continue processing the documents for the Lacen estate. Renaa noted that Miss Edith had been working very hard, so there wasn't much work left. The Duke's secretary said he would be helping the Duchess with documents again today and would be in her office if needed. The man mentioned that the lady looked pale, but she said it was nothing to worry about. Then Renaa pointed to the pen in her left hand. He reminded her that the work wasn't urgent, so Miss Edith could take a day off to relax. The red-haired girl replied that she just hadn't slept well, but it wouldn't affect her work. Then Renaa pulled up a chair, sat at Miss Edith's desk, and asked her how she wanted to improve the Lacen territory. Edith asked if the man wasn't supposed to be with the Duchess, but he replied that it could wait a bit. Renaa said he really wanted to talk with Miss Edith, which prompted her to respond, stating that she was just offering her personal opinion. The girl revealed her dream of turning the estate into a city of trade and leisure, noting that the idea would require her husband's approval. The light-haired man countered that Lacen was a remote area, but Miss Edith replied that everyone only thought so because of the mountain range. The girl revealed that after reviewing detailed documents about the Lacen territory, she found that some areas had gentle terrain. If it were to build a carriage road through the mountains, Lacen would become the nearest habitable area. Edith said, "We need to build commercial properties to attract merchants." She added that building villas near the mountains for the nobility would attract those who wanted to enjoy the natural scenery. Renaa listened in admiration as Miss Edith laid out her plan and concluded that in 10 years, Lacen would be a different city. She added that she had wanted to discuss this with Killian, but missed the chance because of the declaration of the territorial war. Edith said she wanted to go to the territory to see it for herself, adding that she hoped the war would end soon. Count Regelhoff entered the war tent with his son, shouting indignantly that he had no idea how many troops the enemy had. The Count said nervously that Axel Ludwig never seemed to age, adding that his younger son was just as skilled and swift on the battlefield. The man explained that he was worried the eldest son, known as a monster in battle, was redundant because his younger brother was just as good. Shane Regelhoff said he was sorry his older brother wasn't here because he wanted to smash him to pieces. The Count said that then you, Shane, would be the one smashed to pieces, and then stared at the battle map in confusion. The man said they needed to find a way to turn the tide of their power disparity and tie down the Ludwig family, as they had promised the Archduke. Suddenly, someone called out to Count Regelhoff and the young master, offering to help them. The person who came was Sophia in a hooded cloak, and she said she had obtained intelligence on the movements of the Duchess Ludwig. The maid explained that the person passing the information was unidentified, but he had helped many times before, so they could trust him. This unknown helper had previously sent a lot of information, the comings and goings of servants and knights from the castle, their daily routines, their routes. The data given always matched what Sophia had seen when she worked at the mansion. Count Regelhoff asked if Edith had contacted them, and the maid said no, though there should be a limit to her ingratitude. The Count explained to everyone that Archduke Landstein was counting on him, but the war was going nowhere, and at this rate his plan might fail. The man concluded that they had to trust the unknown helper. The Count ordered Shane and Sophie to head to the capital and use the agreed-upon tactics. Shane asked how his father would manage here alone, and the Count replied that victory depended on whether the tactic succeeded. The man smiled wickedly and said that if he could get all the members of the Ludwig family in his grasp, Axel himself would come crawling to him. Walking down the stairs, the Duchess said she never thought her long-awaited outing would be for such a reason. Miss Edith and Miss Eliza were waiting for the matriarch by the stairs. The Duchess announced that the Sinclair family would also be present. Therefore, she advised the blonde beauty to stick close to her during the event. Then the matriarch turned to her daughter-in-law and asked if she was sure she could handle herself today. The newspapers were filled with news about the Ludwig Duchy's overwhelming advantage in the territorial war. Occasionally, news would also appear that some neutral nobles were leaning towards the Archduke supporters. The nobles supporting the Archduke were actively agitating, and to save time, they decided to attend tonight's ball. Miss Edith thought that she had to be brave today. The longer she hid, the more people would judge her as they pleased. She decided that since she was born a Regelhoff and married into the Ludwig family, she needed to learn to defend her reputation. Duchess Ludwig greeted Countess Wyndham, thanking her for the unexpected invitation. Countess Wyndham had organized the ball and supported neutrality in the war. The Wyndham family had made its fortune in foreign trade. The Countess was well connected in high society, with supporters of the Emperor, supporters of the Archduke, and those who had not yet taken a side. It was, so to speak, the perfect occasion for the Duchess to make a move and respond to the rumors in high society. The Countess told the Duchess she was worried about her husband and sons, but she replied not to worry too much, as they weren't off to fight some great war. The Duchess joked that the war was a good opportunity for them to stretch their legs and stay in shape. The Countess praised the Duchess for her nerves of steel, and Edith thought that even in a place like this, her mother-in-law could charm everyone with her charisma. Suddenly, a beautiful girl ran up to Edith, said it had been a long time, and asked why she no longer came to balls and banquets. The pretty girl said that Edith hadn't accepted any invitations for a long time. She added that everyone in high society thought the red-haired girl was being confined, but Edith corrected her. Miss Edith explained that after getting married, she realized she had many shortcomings. She said she had been busy trying to improve herself and simply had no time. The beautiful girl giggled and said she understood that the daughter-in-law of Duke Ludwig was too high and mighty for her old friends. Now she pointed out that since Miss Edith had actually shown up, perhaps she should go and greet her friends as they were waiting. The red-haired girl searched the characters' memories and recalled they were all just a bunch of two-faced, fair-weather people who only showed up when it was to their advantage. Miss Edith thanked Miss Clara for her welcome and introduced her to her mother-in-law, which greatly annoyed the pretty girl. Duchess Ludwig asked her daughter-in-law who that was, and Miss Edith explained it was a childhood friend of hers, introducing her as Miss Clara Shelton. Miss Edith mentioned that the Shelton family's territory was right next to Crowes County and that the Viscountess should be here tonight. Miss Edith greeted Viscountess Crowes, mentioned they had met at the Empire's founding celebration, and introduced Miss Clara. The red-haired girl explained to the old woman that Miss Clara was her neighbor and an old friend of Miss Edith's. She said in a tone of feigned sadness that she was the only one among them who had married well, so she wanted to look after her friend. Miss Edith asked the Viscountess to introduce her friend to the other ladies. Miss Clara protested, but the old woman assured her it was fine. The Viscountess said that since it was Miss Edith's request, she would personally introduce Miss Clara to nobles of status. The red-haired girl waved goodbye, thinking that Viscountess Crow's only knew supporters of the Emperor. Suddenly, a man approached the girl, took her hand, and said he hadn't seen her in a long time. Miss Edith was very surprised by the stranger's familiarity as he kissed her hand, and she didn't even know him. The man guessed that Edith must have been through a lot, as she had lost a lot of weight this year. Miss Edith recognized the man as Viscount Batlet, the one who often came to bargain with her father. The red-haired girl snatched her hand back from the Viscount, saying it was improper to touch a married woman like that. The man said he had known Edith for years, and thought she pushed him away because Duchess Ludwig was nearby. The nasty fellow said the Duchess knew he thought of Miss Edith as a sister, and then reached for her waist. Edith shrieked, slapped the Viscount's hand away, and backed away from him, while the man grumbled indignantly at her rudeness. She retorted that the nasty fellow was the only one being rude, and that he should have left immediately when he realized her attitude. The man tried to say it was just a friendly, familial touch, but she snapped that even her own brother wouldn't touch her like that. In fact, Edith was terrified that the Duchess would see this and misunderstand when she heard the sound of high heels nearby. Turning around, the daughter-in-law saw her mother-in-law's stern face, with Miss Eliza standing beside her, and the Viscount blurted out that it was a misunderstanding. The Viscount tried to cover it up, saying Miss Edith had been mentally unstable since she was a child, so she sometimes overreacted. The Duchess asked if she looked like someone who would believe such a lame excuse. The man, shocked, asked how the Duchess could think such a thing, but she decided to remind the Viscount of something. She said that the Viscount Batlet's territory was a vassal of Marquis Boris, and the Marquis would be furious if he learned that a part of his territory was being confiscated. The Duchess added that the reason for the confiscation would be that Viscount Batlet had insulted the Ludwig ducal family. Hearing these words, the man's face turned grim. He said he had no intention of offending and hastily left Miss Edith, the Duchess, and Miss Eliza. The red-haired girl watched the insolent Viscount retreat, and her mother-in-law apologized for intervening so late. She explained that she hadn't been paying attention and was busy talking to someone else. Then she suggested her daughter-in-law go and greet the princess. The Duchess, her daughter-in-law, and Miss Eliza crossed the ballroom to greet the princess, and Miss Edith was lost in thought. After two people had been humiliated and retreated, it seemed that most of the Archduke's supporters had been exposed. On the way, they met Miss Layla, who greeted the three of them, but made special mention of Miss Eliza. She recalled in a sad tone that she hadn't been able to see the blonde girl when the Sinclair family visited the duchy. Layla said she was very excited to hear that Eliza would be here, as she had always wanted to tell her something. The blonde girl paused, then said seriously that she wanted to apologize to her stepsister for her past bad behavior. Layla began to cry, complaining that she had acted that way because she was afraid her sister would steal their father's attention and love. Edith found Layla's performance cute and theatrical, but Eliza knew the blonde girl was just playing everyone. Layla said she didn't expect to be forgiven immediately, but asked if they could at least become good sisters slowly, little by little. With so many people watching, not everyone could refuse such a request, and Miss Eliza didn't want to be the one to do so. A smile bloomed on the blonde girl's face as she said she was happy and grateful that her sister had such a kind heart. Layla then shot a vicious look at the ducal daughter-in-law, saying she had heard Eliza almost died because of Edith. The blonde girl said she was so worried she couldn't sleep, and the Duchess asked where she had heard such a malicious rumor. Lila replied that she thought it was probably just a pile of trashy gossip, but more than one or two nobles thought so. Lady Lila insisted on proclaiming that Lady Edith, instead of hiding in her castle while her husband's family and her birth family were at war, had shown up at the ball. Then the blonde woman loudly exclaimed that the rumor about Lady Edith poisoning Lady Eliza might be true, and everyone present gasped. The scene shifts back to the Ludwig Duchy's base, where Killian is cleaning his sword when his father calls out to him. The Duke brought some hot tea and told his younger son not to push himself so hard on the battlefield. Killian took the cup and, looking at the tea, he seemed to see his wife, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The Duke broke the silence, saying that those bastards from Regelhoff were burning through military supplies like crazy, as if they actually had some conviction. Killian asked his father if he thought the Archduke would make a move in the capital, and he said anything was possible. Then he added that Cliff was still in the capital, so we don't have to worry too much. A moment later, Axel Ludwig asked his son if he had already given his heart to Edith. Before answering, Killian recalled the moments when his wife shone with wisdom and kindness. She would scold him harshly when he did something reckless, but she also always accepted his flaws. Killian admitted that he had acted like an idiot countless times, but Edith always understood. The red-haired girl could always grasp the essence of the matter and prove it to others. She was fun and one of a kind. Her heart was bigger than anyone's, yet the moments when Killian failed to acknowledge her kept replaying in his mind. He smiled and asked in return, "How could you not love her?" Then said he wished he could go back in time. Killian confessed that he would have made different choices in many situations. His father looked at him and said the war was the only chance. Killian asked what chance his father was talking about, but the Duke didn't answer, asking instead, "Isn't the justification for a territorial war enough?" The man said the chance wouldn't come again, adding that he had messed up by letting his younger son marry before his older one. The Duke implied that if Killian had married into a family that could grant him power, he might have been able to surpass his older brother. The guy cut his father off, saying he had given up a long time ago. He suddenly recalled a scene of his brother learning to play chess. His father was telling Cliff to focus and think through every move. Just then, Killian burst in, wanting to watch. The Duke was angry, saying, "Can't you see your brother is studying?" But Cliff told their father it was fine. Cliff said that playing a game of chess with his younger brother would actually be good practice. It would hone his skills. After the game, Killian said that even though he lost, it was fun. The boy asked his father to teach him chess, just like he taught his brother. The Duke looked at him sternly and asked if Cliff was like this at his age. At his age, Axel Ludwig said that if Killian tried desperately, he had a chance to become truly great. Killian looked up at the sky and said there was a time when he thought his father would notice him and be proud of him. The guy smiled and added that he had found more happiness now. He then told his father that as soon as the war was over, he would leave with Edith for the Ryzen territory. The Duke asked why the hurry, but Killian didn't answer, simply shooting to his feet and saying that Edith was probably having a hard time in the capital right now. At this moment, the guy thought to himself that if he ever desired power, it would only be for Edith's sake. Killian picked up his sword and said he was going to scout the next battlefield. Lady Lila felt the rumors about Lady Edith might be exaggerated, but there must be some truth to them. Lila guessed that the Ludwig's daughter-in-law was the cause of it all. Then, the princess approached the blonde woman from out of nowhere. Her Highness the Princess said that if we were to talk about conduct, then we should talk about those who spread lies and pass them off as facts. Lady Lila's face twisted in shock. When she dared to turn around, the princess asked if she really wanted to show everyone how foolish she was. Katerina pointed out that Lila was smart enough to recognize a familiar face, so she was just playing dumb. She implied that the blonde woman was the one insulting the Duchy by airing its dirty laundry as gossip in public. Edith couldn't believe the princess was taking her side once again, saying she hadn't come here to listen to this farce. Suddenly, Lady Edith noticed that Lady Eliza's face was unusually pale, but the princess didn't mention it at all. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she heard the princess say that Killian clearly loved Edith. Katerina asked Lila if she hadn't given up yet, seeing as the guy hadn't left his wife's side for a second since the National Day Festival. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Lady Lila's shoulder, and she jumped in surprise. It was her brother, Damien Sinclair. He apologized for the interruption and told the princess that, as a supporter of the Emperor, he was concerned by her words. Damien explained that Her Highness's words implied that the Duke of Ludwig's second son was favoring the daughter of House Regelhoff. Katerina protested, clarifying that wasn't what she meant, but the guy pointed out that the Ludwig and Regelhoff families were at war over a rebellion. He asked, as supporters of the Emperor, wasn't it logical for the Duchy to draw a clear line with the daughter of Count Regelhoff? The red-haired girl took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and called out to Damien Sinclair. She said that before pointing out his rudeness, she wanted to know what her name was.